welcome.
Wish it was a
Thanks for
cowbell, but it
being
isn't a
here.
cowbell. Sorry.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
a cowbell,
Um,
but want it to be.
yeah. It's weird. Were you ringing the cowbell? I couldn't hear anything.
Oh, can you hear this?
No, it's got to be the weird. There's something wrong with the speakers on this laptop, which I need to return. I can hear you, but I can't hear the bell. And when I play YouTube videos, I can only hear parts of it. I can't hear like certain
Weird.
instruments and songs if I'm playing it. Yeah, I'm definitely returning this piece of garbage. So,
In the chats, hear
um,
the cowbell or the from bell that's masquerading as a cowbell. Good
I'm
to see
sure
you there.
they can. It's this stupid cheap $200 laptop. That's what I get for buying a laptop that's only $200. You get what you pay for when it comes
Mm.
to laptops. But that's all I could. I couldn't even afford that. That was stupid. But anyway, um, let me know in the chat if I'm not coming in clear. I'm really hoping that at least the microphone works okay because the speakers clearly don't. So if I don't sound clear or I'm breaking up or something, just please let me know and I'll have to switch to my phone or something. My new Chromebook is coming tomorrow. I smashed mine yesterday. Not in a fit of rage by accident, although sometimes I'd like to smash something. I get mad enough. Um, you know, uh, like road rage, idiot drivers. I might want to smash something, but I would never actually do it. I dropped my Chromebook off the treadmill yesterday, so the new one is on the way. And in the meantime, it's this crappy laptop. Uh, who would have thought that StreamYard would work better on a Chromebook than a laptop? But
Yeah,
the Chromebook.
it seems to work pretty well on the iPad. You could get an iPad Mini like me and rock it.
Yeah. No, I couldn't though, because I need to be able to type on a keyboard. I can't stand like having to tap on a keyboard screen. It's too
Mm.
slow
You
for me.
you can buy a keyboard for it
Oh,
as
really?
well.
I
It
didn't know
plugs
that.
right in. Yeah, I have one, but my current case is kind of having a breakdown, so I'm gonna break out the keyboard case pretty soon.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I just need to yeah, I just need to get that Chromebook because it costs double what the laptop costs. So I mean that tells you something. It's a $400 Chromebook versus a $200 laptop. I guess the Chromebook works better. Anyway, um welcome, Doc. Nice to see you. First to comment hours ago. I don't know if you're here now or not, but
Pre-game party.
but yeah. Love that enthusiasm. That's awesome. Hey Dieter, good morning. You're up in like the middle of the night for you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. What time is it there? Let's see, 4:45 a.m. I think. Yeah. Oh, it's crazy. Thank you
Good
so
morning.
much. Um, Golden Child. Yeah. I was running late forever in a battle with technology. That's my life. Bueller.
Technically,
One of
you're
my
running
favorite
late because
movies.
you were on a treadmill running.
Treadmill and yeah,
Running
the
late.
treadmill and yeah. I'm trying to delete files at the same time.
Hmm.
Um, One of my favorite movies, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. It's a classic.
Yep.
Um, hey Cassie, nice to see you. Hope you're doing all right. Hey Vanessa and Fromaholics. Yeah, we're also Severaholics too. Yeah. I think we're all Fromaholics here. So it's like yeah, what was it? Who was it that said, were you saying like, or there was someone in the chat that was like calling this Frumverance or something.
Yeah, I think it was
Um,
Fletcher.
that's it. Vanessa, so we are having an after dark extended version of the Waffle Party, just asking for a friend. I don't think so.
Oh, you got a
No.
mask and a cat of nine. Let's go.
Oh my God, yeah.
Dance.
Not not my thing. Yeah.
Not even the
Um,
ram. The ram with the that's got going on.
no. I mean, was he the
Let's
one
go
with this with
biblical.
the was he the dude?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got it going on, all right, but I'm not there for that freaky shit with the mask and the count of nine show, so um
Or the Mask of
maybe
Cure.
the, the mask of gear, yeah. I'd be out that door immediately. I wouldn't watch. I wouldn't stay for the dance. I'd be out of there before Dylan.
So if it's a
Right.
female employee, do they also have to wear the Mask of Cure, or do they get like his wife mask option or something similar?
It's a good point. Yeah, because yeah, it's kind of weird, if it's a female, why would she have the same mask, the mask of a guy?
Mm-hmm.
And and would she have more male dancers and not? I don't know. Like, would
It
it be like
switches off.
three?
It's the opposite.
Would it be like three guys and a woman? Like because it's always a mix of genders, I would imagine.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, um,
Something to think about, everyone.
yeah. Hey, KP, nice to see you. Um, we're gonna be so I don't know if you're still here, KP. We're gonna be breaking down the season 2 trailer, the 8-minute season 2 preview, and we're gonna talk about the Lexington Letter, which is that little it's this little I don't even know what you'd call it. It's not a book, but it's like a short what would you call it, Scarlett? A short story? I don't like I
Yeah,
guess.
like a short half of it's a short story and half of it's a manual.
Yeah. So it goes with Severance. It was actually written by Ben Stiller. We're
Yeah.
gonna be going through all of that. And once we finish breaking stuff down, then we'll have call-ins after. So we'll definitely do the call-in link after that. We're just gonna like break some stuff down first because last time we tried breaking down the episode, making it a call-in from the start, and it took us like 7 hours to get through the episode. So it's a little easier if we break down what we're going to break down with before we do call-ins, if that makes sense. Like Tony and Phil do. Tony and Phil, they break stuff
Mhm,
down and then they do call-ins, or they have people call to the show after.
mhm.
So yeah. Hey Fletch, how's it going, everyone? Appreciate you stopping by. I don't know if you've gotten around to trying Severance yet, but you can still binge it. You still have a couple of days. Let's see, it's Monday. Season 2 drops Thursday night. You could binge 9 episodes in
Mhm.
that time. People do that. Highly recommend. Or you could at least like binge it by the time the second episode comes and then catch up. Can't recommend it more, truly. Hey, William Waddy. What up, Fromaholics? Yeah, I guess we might as well just call ourselves Fromaholics here too, because we're all Fromaholics. I don't see anybody here who's not yet.
Ah,
Every once in a while, I see a new name in these Severance lives, though, so we
yeah,
might be getting some traffic from. Like, that's the idea. Like, I love all of our Fromaholics, but we also want to get like more Severance fans too,
yeah,
because not all the Fromaholics watch Severance. That's the
yeah.
problem.
Yeah, you want to get
I
the
mean,
new
I wish.
flesh in,
hmm I mean,
new
I wish all
blood.
of you did.
What?
Like, I wish everybody, like all the Fromaholics who tuned in to our From Lives would watch Severance. That'd be
Mhm.
great. But
Yeah,
we've gotten we've gotten a few people to just to watch it though, which is cool. Um, the more we can bring over, the better. I'd love it if we
yeah.
get all the same people and some new ones. Sorry, what?
Mhm. Oh, I was disagreeing with you.
Oh, okay. My mic, by the way, like my mic is so weird right now. Like not the mic, but the speakers. So like sometimes I can't even tell if you're talking or if
Oh,
you're
great.
like what you're doing.
That's great.
Well, I
Is
couldn't
it
hear the
better if I'm
cow.
at a higher register or a lower register?
I hear you clearly now. Hopefully
Okay.
that'll stay the same.
I'll just yell at my
Um,
iPad. That'll work.
yeah. Thanks, William and Cassie. Glad I sound all right. Yeah. I'm not like typically throwing things in a fit of rage, although uh, I can't say I've never done it, but I'll throw something that won't get damaged if but you got to push me like really far before I get to that point. I mean, like that absolute limit, and then all I might do is like I don't know, pick up a pillow and throw it on the floor, like
Uh,
something sissy like that. It's like nothing that could actually get damaged. Mosh pit the mic. Yeah. Um,
oh yeah.
oh, you thought it was a USB hub, Golden Child? Yeah. There's a cowbell in the season 2 trailer. So Hulk smash. Yeah. It was whenever this kind of thing has happened to me, it's like I can see it happening in slow motion in front of me. I can see like anytime I've ever dropped a device, like it's like it happens in slow motion. All of a sudden you just see it going down and like like maybe you can get it, but you just can't quite make it in time, and then you see it hit the ground and just die a horrible death right in front of you. That's what I saw. Like I saw my poor screen just get like trashed. I don't know what happened because the screen isn't even cracked. It's just like
Mm,
it's like half of it is all these wild colors and stripes,
mm,
and you can't see anything. So yeah, um, it, and it was like, if I had been a split second faster, I could have caught it, and I
mm.
just saw it die in front of me. Very sad. Oh,
Didn't it
yeah.
try to take a leap off your treadmill when we were watching Yellow Jackets?
Yes,
Okay.
it did. It fell off the treadmill. It was only a matter of time before I broke it.
Yeah.
I broke my last one the same way. Um,
Huh.
but try staring at a cabinet for an
Yeah.
hour pushing through a
Yeah.
workout that sucks. It's like I took that risk stupidly, but
Can't you get
I'm
a
gonna just
holder? Can't you get a holder or something for it? Like a little ledge or something you could put on the treadmill?
there's not the way that this thing is built. There's nowhere to put it, so I came
You
up
can put
with a
it in
new
the
plan.
cabinet. Put it in the cabinet.
Yeah, I came up with a new plan. The Chromebook won't fit in the cabinet because there's too
That's
much
too
stuff
bad.
in there, so I
Yeah.
got a I got a new phone case with a little like a what do you call it? A kickstand.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna prop that in the cabinet and just look at the phone. It's better than nothing. I'll never take this risk again. I mean, I briefly did it earlier, but yeah, truly dropped it in the midst of waffle partying. Yeah. Yep.
You can't hear it, but
Um,
you guys can. She can't hear it.
um,
It's her secret.
yeah. Anytime you're ringing that bell, I hear nothing.
She's bell deaf,
Um,
everyone. It's
yeah,
finally happened.
it's bizarre.
That way, if Dieter
It's
tells me to
really,
ring the bell when it's like 3 o'clock in the morning, I can't do it because you won't hear it. It's happened.
hmm
It's happened.
I'll just, I'll just keep talking right over it because I
Yeah.
won't hear it.
Yeah.
My, my laptop is conspiring to keep me on here.
Exactly.
Um,
The fates.
I'm actually, well,
I said it's the fates.
yeah, I'm actually lucky that this is the problem that it has and not something else, though. I mean, I still have to return it because
Hmm.
these speakers are horrible, but I'm lucky that the microphone works because I relied on this thing for my interview with Doug Hughes. I would have sucked if it failed
Oh
on me.
yeah. Hmm.
Like imagine if I had played the video back and there was no audio or something because my
Great.
mic didn't work.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That would
Hmm.
be like my worst nightmare. I was so nervous when I hit play on it, like, please let there not be anything wrong with this, please. And it was fine, thank God. Um, so all I have to do now is just record an outro to it and I can release it by Wednesday, I think, but it's gonna be in two parts because it's too long.
Hmm.
It's way too long. So part one is gonna be 53 minutes. I should have that
Hmm.
out by Wednesday. And then part two is like 47 minutes, I think. And then once both parts are out, I want to ask Doug if he can come on one of our lives because he said I didn't even have to bring it up. I wanted to. I was gonna try to get up the nerve, but he actually did it for me. I
Hmm.
told him about our live streams during the interview, and um, I if you ever want, I can come on and say hi. And
Hmm.
I did that with What Is Fromcast when they had a live. Like
Uh-huh.
he actually went on one of their lives in an impromptu way, not just
Hmm.
the other time. They were
Yeah.
actually apparently two times. I didn't
Yeah.
know this.
Yeah. They've also had the guy to play Frank Pratt a few times. Come on.
That's so cool.
They're all just
Um,
buddies, I guess.
I love it. It's so cool. So so he offered to come. Um and then he brought it up again a few minutes later,
Hmm.
right at the end of the video. He said, "Keep me posted on your live streams, and I can come on there." So I'm going to. So I figure I'll get the interview released first, and then after that, because I told him we do these all year long, and his schedule's not changing. Right now
Hmm.
he's just working on a play and revising it.
Hmm.
Um, he's not going to be filming for quite a while, and so his nights are free. So like, there's
Hmm.
no rush. I figure we'll have him on after I get the interview out. If he'll come on. I mean, he said, I mean, he brought it up himself. So I thought,
Hmm.
hey, so I'm going to take him up on it. It'd be crazy not to. And
Sure.
then we can, hopefully maybe he'll stay for like long enough to ask for people to ask questions. I mean, I'm sure he will. He loves talking to the fans.
Hmm.
He said it's fun for him. Sorry, but we're talking about Severance tonight, not From. But we're all Fromaholics here
I'll
too.
have the
So what the
man in
hell?
yellow coming on talking about Severance, and I'll be like, huh?
Yeah.
What's your opinion about Severance?
Yeah. And this is really like the Fromverance channel now, because these are the two
Yeah.
shows I'm covering. So it is Fromverance.
Hmm.
But yeah, hopefully we get more Severance fans and they might show up and be like, Who the hell's Doug Hughes?" Because
Hmm.
like most of the people on From you wouldn't know the name other than Harold.
Hmm.
Um, anyway, Doug Hughes is amazing, and uh, it was so kind of him to offer to do that. I'm so glad like more people do know who he is now. He talked about how he was plucked out of obscurity like his whole career, and he's mostly done theater, and
Yeah,
you're doing
yeah.
such a public job, and yet nobody knows who you are.
Hmm.
It's crazy. But anyway,
Well, I mean, that's just like Jamie. I mean, now he's doing cons and stuff. He's doing, yeah, like horror icon.
that's so cool. I wonder if Tony's got to ask him to come to his con, because I bet
Oh,
he'll
yeah.
say yes.
Oh,
Like,
sure.
there's no way he'll say no. You ask him to any con, and he's gonna say yes. He'll be on the next flight.
Yeah.
So anyway, any Silo watchers? I haven't watched it in a few weeks, to be honest with you. I just haven't had time, and I wasn't really into it that much, like season two. But and I've heard like, oh, actually, I've heard like it's not so great right now. Like there was one episode where Geek Academy said like you don't even need to watch this. You can just completely skip this episode. So that doesn't sound so good. Um, and episode one was terrible. But I mean, I don't know. I haven't watched enough of it to judge myself. So yeah, if you say it's cooking, then yeah, maybe it's cooking. I don't know.
What's for dinner?
Uh, yeah, I need to get back. I need to get back into Silo and catch up. Um,
Did you read the
here is
books?
man. No, I did not read the books. Did you?
No.
Yeah, I've heard they're good. I've heard they're really good.
Yeah.
Uh, but I actually, it's kind of nice not to know what's going to happen though. Um,
Hmm.
I've
Yeah.
heard that the show is following the books very closely.
Oh, okay. A lot of
Here
times
is
that
Man in
doesn't. A
Yellow.
lot of times that doesn't happen.
Yeah, well, this time it is
Yeah.
apparently. Season one was like the first half of book one.
Mm.
Um, here is Man in Yellow for sure. Yeah. Um, yeah, that scene, right, Cassie? It was ridiculous. It was just the biggest what the fuck moment of the whole season. Kier is pure eroticism. Yeah, Kier was a freak. No, I don't think he was I don't think he was a freak. I think the whole thing with yes, no kink shaming. No, no, we're good. You want to be kinky. It's fine. It's just not my thing. But they they seem to worship Kier, but the thing is, Cassie, I think that whole thing is that the erotic outfits, I think that symbolizes the way that Lumen has perverted the original message of Kier.
Hmm.
I think Kier started some kind of religious cult, and Lumen kind of bastardized it and made it more corporate, and we all know sex sells, and corporations tend to, pervert values and whatnot. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's what's going on, and that's why instead of this biblical looking thing, like you see a
Hmm.
biblical looking painting of these four figures in Kier with the cat o' nine tails, now you've got these four people in masks wearing lingerie. And
Hmm.
so that's what I think why I think they're doing that. 'Cause, like, Lumen is not following the original teachings of Kier. I think
Yeah,
that's my
yeah.
theory on that.
Yeah, because I thought at first when I saw it, I thought he was supposed to pick up the nine tails and like, batter the tempers away and go away from me, tempers. Do not seduce me, tempers. I'm better than this, kind of a thing. But then I read
Right.
Ben Stiller that said, "Oh, they're all just supposed to have sex." So there you go.
Right. Yeah. Like that's the way Lumen perverted it for sure, I think.
Hmm.
Um, because the whole point of it was originally supposed to be tame thy tempers,
Hmm.
and those are the four tempers. So
Hmm.
yeah, they screwed it up. Fletch said Julie can't get past the pilot episode. I might try starting from the second episode at this point. Um, you gotta try. The first episode is slower, I will admit that, but it
Is he
picks up.
talking about
It really
Silo?
does.
He's talking
No,
about Silo or
Severance.
Severance? Oh, I thought he was talking about Silo.
Severance.
Because I
No,
heard Silos
no.
was really slow in the first episode of the second season.
Yeah, I thought Fletch was saying that too, and I agree on
Yeah,
that one.
yeah.
But remember, I was saying earlier, Fletch, you got to watch Severance. That's what that was
Uh,
in response
uh,
to.
you
Yeah.
should just start with the waffle party and then work your way backwards.
The um, the waffle. Oh yeah, yeah. Seriously.
Just watch that
Yeah.
scene, and then if you watch that scene and you're like, want to watch more? Are you good?
That's a good point, honestly, because yeah, it was fun to be surprised seeing that, but honestly, it's not important to the overall mystery or the plot. So
Hmm.
you could literally just watch that scene and it wouldn't spoil anything for you. It would just be like, what the fuck is going on? I
Yeah,
gotta see this
exactly.
show.
It might
Yeah.
be intriguing.
Yeah, Fletch. Maybe we'll have to like find a clip of the waffle party and show Fletch. Maybe he'll change his mind. Um Hey CT5V, nice to see you. Hello, ladies, and hello, Frombrance. Nice. Hey, Darfalina, nice to see you. Yeah, yeah. Like you can try the second episode, Fletch, if that's what it takes. Seriously, like, yeah, give it a try. Um, okay. Hey, AA, nice to see you. Yes, yeah. You mean the Lexington Letter? Yeah, we're gonna talk Lexington Letter. Really interesting stuff. I didn't read the whole manual though. I should have spent more time looking at the manual. Um, that's all right though. Why won't you just story walk to Jules? Why won't you just story walk to bring it back? I wish I could. CT5, if I could story walk, I could list you 50 different things I do differently with my life. Believe me. Like, I wouldn't be worrying about a Chromebook.
Yeah, I was gonna
I
say
can
none
tell
of
you
them
that.
will involve a Chromebook, right?
No. No. If only. Honorary fromaholic to Man in Yellow. Yes. Man in Yellow on a live stream would be wild. Yeah. 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 He really wants to do it. So I'm gonna and I've been actually keeping in touch with him since the interview too, through through voice chats on Instagram. Like, he doesn't just write DMs, he actually records little voice chat clips. So that makes it cooler because I can actually hear his voice.
Mm.
Um and oh, and I meant to bring this up. I'll bring this up on a From Live too, but I really want to help him promote his play.
Hmm.
Um, so his play, which we'll talk about on the From Live too, but his play is called Deadline, and it sounds like the perfect play for someone who loves From. If you like stories about people becoming trapped somewhere under mysterious circumstances and having to try to find their way out, it's such a creative concept, this play Deadline, and I want to help him really push it and get it out there. Like, you can buy it online. The more people make noise about it and buy it, the more likely it might actually get another production. It's only had one. in Ohio 2 years ago or 3 years ago.
Mhm.
So I told him I'm gonna promote this thing as hard as I can. I'm gonna like share the link to go buy it. I'm gonna buy it myself and read it. And maybe we can get some other people to read it and discuss it because I think it
You
sounds
could
like
do a
awesome.
dramatic reading. Dramatic reading.
We totally we could, yeah, like a little, like a portion of it.
Hmm.
It's about it's about two playwrights who get hired to ghostwrite a play, and as they start to write it, the scene begins to appear around them, and their
Hmm.
environment starts to disappear, and it continues and continues as they keep writing until their world is just gone,
Hmm.
and then they're trapped, and they're stuck in the murder mystery they were writing and have to try to find their way out. It sounds like a fantastic play, so I'm definitely looking forward to reading it, and I wanna so I wanna help him with that, and yeah, he's a great guy. He really is. DM him the StreamYard link daily. Yeah, it's just like send him the StreamYard link every time and then see how much he might pop on. Hey, I could. He stays up till midnight, he said, so he doesn't mind that our lives are at 10 p.m. So
Hmm.
that's good too.
Can ask him what he knows about
That's
Jack
impressive.
Bender.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he might have some insight. We're gonna be talking about Jack Bender on Friday. Yeah, we postponed that. That'll be a fun one. From is that show we'll never stop talking about, right? Fletch. Yeah, we can't help ourselves. You're on Severance Live. Um, yeah, Dieter, I'm gonna get something. I don't. The thing is, though, the treadmill is right in front of a kitchen cabinet, so there's really no space to put anything behind it. I wish there were, but um, yeah, I need to get back into Silo too. Episodes 8 and 9 were awesome. Okay. All right. First episodes were slow and boring. Yeah, that's the thing, Fletch. It's uneven. It's uneven. Yeah. Big Hick said I like boring shows, I guess. I mean, I don't think it's that boring. Episode 1 was pretty boring, but usually it's a good show. Um, yeah. Oh, okay. Some YouTuber said it was boring and also said From Season 3 was trash. What? Geek Academy said From Season 3 was trash? Did he really? Nuh-uh.
I don't think he
Are you
did.
sure?
I don't think
I
so.
don't, I don't, maybe I don't know. You might be thinking of a different YouTuber. 'Cause I thought he liked it. Yeah, I don't mind slow burns either, Big Heck. I don't. Like, like that's fine with me. I mean,
Hmm.
not too slow. Depends on how slow it is.
Oh, and that's
Hey,
what's
Mark.
funny about the pilot of Severance is I find it hysterical. I don't find it slow at all. A
Yeah,
lot, a
there are
lot of
just a
dry
few
humor,
scenes.
but what?
It's just a few scenes that are slow, like the scene of Mark slowly walking into the office building and like going down to the severed floor, taking off his watch and his shoes and putting on a different one, and then very long scenes of him going down those endless white corridors, which I found comical, but I can see how it might be a little boring for some people.
They just hit fast forward on those. He'll walk really fast through the hallways, and you'll be done, and you could go on to the next thing.
Right, right. I mean, it's not that big a deal. The first the first couple minutes or first couple minutes of Severance season 2, get ready for some more long hallway walks.
Get your finger on the
Actually
fast
no,
forward, everyone.
runs. Yeah, long
I don't know.
hallway
I like
runs
those.
actually.
I like it sets up the world building, so I'm fine with it.
Yeah. Um I don't mind that either. Um I'll find my phone in here. Um Hey Mark, nice to see you. Just dropping by briefly. How are you all? We're doing all right. Hope you're doing well, Mark. Um I just found your email. I don't know if you're still here, but I just found your email, Mark. It was in my spam folder. It's funny you happened to pop in tonight. I found your email and I will get back to you. Thank you so much for the very kind email. And now that I've actually found it, I will get back to you. So sorry about that. And I hope you're doing well. Yes, that place sounds fantastic. Yeah. Sounds like Julie and Doug are dating. Yeah, no,
He's
no.
in the clutches of the man in yellow.
Yeah, yeah. You got me. Yeah.
If he's gonna be
Man in yellow.
making you little
Yeah.
bouquets. Oh
Yeah.
wait, that doesn't go the other way, does it? It doesn't go monster to humans. It's human to monster, right? Like the monsters aren't making cool little bouquets for humans,
Right.
or are they?
Or are they?
Yeah, Smiley
Yeah, I
might
don't
be
know.
like little, like a florist.
Right. I mean, well, down in the remember down in the cave there was a little tea party looking thing
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
there were flowers.
Sunflowers, yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's not that out there.
Oh yeah, Jasper. Need more Jasper.
Jasper.
Need more Jasper in my
Yeah.
life.
Yeah. Jasper could be the florist, I guess. Uh, so Fletch, yeah, I hope everyone's safe due to the fires. Been
Hmm.
seeing some wild stuff on socials. Oh yeah, wow. Um, yeah, it sounds brutal. So yeah, I hope everyone is safe and yeah, it's crazy stuff going on. A lot of evacuation orders and it's awful. Um, oh, Fletch. Well, he was. I mean, he was mad. I know he was mad that they won't let you use clips anymore. I don't.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw
Because
that.
his it was blocked. Yeah. Oh, KP. Yeah, tonight we're talking Severance. I highly recommend you check it out. I just have a resistance to getting involved. It's really a good show. It's one of the best on TV for sure. Um, so I would definitely check it out. Wednesdays and Fridays are From Lives. Big Hex says a lot of people don't get dry humor. Yeah, definitely. Um, Fletch said maybe it's not a show for everyone. It's like Game of Thrones, great TV show, but it's not for
Hmm.
everyone, like Star Wars also. Yes. Um,
You kind of have to like
Mark says I'm
absurdist
busy.
things.
Yeah, very, very absurdist for sure. Um, okay, glad to hear you're well, Mark. Ask Doug to join Severance. I don't, yeah, I don't think he'd have uh much to talk about regarding that unless he's a fan of the show.
We should find
Julie equals,
Some actor on Severance, like Felicia or something, and have her on, but have her watch From,
oh yeah,
and vice versa.
yeah, that'd be great. Um, Julie equals woman in yellow power suit. Nice. Yeah, woman in yellow. That's it. Hey Trace, nice to see you. Yeah, hope everybody out in California is staying safe. Hey, just me. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Grow and Thrive. Nice to see you. And if everybody could hit the like button, please, I would really appreciate it. It would help with the algorithm, help people find this live because new to covering Severance and most people don't know I'm actually doing it. So, hey, CT5V. Star Wars is goated in my opinion. Wait, what are we? Why are we talking about Star Wars? I'm confused. Did I miss something? I don't know.
Well, I talked about
Um,
Star Wars. It said it was an acquired taste, like everything else, like Game of Thrones and the like.
oh, I totally like my brain totally missed that part of it.
That's
I
fine.
don't know why.
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Grant Gregory, you didn't miss anything. I don't no, we're just getting started. We're just getting started here. And hey, Dean Gray, just so you know, this stream popped up for me organically yesterday. Not sure why the
Hmm.
algorithm suggested it. Oh, well, that's great. That's good
Well,
to know.
you'll figure out why, Dean, because we're great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's good. that means the algorithm, I'm doing something right with the algorithm. That's really good news. I'm
Yeah.
glad. That's awesome. Fletch says because it's the best stream around. Well, thank you, Fletch. I appreciate that. It's nice of you. I mean, I love the content. Thank you, Dean. Thank you very much. And we're gonna actually get into the content. We've just been greeting everybody, but now we're ready to actually get into it. I'm still while we break down the trailer, I'm still uploading the photos from the 8-minute preview, but yeah, that's not a problem. I can multitask. And Mr. Grant says just got off a long stream. I might be able to jump on a little bit later. Good. Great. After we break some stuff down, we're gonna break down the trailer and the preview. We'll post the call-in link for sure. Yeah, that would be great. Um, and yes, please like, share, and subscribe. That would help me out a lot. And okay, so we're gonna start. So we finished. Oh, geez, I hate. You know something? I really, really hate the way Google Photos shoves like past photos in your face, like go like
Oh, yeah.
under the category memories. I can't
Yeah.
even open my damn photo app without being triggered all the time. Because if I were to,
Yeah.
I have to figure out a way to go through and delete like the hundreds
hmm
and hundreds of photos I have of my ex in the
hmm
stupid app. I don't want to see his face ever again.
hmm
Ugh. Just can't stand it. Anyway,
Yeah. And
um,
they usually do that a year after you've taken them too, so it's like, yeah.
yeah, I
Yeah, I
don't
can
like
get
that
it.
in Facebook. Facebook does this stuff too. Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, thankfully I didn't share the screen until I actually like I'm always careful. I don't share the screen until I get to the right folder. Last thing I want to do is plaster his face on my
Yeah,
screen.
great.
Yeah,
Memories.
that'd be horrible.
Yeah.
Um, X rage. Yeah, if you knew, if you knew the circumstances, you would understand for sure. Believe me. I, I think there's a way that I can delete all his photos at once, though. Google Photos is really smart. It can detect like if it's the same face in multiple
hmm
pictures, it categorizes all of them. So I think I should
Yeah.
be able to delete them all.
hmm
Yeah, I need them gone. I don't want to see that face anymore. Hey, Matt Gilbert. Hi, kids. Let's find out what's for dinner. Yes. I'm doing okay. Momentarily triggered, but now I'm okay.
Yeah.
Hope you're doing well, Matt. Um, I hate it when it happens during a stream too. You know, like God, just messes with my whole mood. Some of my Facebook memories are truly shameful. Yeah, me too. Um, yeah, the face recognize thing is awesome. Yeah, that should make it easier because I take a lot of pictures. It would take me forever to get rid of them all manually, find them all. Saw a video of theirs from the AI from one. Which one? Which one, Amy? Angry faces. I don't know what. Oh,
Mhm.
okay. I think I know. I get it. Um. So. This trailer. It starts with somebody named Mr. Drummond. Now, I don't know who the hell Mr. Drummond is. I guess he's a new character. This is somebody we haven't met before, but the closed captioning reveals that that's who's talking.
Mhm.
And he says there, and by the way, I have no idea what the hell this is about. The four the four macro data refinement MDR people are our four main guys and lady. They're on a mountaintop or cliff or something. I have
Mm.
absolutely not the first clue as to why. So if anyone has any ideas or theories, please enlighten me because I am at a loss as to what the hell they could be doing up there. Um, but Drummond says their work will be remembered as one of the greatest moments of this planet, which is kind of dramatic. Okay. Um, is he talking about them, I guess? It's weird, but okay.
Yeah, I almost
And
thought that was satire when I heard it for the first time.
yeah, it's pretty bizarre. I don't I don't know. I mean, it's like the world of the show is very small in season one, and you do get the
Hmm.
sense that Lumen has a big presence in the world and is powerful, but
Hmm.
like this is pretty extreme, a statement like this, if it's supposed to be about them. So I don't know what that could mean. Um, I know that this company seems to want world domination. They want to
Yeah,
put chips in everybody's heads. That's pretty clear.
they want the Lumen
So
army.
yeah, they definitely do. So yeah, I don't know. And then Adam Scott, or what's his name?
Mark.
Mark. Mark is running. I don't know if a car is chasing him in this moment. I forget because I can't play the clips, unfortunately. But
Hmm.
it looks like he's being chased by someone. And yeah, so the first couple minutes are basically just him waking up in an elevator and running down the hallways, like around and
Yeah, there's a
around
lot of
and
running.
around.
A lot of running.
There's a lot of running, and he looks panicked when he wakes
Hmm.
up. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on there, but it says Milchick is the voiceover saying, "I know you're still weighing whether to return to Lumen." And so Lumen is now visiting Mark at his home. So I guess
And he's
Audi
in
Mark
a
is thinking about leaving. Yeah.
yeah, but Milchuk
So
looks like he's got the motorcycle jacket on.
yeah,
Got some
yeah, he
hobbies.
does. Yep. Uh, he's looking pretty sharp in that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, Mark had already been thinking about quitting his job, Audi Mark. So this
Hmm.
isn't really a surprise. Um, and Milchick is there trying to get him to reconsider. Now, this does beg the question, yeah, what do they do when somebody wants to just quit? Um, do they try to force them to stay somehow? How does that work? Because they could just decide to quit. And I mean, it's up to the Audi. The Innie doesn't have any say at all. So, so he's there kind of like buttering him up, it seems. Like he's being friendly from what I can tell in the preview. But there's still something so sinister
Hmm.
about him. Even when he's smiling, he's
He needs some
sinister.
lights in his house.
He does need some he needs some
He might
freaking
need some
lights
lights in his house. Can he invest in a couple lamps or something?
right? What the
How does he get
hell?
around in his house?
I don't know. It's like a cave in there. It's always like a cave in there. And I get what they're doing. It's a representation of his depression.
Hmm.
So it's always dark in there. And one of the only things that's lit up is the fish tank because they want us to notice that with the red
Yeah,
fish.
yeah,
And is there a red and a blue fish? I
yeah.
think,
Hmm.
which might, one fish, two fish. Yeah,
Yeah.
uh,
And they're
I
both
mean,
betas, so if you took that thing out of the center, they would fight each other to the death.
right,
So that's
right,
representation of the blue and red sides. Yeah. Fighting.
yeah. Um, so yeah, that's right. So that it fits perfectly. Perfect metaphor. So it keeps cutting back and forth between that scene and Mark running in the hallway, and Milchick says, "But the Mark I've come to know is happy." Yeah, right. He's full of shit.
Hmm. And then
And
it's been pointed out to me he's wearing a suit with long sleeves because Melchick usually rocks the short sleeves.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, I noticed that too. Different look. I think it looks to me like maybe he was promoted to Harmony's job, and
Mm.
that's why he's dressed differently because we're also going to be talking about the 8-minute preview, and in that preview it looks like he's sitting in Harmony's office and in her role now
Uh,
that she had before. And I really wish I had been able, like, I wish I had screenshots of that preview with closed captioning because
mhm.
you can't really, there's like, it's mostly talking, there's next to no action of any kind, and I didn't take notes on it, so I don't know if you did, but
I haven't even
I
seen
don't.
it. I had no time to watch it. I couldn't figure out
But
where to
it's all right.
watch it.
It's in the Discord. Dieter posted it in my server. But
Yeah, I know, and I still can't find it. I looked all over the place,
oh,
and I couldn't find it.
it's in there. It's all right though. I remember the gist of what happened.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not much in there, so I mean,
I mean,
it's
I
fine.
did read the Lexington Letter, if that helps.
Yeah, the trailer is much more action packed than the preview.
Hmm.
Let's just say. Um,
I think that's how they're
so
trying to get fans because they're like, you didn't think there was action? We'll show some action now. A lot of running.
right,
It'd been kind of
a
funny if
lot
they
of
would have
running.
had an action scene and it would have taken forever because they keep on going down these hallways and it was like a 20-minute action scene of them running.
That's what it would be.
Just keep going and going
Yeah,
until they
I
got
mean,
exhausted. They're still like they're tired and they still keep running.
sorry, my mom doesn't seem to understand that I'm on a live stream.
Yeah,
Um,
understood.
and I can't do dishes when I'm doing a live stream. Um,
Well, you
but
could.
not really. Um, so anyway, what was I gonna say? Yeah, yeah. So there's a lot of running, which definitely amps up the tension and the the excitement.
Hmm.
And Mark. So yeah, he's running because Mark is trying to speak to the board through that little speaker, and he says, "Is anyone there? Is the board on?" It's Mark S, and he just barely gets that out before Milchick rips the cord
Hmm.
and cuts it off. So yeah, look at him. He's definitely gotten a promotion. Yeah,
Hmm.
he's all suited up. Definitely. And yeah, he's got the cord, and he just kind of stares him down.
Oh, it's fan.
And there's there's a new painting featuring the MDR people,
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
hilarious.
No, it's from years and
It,
years ago, Julie. It's
oh
not our new
yeah,
people. It's been there forever.
yeah, yeah. This is it's ancient. It's ancient and biblical looking. Now what the hell are they in? I can't tell what the hell this is.
I think it's like
They're
desert
before.
sand. It looks like a desert motif with sand, and then he's like on a rug, but they're in sand because there's sand on either sides of it, and a sun, a harsh sun.
That's what it looks like. I don't get it. Why are they buried in sand? I mean, it's weird looking. I don't understand.
Probably goes with the whole
But
biblical Freemasonry kind of motif.
yeah. And then that's obviously Kier. We would know Kier anywhere at this point. That's Kier.
Hmm.
Um so yeah, they're getting up close and personal with Kier himself here. Look at that. There's Dylan. That's Irving for sure. That's Mark. Maybe that who is that? Is that
I
Helly?
think Helly is the third one in between the two bearded people. I think that's a female, and then Mark's the first
Oh,
one.
okay. Yeah, I think you're right. The hair is weird. It looks like the hair is
Hmm.
too short, but
Yeah, it does. I mean, I feel like that's the vibe they're going for, I guess. They're not exactly
right.
the same because it's been around for hundreds of years.
Yeah, yeah. It's I think it's supposed to be them for sure.
Hmm.
But so now they're being used as propaganda and what do you call it? Propaganda and indoctrination. These paintings are
Yeah.
like, tools of indoctrination. Now it won't let me zoom back out. Ugh, I hate this laptop so much.
And what's Kier doing
Uh,
that sword, or what is he gonna do with that sword?
yeah. Oh my
Lop their heads
God.
off?
That is, I wasn't sure what that is. It's a sword.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
sword. It's definitely. It reminds me of Freemasonry. Yeah.
That's alarming.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
alarming. Yep.
yeah, yeah, that doesn't look so good. And then, yeah, there are people in the background look like they're holding weapons. Um,
Yeah. Like a firing squad or something.
yeah, it's not
Huh.
looking so good.
Not looking so good, yeah.
And then there's a quote here, something about I missed one little part of it, but it says something about one of the most painful moments in the I I guess I missed something. I don't know. I tried to take as many screenshots as I could, but I missed a
Hmm.
little bit of that quote. That's something about I don't know. I must be referring to what they did. Their um
Hmm.
their little coup that they staged with the innies leaving or turning into the outies. Um
Hmm.
or vice versa rather. So Helly shows up. She says, "What the hell?" They're all back and they all look confused.
Hmm.
Irving, Dylan. So they're
Hmm.
all confused, and Dylan says the four of you have become known as the face of Severance reform. So, and it's a load of bullshit, of course. It's a complete load of bullshit. More propaganda. This is to save face after Helly, basically outed them at that event in the
Hmm.
finale, saying, um, they torture us, we're miserable, and whatnot. They're torturing us down there. So so now, this is like it's a PR move just to make themselves look good, save face, severance reform. Look at this. Look at this shit. It's so this is their little propaganda newspaper. They have the Count of Kier has its own newspaper and it's been shown in season 1 too, the Kier Chronicle. And here's this propaganda nonsense. Innies blow the whistle, clearly a fake picture, which has got to be
Hmm.
AI generated, because there's no way the four of their Audis all got
Hmm.
together and and actually like rode in a car through a parade like JFK style or something
Yeah,
like
I
that.
think it's some historical picture that they just put them in.
Yeah, it's a load of crap. And
I can't
look how
remember
it's
exactly which
censored.
one. Yeah. I know
Mm.
the censored is weird. Why is it censored?
It's like they don't want them to see most of what's in that newspaper. Like they're being shielded. They're being like they're covering up what's happening in the outside world, I guess. Even in this, I wouldn't trust this newspaper though, I mean, to be that factual because it's the Cure Chronicle, but
Hmm.
they won't even let them read this without it being censored,
Hmm.
which is crazy. And it says, already the world has come out to say thank you. What does this say? What does this say? Less than a week has passed since four lumen workers the, I hate not having a touch screen, brought, brought what is this? Brought the peer, what does this say? Something of severance reform. Brought the notion of severance reform to the world's attention, and already the world has come out to say thank you. A celebration was held Saturday. Censored, censored, censored. Mark, Helly, Irving, and Dylan with their last initials. Um, the the now famous innies, and then more censorship. It won't even let them read the whole article.
Mm.
It says all four gave speeches praising the courageous acts of their innies and thanking Lumen for its um for its thanking Lumen for their, what does it say?
No.
Um,
Comma commode or something.
yeah,
So the Audis gave speeches about their innies. Is that what you're saying?
yes, praised the courageous acts of their innies, and
Yeah.
of course the sure. Of course, the board was eager to listen. Yeah, right. Other entertainers to perform were, it won't tell them what entertainers performed there. A benediction was delivered by Dr. Rickon Hale.
Oh
What?
yeah. Uh-oh.
Excuse me?
Uh-oh.
Um, what the hell is he doing involved with this? Rickon?
Hmm.
I thought Rickon was against Severance.
Hmm.
That's
May
sus.
maybe the theories that you guys have had about him being a Nepo baby might prove correct.
Yeah, maybe, and maybe, I don't know, like, yeah, that's super sus. I don't know about that. I mean, I know he's against severance. Maybe he's just buying into this severance reform bullshit. I don't know, but
Yeah, but he wrote
as a
a he
benedict.
wrote something called these values 9, how I let Kerr in.
Oh shit. Oh yeah, I was just about to read that and I didn't even get to it. Oh my God. A benediction was delivered by Dr. Rickon Hale, author of such hits as The UUR, which is the book we know from season one,
Mm-hmm.
and These Values 9, How I Let Kier In. Oh no. No, he's a convert now. Oh Jesus. Oh my God. And then I guess they would say no, Kier. As I just said, oh Jesus.
Oh,
Um,
here, yes, exactly.
yeah. Oh no. Yeah, see, it's a cult. It's definitely a cult. So he's a convert now. He now and they mentioned that title after the UUR, so I'm guessing maybe he wrote this after and he's a new convert to the cult of Kier.
Mm.
Wow.
His seventh book.
Oh my God, wow. I didn't zoom in on this until right now, so I'm just learning this right now as we
Mhm.
speak. In the wake of last week's revelation, Lumen has begun implementing global reforms to ensure the happiness and safety of their innies. So yeah, this is a global company as we figured. Um, and I can't read much else. Says something about actual liberation, and I can't read the rest of that, but that's interesting stuff right there.
Mhm.
The whole Rickon thing. That's super interesting. That's a little Easter egg buried in this trailer. Um, and the rest of it, it's very difficult to spot to spot anything. They half the article is censored. It's crazy. Wow. Yeah, that picture looks super old too. The
Yeah.
cars look old.
I think it goes
Um,
with the World War theme that I was talking about, like the Germans and Russians and things like that. Looks
it
like something from the
does.
1940s. Yeah.
Yeah. It says something on the left side about the Baird Creek Bandit. Okay. Um, during the police investigation of the apartment, detectives noticed that the break-in matches the profile of the Baird Creek Bandit. The Baird Creek Bandit has been breaking and entering during work hours. Blah blah blah. Fifth burglary. Okay. Yeah, that's about all we can glean from this. But yeah, fascinating. Now if I can just zoom back out. There we go. Not having a touch screen sucks. The Chromebook has a
Hmm.
touch screen. So yeah. Um they're showing that bunch of nonsense. And apparently they're not in trouble. I was thinking after season one, they're gonna be in serious
Hmm.
trouble and
They'd be on they'd
possibly
be on the testing floor.
that's what I was thinking would happen, that they'd be sent to the
Hmm.
testing floor. But apparently no, because Helly succeeded in getting all this negative attention and they had to do a PR stunt. So, but the thing of it is, they could do that PR stunt and still punish the innies. Nobody would know. How would
Hmm.
anybody find out? They can't tell anybody, so they could have still punished their innies. They could have sent them down
Hmm.
there. I'm surprised that they don't.
They could have put them on cold storage. Yeah,
Yeah. That
during the day.
whatever it is they did to Gemma,
Hmm.
they could have, but Mark says Milchick said we're famous. So and he says he doesn't think that they're in trouble
I like
until he
Dylan's
says something
line.
like
I like
which
Dylan's
one of
line.
us is
He's
said something like um which one of us is like the star, I
yeah,
guess.
like we're not all famous, like exactly famous. One of us has to be like the star.
Right?
Which one of
It's
us is
very
a star?
Dylan. Yeah, which is a very Dylan kind of line. Um, and so Dylan asks them, what did they see up there? And so Irving Irving saw this, of course. Irving in his many, many paintings of the testing floor hallway. Um, and Irving said it's not our world up there. Maybe he's like trying to kind of tell himself that he doesn't care that he's still trapped down there, like it
Mhm.
sounds to me like trying to reassure himself and them, like it's not our world up there or whatever, like
Or
we're
or
stuck.
him knocking on Bert's door didn't go well.
Yeah, I'm guessing it didn't go well. Um, so poor Irving.
Yeah,
And then Mark's going to the break room. That's the break room
makes sense.
hallway. Yeah. That's Mark leaving a
What
Chinese
was
restaurant,
the last picture? Was he hugging somebody? Oh,
putting
he's
on
putting
a
on his
coat.
coat. Okay.
Yeah,
Thought he was hugging somebody
yeah,
for a second.
nah, he's putting on a coat.
Blue coat.
Mark's Mark says his Audi's wife died a few years ago,
Hmm.
and he said, except the woman is Miss Casey.
Hmm. Complication.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah. So then there's a shot of him looking very disturbed. Don't know what
Hmm.
that's about. It's a quick shot of that, and looks like he has tears coming down his face.
Hmm.
There's printouts that they're printing down on the severed floor of Miss Casey, a little missing poster thing. I don't know how
Hmm.
they think that's going to do anything, but whatever. Um, that's not going to help. Not here. Helly says, "So what are you going to do?" And he says, "I got to get her out of here," meaning Miss Casey.
Hmm.
So yeah, that's interesting. I don't know how they're going to do that. Um, but I can understand wanting to. He doesn't really remember her that much.
Hmm.
I mean, he instinctively cares what happens to her, but he doesn't have his memories of actually being married to her. But
Hmm.
I mean, of course, he knows who she is. He wants to get her out. The question is she even alive at all? Um, is she? What is she exactly? Did they reanimate her corpse? Like, is she a robot? Um, that's unclear if she's even really alive. Is she a clone? There are all kinds of theories. He thinks
Did,
that
did,
she's just his wife who's alive, but is she? I don't know.
did he have his photo in his hand when he changed back from the innie to the Audi?
Yeah, I believe so.
Uh,
Yeah, he was running. He was running out of the bedroom holding that,
okay.
and I'm pretty sure when he yelled, "She's alive."
Yeah. I just
Um,
wondered because I thought then people would know that he was talking about Gemma instead of any other she that might be alive.
right. Yeah, yeah. I think he was
They
holding that.
definitely made it a wedding photo to sell the point home.
Yeah. Um, which is helpful because then he immediately snapped
Hmm.
back to his Audi form, and he wouldn't have known what the hell just happened. So,
Yeah.
having the picture in his hand would be extremely helpful in that situation. So
Well, his sister would
that
probably fill him in on what happened.
yeah, now Devin knows. So
Hmm.
Devin says, "Mark, your innie said she's alive."
Hmm.
So this was a big question we had coming out of season one. Like, will they understand what he was yelling about, and will they
Hmm.
believe it? How will his sister react? And so she did understand what it meant, and yeah, she's pushing the issue, which is
Hmm.
good. Apparently, he's not liking it though. He says this is
Hmm.
obscene. Although, unless this looks like a different scene though. This is
Mm.
right after,
Yeah.
but look how the lighting and the setting looks different. So you know how trailers are deceptive?
Oh,
Like, I don't think that's
oh
actually the
yeah.
same scene where he
Yeah.
says this is obscene.
The
Go
Yellow
ahead.
Jackets ones are notorious for having very bloody scenes, like blood splashed against a wall, but it's a dream sequence.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stuff like that, like against the family's picture, so you think somebody in the family has died, but no, it's just a dream sequence.
Oh, I hate that shit.
So when I see the new Yellow Jackets trailer and I see that Misty's about to stab Shauna, I'm like, is this a real thing or is it going to be a dream sequence?
Yeah, that's annoying. Like
Yes, it
I
is.
was I was worried that From was going to do that, um, because of the surreal feeling of the barn scene teaser with the monsters, restraining Boyd. I thought, "Well, this feels so surreal. Maybe it's a dream sequence," but it was legit. I was glad that they didn't fake us out. Um, of all shows to do it, a show with such constant themes of dreams, you'd think maybe they might do that, um, but it was legit. So yeah, this is what trailers do. Trailers show things out of sequence, and they trick you and mislead you into thinking, you know, certain things
Mm-hmm.
are linked when they're not. So yeah, I don't think he's actually saying this is obscene when she said, Mark, your innie said she's alive. Totally different
Mm-hmm.
setting. It's dark there. And and then this is another scene. So
She's
so
wearing
I think
something different.
actually in this scene here, this looks like the same scene where he says this is obscene.
Mm-hmm.
See how that, so he says this is obscene. Here's the same lighting. So that those
Mm-hmm.
two go together. And she says, I just want to be sure. So what she wants to be sure about, I'm thinking probably has to do with Gemma also.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe his Audi really does have a problem with looking into this. Thinks it's ridiculous because um I mean, who knows? Lumen probably faked her death, and
Mm-hmm.
he's saying this is obscene. I could see him having a reaction like that to her wanting to investigate this because he's he's already gotten the closure. As much as he's depressed about it, he's already gotten the closure that his wife died. Just to
Mm-hmm.
open that wound, saying maybe her death was faked would be very painful. So I would understand that. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you on it.
Yeah. So I really liked this part. He runs out in front of, so you know how they've always somehow managed to keep him from well, I mean, like they keep him from seeing Mrs. Selvig, or Harmony keeps
Mm-hmm.
herself from him seeing her in her work attire and stuff. She always keeps up that weird kooky persona with the quirky looking clothes.
Kind of
And
new
he
age,
she
yeah.
never and now he actually catches her in her Harmony look, her normal look, and runs out in front of the car to stop her, saying, "Why did you do this? What is this all about?" So he's onto her bullshit because of the whole thing at the party.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because now Devin, his sister, knows that she was, masquerading as somebody else. This is a huge deal that she's now exposed, snooping around in his life, pretending to be somebody else with a different name. So yeah, now apparently she's been avoiding him, and he just runs out in front of the car demanding answers. And he says, "Do you know something about Gemma?" So I'm guessing the answer would be yes. But she's not telling.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way. It's not going to be that easy. She says, Mark. So I guess this is a flashback, of course. Him
Mm-hmm.
and Gemma. Mark, there will be no honeymoon ending for you.
Uh,
And it's creepy as hell in her
mm,
creepy, creepy Cobell voice.
yeah.
Gemma's eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Those are Gemma's eyes.
Yeah.
And the
Back on
four
the
of them
cliff.
marching up the mountain. What?
I said, "And back to the mountain. Go tell it on the mountain."
What the hell is going on? Why are they hiking a mountain? Can anybody venture a guess? I'm gonna go check on the chat
Field
right
trip.
now. Why are they hiking up the damn mountain? Anybody? Because I'm completely at a loss. Completely at a loss. Let's see. Uh, um, okay, missed a lot in the chat here. Let's see, let's see. My gosh, I missed a lot. Um, okay. Just me said, I'm at a loss for what they're always doing at work. Yes. There are all kinds of theories on that. Dieter said those mountains, I have no idea. So weird, right? It doesn't make sense with everything we've seen already. Like, are they on a mission or something inside the company that makes a simulation? Oh yeah, maybe it's like maybe they're not even really there. That would be trippy. If like somehow they, like we know they can mess with their brains. I'm sure they can do other things with their brains than just switch them from innie and outie. We saw some weird functions in the computer, and maybe they could put them into a simulation. I could see that actually. That would make a
Maybe
hell of a lot more sense than them hiking it for real.
maybe they're gonna try to push them off that cliff and see if they can fly like Kier did in that one graphic video they got when they finished 100%. They're like, you
Maybe.
can fly. Kier can fly. If you believe in Kier, you can also fly.
Sure. Why not? That was fantastic. I loved that scene. It was hilarious. Um, Lumen sounds like Elon Musk. Yes, indeed. Lumen wants to rule all their children. Yes, Matt. Um, yes, the Lexington letter is very informative, Amy. Yes, it is. 100%. I feel like it gives a lot of hints as to what could be going on here. Surprising amount, to be honest. I'm surprised it's much more revealing than the show itself. To, I mean, if I really think about it, but um, Matt said I really think Lumen's plan is somewhat similar to Rossum's from the old show
Hmm.
Dollhouse, but instead of pure hedonism, they want to rule like immortal kings over an army of severed slave labor. Ooh, interesting.
Hmm.
Wow, that's cool, Matt. I like that. I gotta watch Dollhouse.
Yeah, we should watch it.
Um,
We should have a
we
watch
should
party.
really.
I mean, because all like the episodes are kind of encapsulated. I mean, there's an hour story too, but you can get the gist by watching individual episodes.
Yeah, I definitely want to check it out. So we should have a watch party. Um, the only thing is, the question is, what nights to actually do watch parties? We
Yeah,
we're
I
so
know.
booked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're so booked up. The only nights that would really work would be Tuesday or Saturday, I
Hmm.
guess. Um, yeah, Saturday. I mean, that could be. I mean, we can't always avoid other people's events. I know other people
Hmm.
have stuff on Saturdays, and
Hmm.
friends, friends of mine and everything. But I mean, you
Hmm.
just can't avoid everything. There are only so many days in a week. But anyway. Milchick sent Harmony up the river. Yeah, I think so, Mark. And yeah, it looks like they might be beheaded in that picture, right? Judgment, sentencing, and execution. Yes, William. That's what it looks like. That painting says so much about the Lumen ideology. Yes, indeed. Hey, Golden Child. So we don't know exactly what happened after Helly attempted to give her speech. Couldn't they be making up this whole thing to trick the innies? Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And I'm sure they are making up the whole thing about severance reform. Yeah, I mean, there could be a bunch of bullshit going on about severance reform, but I doubt their Audis
Hmm.
attended that event. They do not see their severed workers as fully embodied people. Right, Matt? They definitely don't. Um, okay. It's symbolic of how they view their severed workers. It's an army on the right. What
The right
was?
the painting picture. Those army people that
Oh,
I said
okay.
was a firing squad.
Okay. Got it. Got it. Um, hey, Faith and Repentance. Thank you so much. Yeah, if people listening now, if you could hit the like, that would really help out with with the algorithm, help people find the stream. Thank you. I would appreciate it. Hey, Saggy Star. Hey, you caught up. Nice. I'm glad you caught up. I'm so glad to see new people watching Severance, especially Fromaholics, Framilia, Fromly people. Really happy to see that because I so enjoy talking to all of you guys, and the more of you who start watching Severance, the better, and we can keep the party going, and you know, um, so it just makes it even more fun. Um, hey Umbra, nice to see you, and hope you're doing well. And if you want to join, I sent you the link in the Discord, by the way, and for everybody else, I will post the call-in link after we finish breaking down the trailer and the preview. Oh, speaking of which, I didn't upload those photos to my cloud. I'm gonna do that while I'm doing this. The sun behind the heads is Lumen itself. They see
Mm.
themselves as the only authority in the world. They see the company as the light. Nice. Yeah, makes total sense. Yep, absolutely. That picture is so anachronistic. Yes. Um, they don't even want the innies to see fake news. Yeah, that picture of them in the car parade. Yep. Okay. Propaganda. Yep, it was propaganda for sure. What was that about Rickon? Yeah, Rickon gave the benediction.
Hmm.
Damn. Yeah, that could be fake too. Maybe that
Hmm.
part's fake too, but I don't know. Maybe you know something? That part could be fake, and here's why.
Hmm.
I just
Yeah.
thought of something.
Hmm.
They might have found out that the innies read that book. Maybe they finally found that contraband book with the
Hmm.
innies stuff, the UUR, and if they found out that they read it, then I could totally see why they would lie and say that
Hmm.
Rickon read that benediction and converted himself to Kier. He opened his heart to Kier, and then maybe they won't be
Hmm.
radicalized anymore. So it could
Yeah,
be a lie.
yeah, I was thinking that too when we were going over stuff. I was like, that could be faked. Yeah.
That could be fake. Mark says Rickon is against Severance up and until fame and fortune are involved. Yeah, I could see how he could turn he could turn if fame and fortune were involved. I could see it. Yeah, I could see it. Maybe they are trying to discredit him through slander, like you say, Infinite, we cannot trust any of this. Right. Yeah, we can't. We gotta be careful what we actually believe here from that paper. I think that's a lie for the innies to believe. Rickon hates Lumen. Yeah, grow and thrive.
Hmm.
Mark said Rickon got himself co-opted. It's possible. Lumen wants to debunk Rickon's censored newspaper. Yeah, yeah. He has gone to the dark side. Maybe they have cookies. Dear. Rickon is their leader. If he likes Lumen, then the innies will follow suit. Right, grow and thrive. So that's why it's probably a lie. Probably a lie. I think they will punish them. Yeah, Cassie, I think so too. I don't think they're just gonna get off that easy. Matt says until we get more info, I'm sticking with what we know. He is against Severance, and his followers are weird and pretentious. Yeah, definitely. Hey, Kelly, nice to see you. She definitely didn't have much emotion, not like the others. Um, who did? Who didn't?
I don't know.
Um,
I don't know.
oh, Miss Casey.
Okay.
Perhaps a chemical lobotomy, maybe.
Hmm.
AA says, I fear if Ms. Casey's severance chip comes out, she'll be in a coma, brain dead, unless she's a clone, and Lumen has mastered cloning full adults. Yeah,
Hmm.
those are some of the theories. That she's in a coma down there, and the chip allows her to like kind of walk around like she's kind of a robot. I've heard of that theory. The medical definition of death has changed quite a bit. Huh, Matt, interesting. Um, let's see. Um, okay. What happened to the rest of Mark and Devin's family? Yeah, I know. You never hear about them. I don't know.
Mm.
Matt said if I really thought my wife was dead and someone suggested investigating again, I might react with this is obscene. Yeah, me
Yeah.
too.
Hmm.
Absolutely. Makes sense. Hey, Old Mod Comms. Nice to see you. Haven't seen you yet in the chat. I think Devin is suggesting to have the body exhumed.
Mm.
Oh, yeah. And that's
Hmm.
why Mark says it's obscene. Like it's a ridiculous idea. Yeah,
Hmm.
100%. That makes complete sense. Um, okay. Yeah, the parents, Matt. I think AA was talking about maybe their parents. William Waddy, business retreat for team building, corporate propaganda, mountain climbing. Yeah, could be. Mountain exercise. They may be looking for a cemetery. There's a shot of a cemetery in the trailer. I didn't see that. Um, did you see a shot of a cemetery, Scarlett?
There's a cemetery near the Lumen housing. I don't know if that's what they're talking about.
Yeah.
That's the only one I've seen, kind of like giving the impression that people work and die there. They work, live, and die
Mm,
in this community.
yeah. Um, they may be looking for or traveling to another Lumen facility. Yeah, maybe Matt. Let's see. I do not think this is a simulation. Yeah, I don't either, Matt. Probably not.
Mhm.
I don't think the show would do that. It's a bit passé nowadays. I wasn't saying the whole thing, but I thought, like, I don't know, maybe they put them into this simulation temporarily for some reason. I don't know. I don't know why they would, though, personally. It doesn't really make sense. But yeah,
Mhm.
that actress who plays Miss Casey is in Dollhouse. Yes.
Yeah, sometimes she
Okay.
gets to play a character that has an Aussie accent. Sometimes not.
Right. Amy said Casey seems like a psycho. I don't know about psycho necessarily, but like there's something not right about her, clearly. She seems like she feels things, but you can't actually like it doesn't seem like she feels anything. She says that she's scared or she has a tear coming down her face, but it's like it's like a robot. Like it's not normal. So there's something not right about her for sure. Something very, very wrong, I think. Hey, Muncher Luncher. Imagine Lumen's whole operation is to build and maintain an augmented reality where people's life force is harvested, aka from town. Oh, that would explain the goats which Lumen places into the town. Imagine if the whole thing winds up being a crossover and like the two worlds collide. Oh man, my brain would explode. Like, yeah, like what they're doing is they're secretly, punching things into the computer, and it's somehow maintaining this augmented reality. Yeah,
Hmm.
that would be pretty wild. Um, yeah, yeah, it's a good point. Like they never talk about other family members. Usually, you see a brother and sister, even if they're adults on a show, like they might mention their parent once in a while, or what,
I like to make a
their mom.
video. You okay?
Hmm? Yep,
I like to make
yep.
a video where the Severance MDR people are putting numbers into folders and then something happens in From.
Oh, nice.
The
That would be great. Yeah, some goats appear in the
crossover. I
woods.
wonder what we're doing.
Yes.
They
Oh
put some numbers
man.
in a
Yeah.
file. It's a colony house massacre. These are some scary
Yes.
numbers. This number's scary.
That'd be awesome. I love it.
It's like these are
Um,
some happy numbers, and some people, it's like Fatima, and Ella's having a good time in the Brumbles.
yeah. Yeah. That would be the ultimate crossover, the two best shows on TV, in my book.
Yeah.
Good night, Mark. Um, my head will turn into an empty gourd now. Nice that you could hang with us for a while, Mark. We missed you. Muncher says that scene where Mark says it's obscene is the craziest scene I've seen in all the scenes. There's a sentence. Um, Matt says a lot of people live like that in our world. We are alienated and isolated. The Severance world is a heightened mirror of our world in this sense. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Um, honestly, the whole world of the Severance floor itself is a mirror of of our world. It's a microcosm of our society, complete with propaganda, indoctrination, religious dogma, pseudo-religious dogma, and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Anyway, getting back to this, so
This looks like
we can
Russian.
see,
Again, again, when I say the German and Russian imagery, this looks like some kind of old Russian movie.
yeah, that hat, right? That looks like
Uh-huh.
a Russian like winter hat, definitely.
This is the
I
way
thought,
I look when I walk around Michigan when it's like, 10 below zero.
right?
Just like this.
Yeah. So this shows us definitively who that was in that
Hmm.
long distance shot walking up the mountain. It is Mark and his crew, I'm sure. I don't think we see all of them, but
Hmm.
um oops, my battery's low. I gotta plug in my laptop. So yeah, why they're doing it, I have no idea. But now who the hell is this dude? Is this
Look,
Mr. Drummond, I'm guessing?
his
I
bangs
think
are
this is
awesome.
Mr. Yeah.
Got this awesome
I
bang
think
kind of Dutch boy haircut going on. It's great.
oh yeah. That's a great look. What the hell? And what kind of a haircut is this? It's so goofy. I can't think of what it reminds me of, but there's like this old-fashioned picture I have in my head of like this little kid with his hair like that. I can't
Hmm.
remember where I saw it before, but yeah, it looks like some really old-fashioned goofy haircut. I
Like
don't know. Or
Little
not
Lord
I don't
Fauntleroy or the Boy in Blue kind of feel.
kind of, yeah, something like that.
Now I want to do another video where it's like this guy and then it's Mari with scissors from From. He's working
Yeah.
out some new haircuts, new haircut style.
Yeah. Marielle from From made a guest appearance, a
Yeah,
crossover appearance, guys.
yeah. It's the testing
Um,
floor.
do you remember the testing floor?
Yeah, you just get
Yeah,
bad haircuts.
yeah. Do you remember when shows used to have crossover episodes
Hmm.
sometimes?
They still
Like,
do.
oh really?
Abbott Elementary just had a crossover with It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and I recorded it because I wanted to see it.
You gotta be kidding me. It's Always Sunny is still freaking on the
Oh
air?
yeah, it's the longest running sitcom in history.
What the hell? How many seasons has it been on?
A long
That's
time.
nuts. That's nuts. It's been on for over a decade. So it's
Hmm.
now eclipsed the longest comedy that I knew of. The longest two were Cheers and Frasier, which both tied at 11 seasons.
Hmm.
I can't think of any comedy series that was ever around longer than that. And this easily
This
beat
one.
that. That's that's
Hmm.
crazy. Wow. I've hardly ever even watched any of that.
Hmm.
I know it's like I've watched a little of it and I parts of
Hmm.
it are funny. I just
Hmm.
don't I love Charlie Day. I just don't particularly like the characters in that show very much and the type of
I
humor that
don't.
it
I
is. I
don't
don't
think you're supposed to like them. They're supposed to be awful.
They're supposed to be awful people. Yeah, and I
Hmm.
mean I love Danny DeVito in anything. I
Hmm.
love him. And I love Charlie Day. But
Hmm.
I don't know, I've just had trouble getting into it and
Hmm.
now I definitely would have trouble getting into it because it was one of my ex's favorite shows and one of the
Yeah,
first
well,
ones
that's
we
a
watched
problem. Yeah.
together. So there we go with
Hmm.
the X again.
There you go. Yep.
Um, yeah, so that kind of kills it for me.
Hmm.
But anyway, so I'm guessing this dude is probably, I mean, I can't be sure, but maybe Mr. Drummond, who was referred to in the captions.
Hmm.
And he says, so So wait, I'm confused. Did he say this twice in this
Yeah, I think
preview?
so.
Because
Yeah, I think it
it
did.
says that's weird. It says their work will be remembered as one of the greatest moments of this planet. And then meanwhile it shows them sorting the scary numbers. Like
Hmm.
really? That's one of the greatest moments of this planet. Okay.
I don't know what's
Um
happening on the other side of that.
yeah. So so Irving here, it looks like somebody's following him. That's ominous looking.
Hmm.
He's out. and it looks like someone's after him possibly. Irving is in a okay. Where you tell me, name one phone booth that you've seen in the last decade. I'll wait, because like I'm sorry, this is not a thing anymore. Where are they, and what year is this? I want to
I
know
mean, they
now.
just
But
they just took
this is some bullshit.
the last ones out of like New York City subway or something. And there were some of the last phone booths, and they took them out not too long ago.
Yeah. See, I'm sorry. This is some bullshit, okay? Between this and all the old tech, the old cars, the old computers, the flip phones, this is why is this a thing? It's driving me nuts.
It's
Why?
classic.
It
The
should,
phone booth is a classic motif.
it shouldn't be here, though. It logically doesn't make any sense for this old tech to be
I don't
here
know. David
in
Lynch seems to love
abundance.
these type of phones, so I mean, it just depends what kind of world you're building.
I guess. I don't know. It just doesn't, to me, it just needs to make
Film
logical
noir
sense.
romance. It's film
Yeah.
noir. You gotta have a phone
Just
booth in
does
film noir. Oh my god, all the goats.
all the goats, many, many goats. So uh, I don't know what Irving is doing here, but it looks like he might be sneaking around. Like maybe, like why is he out using a payphone? We know Irving is investigating some stuff. It looks like we're going to get to know
Mm-hmm.
Outie Irving a bit more, because we
Mm-hmm.
saw in the season one finale that Innie Irving discovered the stash of Outie Irving, the stuff that he's been investigating, compiling, um, lists of severed employees, which must have taken him a long time to get together into a list, and addresses, any information he could possibly uncover, he wrote down on these lists, and maps with where some of them live. So he's definitely digging into Lumen related stuff, and somebody appears to be following him. So we know that they go after people because Petey felt like someone was after him. The company was after him.
Mm-hmm.
So he might be in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And many, many goats. Uh, so the baby goats are all grown up now, and they have everything complete with rolling green hills in a
Mm-hmm.
freaking office building. Make it
So
make
the,
sense.
like the Sound of Music.
Like the Sound of Music.
Well,
Yeah.
this could be the secondary goat room. Like they have the baby goat room, and then this is the pasture room.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not what it looked like in the other room that we saw. This is
I mean,
not the goat room that
it's
we
kind of cool because you have all this organic stuff, and then you have all the fluorescent lights on top.
saw. Yeah. Yeah. Um make it make sense. Tell me how that they can actually make grass grow in an office building, please.
No, they
I
don't just
don't
put
see
dirt
how that
down. They
works,
put the
but
dirt down. They build
I
the
love
dirt. They put the grass on top.
I mean, I don't know. It certainly gives it a very surreal and absurd feel, which
Mm-hmm.
fits with the show. So now, yeah, they've taken another field trip to see the goats.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, this season, maybe we'll get a clue as to what the hell the goats are for. That would be nice.
As long
But
as it's a good thing.
I'm hearing that season two is just as confusing as season one, though, from what I've
Yeah.
heard from the reviews that have come out. I haven't read them, but I know people love it. The critics are loving it. It's got, like, last I checked, it still had 97% fresh reviews on Rotten
Mm-hmm.
Tomatoes. And I'm hearing it's great, so we'll see. So I don't know. I don't know what this thing is. I don't have the slightest clue. I mean, the only thing I can think of is there. I mean, I hate to say it, but animal experimentation. The only thing I can think of is that they're testing the chips in the goats' brains. I don't know why else they'd have them.
Or else they're just
Um,
making artisanal cheeses for the innies who still live here, that live here all the time. Food
maybe, but I
source,
mean, if you're gonna,
milk and cheese and meat eventually, goat curry.
yeah, maybe. I don't know, but Cobell says you don't value them, you fear them, and apparently now. apparently she's talking to
Mm-hmm.
Helena. Now it's
Mm-hmm.
Helena, not Helly anymore.
Yeah.
And it's hard to see.
Mm-hmm.
Um, is that Harmony?
I
Yeah.
think so. I think it's
Looks like
Harmony.
on the left, I believe that's Harmony.
Mm-hmm.
And they're at the gala. Obviously, they're still at the gala, which was at the end of season one, and so she's talking to Helena, saying, "You don't value them, you fear them." She says, "We fear no one." She's a total bitch, clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Helly's Audi is a bitch,
Mm-hmm.
and you and then now this part may be deceptive. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
sure who's actually looking at this. The
Yeah.
the surveillance footage of them of Helly and Mark, someone's looking at it. I don't know if it's really her though.
I don't think so
This
either.
could be out of sequence.
Yeah, I think
So
it. Yeah, I think it's
um,
just cobbled
it's out of
together.
sequence.
Yeah.
Right, because she's still dressed for the gala. How would she be
Mm-hmm.
looking at? I mean, I guess she could go downstairs. They're still in the building, the Lumen
Mm-hmm.
building. She could go downstairs and look at the footage. It's possible it could be her looking at it. And
Mm-hmm.
she has a funny look on her face when she's looking at it. It's a
Mm-hmm.
hint of a smile. I don't know
Mm-hmm.
why she would be smiling at that though.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, why would she want her innie to be getting involved with another coworker? She views her innie as
Yeah,
not a person.
yeah, but she could use it as leverage over any. She could threaten Mark, you know,
Oh,
and get leverage over Helly because of it.
it could be a kind of a wicked smile, like, oh, I can use this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. Just like remember how Harmony tried to scare Helly by saying, that same kind of thing. She said, you know, she said like they'll all suffer, Mark
Mm-hmm.
will suffer.
Mm-hmm.
She specifically said Mark because
Mm-hmm.
she must have already picked up on that Helly and Mark kind of had a flirty thing going on
Mm-hmm.
before she got fired. And she said, yeah, you know, she said, you'll be long gone, but
Mm-hmm.
they'll all suffer, Mark will suffer. And
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, that's a way to threaten her. Milchick says, I'm tightening the leash. Milchick is looking a lot scarier.
Yeah,
Less smiling going on. Less smiling and more intense
more
looking.
business.
Yeah. And this popping into the, stopping the elevator door. I don't know
Mm-hmm.
what's going on there, but that doesn't look good. Now this part gets crazy. So I had a really hard time. I had to actually, to get screenshots of the next section, I had to um slow it down into slow motion because
Mm-hmm.
everything flashes on the screen extremely fast.
Mm-hmm.
So first I'm going to go through the screenshots that from the regular speed,
Mm-hmm.
and it will miss some stuff, so we can just read the captions. And then after that, I have the slow motion stills so that we can see the quick things that were flashing on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
One of which is really batshit crazy looking. So, um, Mark says if we let this happen to Miss Casey, who's going to step up when it happens to us? Now, going back, who's this on the motorcycle?
Milchick.
Um, I'm guessing Milchick. He had the motorcycle jacket on.
Mm-hmm.
However, there's another still that makes me not so sure about that.
Mm, okay.
So Helly's having some kind of love scene with someone. I'm guessing Mark. Maybe
Under the red
they're in a
lights.
storage. Maybe we found a storage closet somewhere or something. I don't know.
Under red
Um,
light.
under red light. Yeah. And this doesn't look good.
Yeah, that
Dental
doesn't look good.
tools. Yikes.
Some brain
That's
scrapers.
concern. That's concerning. There's a lot of sharp tools right
Yeah.
there. I don't like that. And this doesn't look good either. A melon party?
Ultimate
Doesn't
melon
this mean
party.
that doesn't this mean that they're about to retire you when they do this or not? I forget. Like was Bert's party a melon party or was that something else?
Yeah, but then they had a melon party there where somebody wasn't retiring, so maybe it's just a fun party. This watermelon's pretty crazy though.
It is crazy. It's
It's
an
amazing.
amazing creation. But the fact that it's Irving's head makes me
Yeah,
concerned that they're retiring him, and in this preview, it makes it look like they're after Audi Irving.
yeah.
So that tells me they might be ready to do away with with Audi Irving and,
Mm.
say that he's just retiring. That's what that looks like to me. Um,
Oh, let's
here's
ring the
your
bell.
here's your cowbell lady. Um,
I'll ring the bell, but you
I
won't
don't
be
know
able to
who.
hear it.
Yeah, I can't hear a thing. Um,
They make a different kind of
this
noise though.
lady, I don't know who she is. She's new. But I'm guessing this is part of the goat room, maybe, and that's why she has the bell. She's
She's
herding the goats,
the goat maiden.
yeah, I'm guessing. Yeah, she looks kind of intimidating too. That
Hmm.
face, it looks kind of scary. That was funny as hell. That looks just like those old Rankin Bass stop motion animation specials. I loved that.
Yeah, yeah.
It looks like Irving animated to look like that with his hair on
Hmm.
fire,
Hmm.
from what I can tell, with the mustache. I love it. Um, no, this was nuts. There was this crazy shot. I wish I could play this clip for you without the video getting pulled, but I can't.
Hmm.
The video will get blocked if I do. The live will get blocked. But there was this crazy part of the trailer where all these things are flashing on the screen really fast, and Mark is looking at Miss Casey, and the camera starts to tilt, and then it
Hmm.
goes sideways. Like I'll show you in the slow motion stills after, but
Hmm.
um, it goes completely upside down, sideways and upside down. Yeah, trippy stuff. Now Milchick is up on the mountain too, apparently,
Hmm.
in another, big fur hat, like
Hmm.
Russian kind of setup here.
Hmm.
Or get up, I mean. He
It
says
looks like
now.
it looks like an 80s spy espionage movie or a James Bond film.
Right. It does. It totally does. Yeah. Like Soviet era.
Hmm.
Um, and he's talking into a walkie-talkie saying now. Uh, any guesses in the chat as to what the hell's going on here? Because I'm at a complete loss. This is not like, see, here's the thing about Severance. Severance, it's a lot, I find it a lot more difficult to theory craft when it comes to this show, and especially trailers like this versus From.
Hmm.
With From, I was brand new to the fandom, and when the teaser for season 3 came out with the barn scene, I immediately had a theory. Immediately, I was like, okay, this is what I think's going on, and I was wrong, but I was still able to come up with a theory. I was thinking, okay, Fatima is having an accelerated birth in the barn. Boyd is being tied up and made to watch while they rip the baby out. And it was a
Hmm.
valid theory at the time. And you could
Hmm.
see that happening. I even called into Tony Teflon's show that night. That's how gutsy I
Hmm.
felt about it. But
Hmm.
with this, I mean, I love Severance, and I pay close attention and take notes, but I don't have a damn clue what the hell they're doing on this mountain. I have no idea. I really don't. And this looks like something ominous with him saying
Hmm.
now into a walkie-talkie. So, yeah, your guess is as good as mine. This is interesting. This looks like, so this is one of those monitors that is this one of those monitors for like I forget what this is. It's it's one of those medical like vital sign monitors, right?
Hmm.
Something like that?
Yeah, but
Or am I
it's
wrong?
really curvy.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's not that. It reminds me of something and I can't think of what it is. If anyone in the
Lie
chat knows,
detector?
lie detector maybe. I don't know,
I like
but it
somebody
did
mentioned
like
Spies Like Us. Yeah, I was thinking Spies Like Us too. The movie Spies Like Us.
yeah. Oh, yeah, I never is that movie I never heard of that.
It's a comedy
Um
movie with Dan Aykroyd in it.
yeah, okay. Okay. Um yeah, I don't know what in the hell that is, but
Mhm. I don't either.
so So this is ominous as hell.
Yeah, that's
It's
ominous.
so creepy. Mark's on the elevator and the doors close, and you just hear Milchick saying, "Goodbye, Mark S." And then the doors close. It's creepy as fuck. Oh my God. And he panics and he tries to like stop the elevator door from closing.
Hmm.
So I don't know what that's about, but okay, so this is the last part
Hmm.
here. Um, it's my first day. This is so funny. Mark is sitting with three new employees, three different employees, and there's a little girl here.
Or that's maybe from Arrested Development and the girl from Search Party.
Oh, okay. Okay. Um,
That's
so
my
there's this,
birthday twin. That's my birthday twin, Bob Bavalan. That's been in many Wes Anderson films.
okay. See, I don't know any of these
Love him.
people,
I
so
love him as an actor. I love him.
oh, okay. Interesting to see them adding a few new faces here. I don't know how much they'll actually be around or if this will just be a one-time thing, because I really don't see them separating Mark from his coworkers for long in this season.
Hmm.
You know, I doubt it. But this is very funny. So, a little girl is here, and she's like, "It's my
Hmm.
first day here as deputy manager." And he said, this old guy says, "Well, I have a question. Why are you a child?" Okay. And they're doing that team building thing with passing the ball.
Hmm.
She's like, because of when I was born. Alrighty then. This is disturbing, actually. They're severing children now? What the fuck?
Yeah.
And, oh,
Or
shit,
they're
shit.
growing them. They're growing them in Lumen. She's property of Lumen.
Yeah, maybe. Either that or they're severing kids now and using child labor.
Hmm.
The hell?
Or all the above.
Or all the above. So, yeah, so that's interesting. Um, Let me see what you guys are saying. I do have screenshots of those last few really fast things too. Um,
I'm gonna run upstairs for a
where,
second. I'll be back in a minute.
okay. Matt says they're filming Dr. Zhivago. Michigan is in Russia, right? I don't know. Amy says looks too cold. What the heck? It sounds like one of my cats is vomiting. Okay. Yeah, it looks freezing, Amy. It looks too cold for me too. Fat Lord Farquaad. That's funny, Amy. Mr. Drummond's bangs. Hilarious. Yeah. Lord Farquaad. Yeah, totally. His beard looks like it's made of plastic. I agree, Matt. Amy wins this stream by far, right, Teeter? Yes. Muncher Luncher. Proof of crossover that haircut is 100% Christie influence. Yes. Oh yeah. Theater, maybe they're on the Kier planet and it's a very small planet. Yeah, they never have talked about other places so far. Well, they've mentioned another state, Delaware. So there's that. William, phone booth in 2025. It's crazy. Phone booth in 2025 is crazy. Matt, this show uses anachronistic technology. Yes. We still have public phone booths in Australia, though. Oh, we don't pretty much. They're gone, long gone. William, Miracle Grow. Okay, the grass. Free range, maybe a food source for innies who never leave the facility. Matt, probably. From crossover confirmed, Man in Yellow is Kier incarnate. Could be Muncher Luncher. I'd love it if they were connected somehow because they're my two favorite shows. Matt says Erickson and Stiller said that when they wrote that initial goat scene, they had no idea what it might mean. You gotta be kidding me, Matt. That's a little concerning. They're just putting random shit in the show just to be weird. I don't like that so much. Interesting and potentially important line from Cobell there. She does value the innies in her own way. Oh yeah, she said she said something. You mean when she said they don't value, I forget what it was. Wait, they don't value us. I forget what she said. I have to go back and look. She said you you don't value them, you fear them. I think that's what you were talking about. Cobell said that. You don't value them, you fear them. Yeah. Um, hey Umbra. Nice to see you. How you doing?
Hey, Julie. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Um, so interesting trailer, right? Pretty weird shit.
Very. Yeah. I see you all just got to the point where you were mentioning the young lady that they brought in, the younger kid, the teenager or whatever.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, whenever I see something like that, that's pretty out of place. Having
Mm-hmm.
a kid like that in a corporate environment,
Mm-hmm.
you can almost expect something to go terribly wrong with that.
Yeah. Uh, it doesn't give me a good feeling, for sure. It's comical to see it in the trailer, but there's just something very wrong about that. She should not be there. So
She looks
interesting
like
stuff.
pre-breakdown Carrie.
Yeah, she kind of does. Yeah. Um, but I don't know what that could be about. They're severing kids now, or what's going on, but um, like Matt here said, goats can turn on you. Yeah, that's true. Um, that's a look of disdain, amusement, superiority. She's a schemer. Yeah, um the look on you mean the look on Helena's face? I think that's what you mean. I hope Christopher Walken gives us a needs more cowbell. Oh, I love Christopher Walken. Um, hopefully they'll have him in the show enough because they did have him retire, but he appears in the trailer very briefly. Um, Matt says it's difficult because Severance is so tightly plotted. They are telling one coherent story. Mm-hmm. Monsieur Luncher Milchick is probably demanding a group of snow elves to now start making waffles. Yeah, there we go. Um, Umbra, any idea on what the hell they could be doing up on the mountain? Because I don't have I don't have the first clue.
It's very off-putting. I can only imagine that after their, I guess, revolt or whatever you want to call it, they've separated them, and Mark has been taken to a different facility. That's the only thing that makes some sense. Or it
Hmm.
could just be that this is just a further deeper part of Lumen that they normally wouldn't see because they're all so isolated typically in the basement or whatever they go to.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe this is just a different part that's connected to the mountainside that's near them.
Okay. Yeah, that very well could be. I mean, they definitely live in a really snowy area. Like we see a lot of snow um in the preview too. So yeah, they might just this might just be like nearby. I think the show is supposed to take place somewhere in the vicinity of Pennsylvania, but I forget what we were talking about that in the last live for Severance about where it's located. I forget. Somebody said not Pennsylvania though. I forget
Yeah,
why.
it's like Pennsylvania slash New England or something like that, or maybe.
The state code is PE.
Oh, that's
Hmm.
right. It said Kier PE.
So
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
I figure it's
there's no such thing.
Pennsylvania where, like Delaware and
Yes.
Pennsylvania.
It's made up. Yeah.
What's a really mountainous area around that way?
Well, Pennsylvania's
Hmm.
got a lot of mountains. Around where you say?
Yeah, so Pennsylvania, it's definitely them playing on, um, being ambiguous, playing on which state it could be in. I think the whole point of it, even if it's called Kier, because it's clear, like they named it after Kier itself, so I think it's just showing that he has Kier itself has such domination as far as the world is concerned, where he has enough power to have a whole city named after him.
Right.
Yeah, I've heard theories that it could be Pennsylvania or Rhode Island, depending on like the history of like weird cults and stuff. But then Julie says there's not very weird cults in Rhode Island.
Not that I know of. Not that I'm aware of.
It's investigation.
Yeah. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Pennsylvania though has it though, right? Pennsylvania has a lot of that.
Pennsylvania has some extreme, religious sects that I know of. If you want to consider, like, if we're including, no offense to the Amish and the Mennonites, my mom's family came from the Mennonite community, but they're an extreme religious
the huge
sect.
Amish community that's on the live right now. The huge Amish community
Yeah.
that's using our live. Sorry.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't want to
Sorry, I had
offend
to
any of you
insert a joke.
Amish. Yeah, all the Amish left the chat just now. The
Hey,
Amish have left the chat.
we finally turned on our electricity and computers, eh? And this is what you say about us?
Yeah. Like, like I have nothing but respect for them. My mom's family came from the Mennonite community, and they just they have very strong beliefs against technology, and so yeah, but yeah, to me, I think this would fit in that kind of environment, though. Like a very traditionalist religious sect. I could see it. Uh, Matt Gilbert said that graphic I had up looked like an oscilloscope, a machine for measuring waves.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. Matt says child labor is on the rise again in our world, unfortunately. Well, that sucks. I did not know that. Um, Montreal Luncher. Oh yeah, Montreal Luncher was saying that Milchick is probably demanding a group of snow elves to now start making waffles. Yeah, I want to see that myself. That goat scene apparently started out as some weird for weird's sake stuff. They could be lying to us, though. I suspect they are. I don't like that. Scarlett, when you were gone, Matt said that they didn't have any plan for when they wrote the goat scene, according to Stiller and Erickson. That they didn't have any idea what the hell the goats were about. I feel like you put something crazy like that in a show, you need to have an explanation for it.
Well,
I don't like
there's
that.
some weird stuff that happens in the original script if you listen to the podcast, because, like I was saying, people were birthed out of giant like sphincter onto that table in the first scene. Corbell had a house that changed into a porta potty. There was a lot of weird stuff going on. I don't know if it had an explanation to it.
You say people were born out of
had a house.
People were born out of a sphincter, you said? They were born out of literally?
Onto the table. Yep.
I didn't notice that.
That's great. Yeah, I gotta
Well,
listen to this
once I
podcast.
imagine the imagery, it's just stuck in my head now. It won't go away.
It's kind of a strong mental image there. What about the porta potty thing with Cobell, her house and a porta potty?
The whole thing about it was that Mark was supposed to be the one on the table, and it was supposed to be interviewed by Helly, and then his Audi goes out, and no, I mean, this is before he goes in to get severed. He's down on his luck. He's divorced. He hits a cat in the road. He takes the cat to the house where he thinks the cat's from, and Ms. Corbell lives there. And then she says, come in, and she shows him the severance technique on a rat. Like, she takes this rat and she tortures the rat, but then when she turns the switch and makes it like the Audi again, he nestles in her lap and it's a pet again. So he leaves and he wants to get the police to come investigate her. And when he comes back to the house, her whole house is changed into a porta potty.
What the hell? Okay.
Yep.
That makes zero sense. I don't understand. Like, what is this? Like it just magically transforms into a porta potty. That's
No.
okay.
So
Uh,
the original
I
script
know
ran
this.
like that. So they refined it a bit, I will say.
They refined it a bit, I would say that too. Yes. And hello, Sonic, you boy. Thanks for stopping by to say hi. Appreciate it. I don't know if you watch Severance or not, but if you don't, highly recommend. Always nice to see you. Um, Tony was supposed to, speaking of Sonic, make me think of Tony because Sonic is a mod over in Tony's chat, and Tony Teflon was supposed to have his 100K celebration stream over the weekend. I don't know what happened. Maybe his plaque was late coming in the mail or something. I want to see this wild celebration stream he's been teasing. I mean,
Maybe
it's not
they
gonna be.
blocked it when he started doing the propeller dance.
I was just gonna say, like, I
Too
don't know
hot
if
for
I
the
want to see.
internet.
Yeah, like I don't know if I want to see something that wild, but he was talking about how he's gonna, get drunk on the celebration stream and have fun and shit like that. Um, but yeah, so yeah, maybe it got pulled because it was too hot for YouTube. I don't know, but hopefully he'll have it soon. He didn't do any lives over the weekend actually. It's too bad. I was missing my Tony Teflon fix there. Anyway, let's see. Where are we? Okay, almost caught up here. AA said the severed kid could be dead, like Gemma slash Miss Casey. Maybe, but she doesn't look robotic in the way. I mean, she has a weird affect for a kid, very, very serious and you know, unusual, but I don't know if she seems as robotic as Miss Casey, but could be. She
Is she
actually
a
could be. Uh, Sorry, go ahead.
is she a child of Kern? Raised by Kern?
Maybe, maybe.
I mean, kind of like I think
Actually,
that Harmony's was raised, like she was like an orphan raised by Kern. This is our Kern orphan.
yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Yeah, maybe raised, and also AA does make a good point too. I mean, if the kid is dead, nobody will be looking for them. Their parents don't even know she's alive unless they sold her. Oh God, I hope they're not like buying kids. Um, yeah, but maybe they like reanimated her and she died. That could explain why there's a kid down there. Hey, Shaquille Robinson. I could be crazy, but I think they show mountains behind the Severance building at some point in the first season. You might not be crazy. I, I'm not sure. I'd have to take another look at it, but maybe. I just assume it's a fictional state in a fictional USA. Yeah, Matt, I think so too. Mennonite. Why did the Amish girl get kicked out of town? To Mennonite. Nice. I like it. The dad joke there, Matt. Um, yeah, let's see.
We definitely lost our Amish
Um,
fan base now, Julie.
oh yeah, they're all gone now. Um, Dean Gray said, "My theory is that Lumen are actually some sort of secret society working on preventing the end of the world, as per the ancient apocalypse theories." Well, I could see it. Yeah, absolutely. I could totally see that. Amy said I just ran into a Lumen job application. Oh, are they doing some kind of fun promo stuff like that? Promo things? That would be cool. I've been seeing some stuff. Um, somebody posted, what was it? Some PR thing that they've been doing for, I forget what it is, but they're doing some fun PR stuff right now. Golden Child, the directors definitely have scripted answers to certain questions. Yeah, I would hope so. I was hoping the goats actually had an explanation that they had planned. That's the thing. But strategic engagement account executive. Oh, that's the job. Okay. Um, let's see. What is this, Jeter? Julie B and Scarlett M deep dive the shows again. Is this some AI stuff that you did from Severance to From, where mysteries come, theories and fun live every night? Join their stream. It's a fan's delight. I love it. Some AI poetry. Nice. Yeah, that's hilarious, Dieter. I love it. Um, is she current fed? Yeah, I don't know. Um, it's a real job. Oh, wait, so Lumen is an actual company? I think I heard that. Lumen is a company. Yes. On Indeed. Yeah, yeah, I heard about that. Lumen is a company. I think it's spelled different. Um, let's see. Okay. Anyway, so getting back to this. So now I have stills of the. So I went back and I did this in slow motion so I could get the stuff that flashed on the screen really fast. Now, this stuff is harder to figure out what's going on. So Mark, so during this part where Mark has this you can hear his voice in the background speaking. If we let this happen to Miss Casey, who's going to be there when it happens to us or something like that. And so you see Mark jolting forward in his seat in a car. It looks like possibly a car accident. Um, this what is it with this show and car accidents that Gemma died in a car accident allegedly, and um he almost hit Helly with the car, and she said, "Be careful on those icy roads." In the Lexington letter, there was a school bus driver who got in a car accident, a bus accident. Uh, so yeah, it seems like a running theme. I don't know, but it looks like he might be in a car accident. It's a little hard to tell. It's very quick. And then here's the thing that made me think, Scarlett, that I don't know if this is Milchick because it looks like on the tail light of the motorcycle it says "Who is alive?" Um,
Hmm.
does that look
Weird.
like a tail light? I think that's a tail light
Oh, that's weird.
for the motor. Yeah, it says "Who is
Hmm.
alive?" So I don't. That to me seems like they're trying to expose some shit. Like Lumen
Mm-hmm.
is covering up the fact that maybe some people are still alive, like Gemma.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um,
Like they're
or
kidnapping
she's
people
dead
or
and they
something.
reanimated her.
Yeah.
What? Sorry, what?
Or they're kidnapping people.
Or they're kidnapping people. Yeah, so it seems to me
Mm-hmm.
they're kind of trying to put hints out there, like, you know, like make a public campaign for people to raise awareness that shady shit is going on. Um, who is alive? So yeah, I don't know if that could be Milchick. Maybe it is, but um, or maybe I mean I know Irving doesn't look like the type. He really doesn't look like a motorcycle kind of type. But then again, he also didn't seem like the type to be blasting that rock music while painting. So, and we know that he's doing stuff, anti-Lumen stuff, investigating most likely Lumen. So maybe that's him. I don't know. Hard to say, but and then there's this weird shot. I could not tell what the hell this thing is. It looks like something that might belong to Mrs. Selvig. I see
A
it looks
blanket?
like some kind of
Like a woven
quilted
blanket?
pat. Doesn't it look like it looks like a blanket. Yeah, a
Mm-hmm.
quilt.
Like an old school blanket?
Yeah, and it flashes on the screen really fast, so it's very hard to
Mm-hmm.
say like what the hell it is, but there it
Mm-hmm.
is. And there's that and more of that. So yeah, so this one so someone is pushing that cart full of dental supplies and can't see the face. And so there's Mark with some people we've never seen before
Mm-hmm.
in the background. They're not really, that one doesn't look like he's wearing office attire and he's got scruffy hair, kind of
Mm-hmm.
scruffy for an office worker. Long, messy hair. Um, this
Yeah,
dude,
it looks like he's surrounded with people in green jackets.
yeah, which green jackets?
The two that the guys are wearing, and then the one in the foreground.
Oh yeah. You mean these
Mm-hmm.
guys? Yeah.
And the one in the foreground. There's somebody
In
in jacket
this,
in the foreground too, right? Is that a jacket?
Looks like it, yeah, maybe a taller person. Hard to really tell. And then, yeah, this guy here. So I don't know what the deal is here, but
Mm-hmm.
they don't look like office workers. So, and Mark seems to be making this speech to these people when he's saying, if
Mm-hmm.
we let this happen to Miss Casey, who's going to step up when it happens to us? So apparently they do work here, but they
Mm-hmm.
dress differently because they have, I don't know, maybe they work in the goat section at the goat department.
Maybe a different
Um,
department.
yeah, maybe a
Well, they
different
are in the
department.
hill thing. They're in where the goats, because it has the hill behind them, and the goat right there, and a
Right.
goat over there.
Yeah, that's so. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
assuming they work there, and that's why they're dressed differently.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he's making this speech there, and we get another little quick shot of this. I love this thing, the stop motion thing. It's definitely supposed to be Irving. You can see the gray
Mm-hmm.
hair and the gray
Mm-hmm.
mustache. I love it. Um, looks just like oh, what is it? What is that stop motion one from Rankin Bass that was A Year Without a Santa Claus, and there was Mr. Heat Miser. He looks like Heat
Yeah.
Miser. That's
I
it.
love their names.
Heat
They have
Miser.
great names in the shows. Eatmeister.
Yeah. Heat Miser had flame hair like that, kind of,
Mm.
except
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't actually on fire. But yeah, Irving it appears Irving may be looking at that and smiling, but again, this could be out of order,
Mm-hmm.
out of sequence. I don't. So if they're making Irving retire, they might be showing this weird little thing for that, like they showed
Mm-hmm.
Bert. Bert had a video of his Audi. I don't know why they'd be showing Irving this. Uh, I don't know, but if they are making him retire, I can't imagine him smiling and being happy about it though. So that's odd. I'm not sure what
And she has
context
a
that
green
is.
jacket.
Yes, she also has a green jacket. That actually, she might be okay. So rather than being much taller than those guys, she's just
Mm-hmm.
up on one of the hills. There are hills in there. So that's probably her. That was probably her sleeve we saw in the foreground.
So they have lighter
And
green cards as opposed to
yeah,
Optic that has a darker green card.
right, right. Yep. And this is not good.
Yeah.
Looks
Mm.
like they're shoving Helly's head underwater. Yeah.
Mm.
What do they call that?
This actually,
Waterboarding?
yeah, looks like it. And this lines up with something from the Lexington letter. Um, the Lexington letter, in that one, um, Peggy in that little short story is a severed employee, and her Audi Peg leaves work one day and her hair is wet, and she has a note with some bullshit explanation as to why, but the strong implication is that they did something, some kind of torture to Peggy involving water. So I'm guessing that's what's going on here with Helly. That's not good. And it showed it in just a split second. And then like that. This is where the camera did that crazy tilt. It was really creepy. It was very Twilight Zone vibe kind of feel. He's looking at Miss Casey, and then the camera does this. Now, I'm wondering. I didn't think, but we were going to see much of her. I'm surprised she appeared in the trailer at all. Um, she was there in a flashback, but then we see her here. They let her off the testing floor. I mean, she was supposed to be fired, so I wonder what she's doing out already, or if it's some kind of a dream sequence. It could go either way.
Yeah, my thought process would be more that this is something Mark is processing through his head, because obviously he knows about her being alive, and his
Right.
psyche is trying to piece that together. And it's probably just like them showing, like, yeah, he's still thinking about this. This is tormenting him while he's there inside of Lumen.
Makes sense. That makes more sense to me than her just being out and about like that. I think if they do manage to get her out, it probably would take a lot of time. I can't imagine it's gonna be that easy. So I know he wants to get her out, but yeah, that makes more sense to me that it would be an explanation like that. Um, but I loved how they did this shot, this creepy, like surreal, nightmarish tilt upside down to the ceiling. Very effective. Then Ragabi, it showed a very brief flash of Ragabi turning a knob and saying, now I don't think this was her saying, was it her saying now? Yeah, I think it was. Okay, though that was the crazy thing. So Ragabi, I think now this to me looks like Ragabi may be trying to reintegrate somebody. She's turning a knob and someone is in the chair and I see brown hair. That could
Mm-hmm.
be Mark. That could be Mark's head.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be Mark.
I,
It could be no one else, in my opinion.
it's got to be. No one else has hair like that. Yeah.
Even
And it
beyond
wouldn't just
that,
be
no,
some rando.
yeah, it wouldn't be a
Huh?
random, right? That's the thing. Like he already has contact with her. He knows about that. His Audi at least knows about what's going on to a degree. So it only makes
Hmm.
sense that it would be him.
I agree. Yeah. It's got to be. What do you think, Scarlett?
I don't have enough information to decide.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very brief flash, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's convinced to do reintegration after finding out, Cobell was spying on him and his wife may be alive. And
Mm-hmm.
so I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I could imagine him deciding to reintegrate and then go back to work and maybe pretend like maybe this is what Petey did. Maybe he went
Yeah.
back to work for a while and pretended to still be an innie. You
Yeah, I
know,
think so.
You know,
that would be
what
a
I
great way to spy.
I
Yeah.
would think. I think she's tweaking him, and maybe it's allowing for a bleed in between his innie and outie. But he definitely still
Mm,
has the innie part because when he's talking to Milchek, he's more what's the word I want to use here? I guess I don't want to say subservient, but he's less assertive and such, and he's still like talking to him as an employee under him. He's not talking as
mm,
somebody who's outraged or whatever. You know
right,
what I mean? So
right.
he's more passive still. So I would think that was his innie is still there.
Yeah, it seems like it. It seems like it. Who knows? Maybe it's a process that takes more than just one procedure. Might happen over a period of time. We don't really know how this works. So, but she's doing
Yeah.
something to it.
Yeah.
It would be super interesting to me if they try to reintegrate him and he's able to retain some of his Audi's memories inside and allow for some bleed through and be
Mm,
able to learn more.
that would be
That would be
crazy.
interesting. Mm, I would like to see that.
It's the
Now,
Antler
what
King.
the fuck? What the fuck is this?
It's the Antler King, like Yellow Jacket's Antler Queen. It's the Antler
Looks
King, everybody.
looks like a beetle.
Yeah, it looks like a beetle with a thing on its head. Yeah. Okay. This is one of the most surreal things I've ever seen on this show. Let's
Mhm.
zoom in a little bit. What the hell?
Yeah, it looks up like
Okay.
I don't want to tell you what I think it looks like upside down, but it looks like something upside down.
I see it now.
You get me, Ambra, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Whoever that is getting
Yeah,
it
I
too.
see. I see it.
It's
Oh, it's great.
probably purposeful and probably for that reason.
Probably another reason
Probably.
the next layer of the waffle party.
The final phase.
Oh God. Yeah. It would fit. I mean, it wouldn't be the most surreal thing we've seen on the show, so why not? When I spotted this, I was like, "What the actual fuck?" I had to. I couldn't get a shot of this unless I did the slowest motion setting on YouTube, just to get a screenshot because it flashes so quick and then it's gone. It's hilarious. And he's with the goats for some reason. Um, I don't know, as if that area couldn't get any weirder. Um, where's my charger? Hold on.
The missionary cap.
The Goat King.
Yeah,
Oh, Baphomet symbol, maybe Baphomet symbol, golden child. Sure.
maybe. I thought that was
Commence
hilarious.
ritual.
Right? Dieter, leave the
Yeah,
goats
exactly.
alone. What the fuck is that? Right? Scared for the goats.
I
Don't
hope
Yeah.
give the
I hope
ghost
they
to
have
this man.
something. I hope they actually pay off with the goats. I hope it's not just there for like a red herring for nothing. Because it seemed like they
I
didn't really have a
know.
direction when you hear some of the stuff they talk about. Like they didn't really have anything implemented for the goats. I believe they said somebody asked them something like that at a con, and they were like, "Oh, like we didn't really have whatever for the goats," or something like that. I remember hearing. So
Hmm.
I hope that's not the case.
Yeah, I hope not too. I don't like that. But I think someone in the chat said that they mentioned that they didn't have a plan. Like Stiller and Erickson said that they just when they wrote that they had no idea what the goats were for. But I haven't listened to the podcast yet. I don't know if they said it on the podcast or not, but I'll have to listen to that.
Yeah,
Scarlett, you've listened
I
to
think they're
that.
only up to like episode 4 or 5. They're doing individual episodes.
Oh, for
I
season
don't.
one?
What?
They're doing like, oh, you mean, I thought you were saying like they're doing the podcast is going episode by episode through season one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that what they're doing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they'll probably eventually get to the trailer and stuff, or like maybe they'll probably do all the episodes. I don't know if they're gonna do the episodes as they come out. I don't know if they're gonna do one for episode 1, season 2 when it comes out. I
That
don't know
would be
what
cool if
episode
they
they're up
do.
till now. I should check.
I mean, they only just started, like, I forget what the date was, January 9th or 6th or something. So, I
Yeah,
mean, how
yeah,
often are they releasing this thing? They must be pumping out the episodes fast.
yeah. They are.
I'm surprised they didn't do it sooner. It's odd to
Yeah, I'm
me.
surprised too. They had a lengthy amount of time which to do so.
Have you heard them still playing people's voicemails in it? Because I never got around to doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
This
they have. I think they have brought up a couple questions, if I'm not mistaken, that people have sent them.
Damn, I wish I had done it. I kept forgetting. Yeah. I mean, not that I'd have much of a chance. I'm sure a lot of people tried, um, but that's cool. Golden Child says, "Isn't that the Baphomet symbol?" Maybe it looks reminiscent of it. Yeah. Amy agrees. Matt says, "Looks like something from a hunting lodge." Yes, it kind of does. Dieter,
Look,
I keep having to reheat my food and letting it get cold. I need to go get it.
yeah,
But
it looks like Yellow Jackets to me. It feels very Yellow Jackety.
yeah, I've seen enough of it to know a little something,
Like it
like
could be the Antler
whole,
King to the Antler Queen, if you know what I mean.
yes, I can totally see that. Amy, goat ears and horns on top. The goats run away. Yeah, definitely. Matt, the pilot script explains what the goats mean. Oh, really? Um, the pilot script. You mean maybe do you mean the original pilot script and maybe they changed it? Because they definitely didn't explain it in the pilot of season one. Uh, let me see. Um, they're not going to admittedly confess to Baphomet symbology in their show. Yeah, Golden Child. Yeah, they definitely wouldn't.
Just a
Matt says
hint.
the pilots. What, Scarlett?
I said just a hint.
Just a hint, right?
Just a pinch of Baphomet. And
Just a pinch.
a sparkle of a little squinch of Freemasonry.
Yeah. Um, Matt said the pilot script strongly suggests the goats have or will have chips
Mm.
installed. In the pilot script, it's
Hmm.
rats, not goats.
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning
Oh,
when I was talking about the rat that Miss Cobalt had, that she was showing Mark, and then he like ran away and tried to get the police, and her house turned into a porta potty.
oh, okay. Okay,
Yeah.
the original version of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So those are supposed to be
Okay.
goats
So,
and not rats? I think rats are easier to film, probably, like a budgetary thing.
yeah, you'd think that they would keep the rats instead of the
Hmm.
goats. It's odd.
Hmm.
In the original, okay, the original pilot that they changed. Okay.
Hmm.
Interesting, Matt.
Lots of changes to that.
Yeah.
No more sphincter in the ceiling, for one.
That reminds me, like they were selling the original pilot script of From on eBay, and I never got
Hmm.
around to buying one. I wonder if they still have them. I want to read it. It was very
Hmm.
different. But
Well, they do
anyway.
have PDFs of it floating around.
Oh, really? Well, then I
Hmm.
don't need to. I'd rather just read it for free. I didn't
Yeah,
know it was floating
I
around.
think there's one in
PDFs.
Jeremy Ice and Fire's script. I think Taryn put one up. At least
Oh,
that's where I
nice.
got it. I got it from him.
I'll have to try and find it
Yeah,
in his server. I'll have to take a look.
yeah.
Yeah. Um, Dieter, I don't know if the hotline is closed for the podcast. That's what I want to find out. Matt said the pilot script was much darker than what we got. In our world, biotech companies use rats. Yes. So I'm actually glad that they didn't make it too dark. I mean, darkness is, I don't mind. I can handle darkness. Obviously, I love From, but I like Severance the way it is. I don't need it to be a lot darker, personally. So I'm okay with that. Let's see. Um, to do where where are we in the chat here? Okay. Yeah. So wait, Matt said, my understanding is the goats were originally meant to be rats. Yeah. Okay. So it's not that they didn't have any idea what the goats meant. It's just okay. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, it's animal experimentation. So I mean, it makes total sense. Um, whose point of V shot, POV shot is that though? Which one did you mean, Matt? Can you remember which point of view shot you were talking about in the trailer? 'Cause I'm not sure which one I was on when you said that. Luncher Luncher says, "Who do you think will win in a cage match? Cicada, Spider, or Milchick?" I'm betting on Milchick. Yeah, Milchick. Milchick for the win. Definitely.
Milchick is the one that drugged the tent.
Milchick dragged the tent. Yes. Um, if that machine is connected to that old oscilloscope display, I remember seeing two waveforms. Perhaps it is a representation of the two severed selves. Integration is when they combine. Makes total sense to me. Yep, totally
So
agreed,
that
Matt.
that might be a reintegration thing.
Right. I bet that's what it is. I could
Goats are
totally see that.
cuter. Yeah, I mean
They
the
are.
goats are more visually interesting too if you put them in a landscape like this.
That's true. They are. Definitely. It gives the show more whimsy too, quirkiness. So I can see it. Probably a network thing, an Apple thing. I could see it. Teeter, I don't think I would call the hotline during the live. I'd have to think of what to say. Like I gotta think of what to say and then call. Um, but I definitely want to call if I could still do it, if they're even still
Hey,
making
hey,
episodes.
Ben Stiller and Adam Scott said they wanted to bomb some lives, so they might show up at some lives randomly.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why um yeah, at some point I've got to put up the call-in link. You never know. Maybe they join the panel someday. Wouldn't that be a trip? Um, Judas Priest. I mean, somebody did say they found this stream organically, so they could stumble
Mm-hmm.
on it. Like,
Yeah.
and Dieter's been tagging them all over Twitter and
Mm-hmm.
like crazy. So, who knows? They might find it, this
Mm-hmm.
channel and the stream. Dieter's been like a rock star out there promoting. I just have been so overwhelmed that I haven't
Mm-hmm.
had time. I've just had so
Mm-hmm.
much going on, and I haven't had enough time to try and promote the Severance coverage that we're going to be
Mm-hmm.
doing. And and so he's been out there like all over the place. I'll go onto Twitter and I'll have like 22 different notifications from things Dieter
Cool.
tagged me in that promoting the streams that we're doing, which is awesome. So I appreciate it. Really helps a lot. Judeus Priest says, pretty sure Stiller said they didn't know what the goats mean yet. Maybe the rats were changed. Maybe there's something else. What else can the chips do? The chips can do something else. Those functions we saw in the computer, there was yeah, it was like this computer system and it said like goldfish, beehive, freeze frame, I believe. Um there were some others
Glasgow.
too.
Glasgow. You say elephant?
Yeah, elephant was another one.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they can do other things. Uh yeah. I really hope we get to see some of those other functions in season two. Those are fascinating. Yeah, Matt, I'm glad they didn't make it darker.
Yeah, that's what
Um
they said in the podcast too, that they kind of took it back from being like over the top, kind of like the movie Brazil, but even more over the top than Brazil is. I know you probably haven't seen the film Brazil, but you should. Just over the
yeah, I've
top.
never seen it. I've never seen it. What genre is it?
Oh, like retro futuristic. It's got steampunk elements in it. It's about bureaucracy. It's a satire by Terry Gilliam of
Oh,
Monty
okay.
Python fame.
Okay. All right. I'll
Yeah,
put that
is
on the
Yellow?
very
I
long
like how you
list.
said they said how is Yellow Jackets dark like the TV show dark or just dark?
Yeah, because he capitalized dark. So I don't
I would
know.
say as dark as a show about girls who eat people can be dark. I mean, a dark
Yeah.
comedy in parts. I mean,
Yeah.
it's got a great balance of dark comedy with like people, dealing with trauma. I mean, both serious and comedy going on. So, highly recommended by
Mm,
me.
mm.
I also
Mm-hmm.
like the show Dark. I've seen the first season, but don't spoil anything else for me. I haven't seen the rest.
Yeah. Oh, good. You got through all of season one. Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna start
Cool.
season 2 soon when I get some time.
Nice. Teeter says I'm cute because we were saying goats are cute, and Teeter is the goat. Cute. Um, no, it doesn't. Rats have no type of similarity to goats. Yeah, rats are pretty different than goats. Yes, indeed.
They
Matt
got
says
four
reflection.
limbs, 2 ears, a brain. They have a lot of similarities.
That's true. That's
They can be
true, yeah.
white.
Yep. Matt says the Dutch angle on Gemma and Mark, camera pans and tilts, that point of view. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe that's a point of view shot. Interesting. Muncher Luncher Milchick probably did drag the tent. Dude is built like a tank. He is built like a tank. Yes.
It's so funny, like
Um,
the clash between him being a fairly buff guy, and he has this kind of, demure kind of personality where he's more like gentlemanly.
right. Yeah, indeed. Yes, Trace, the more likes you get, the more you get promoted by YouTube. So if anybody's watching who hasn't hit the like button, if you could please do that, that would help me out a lot. I would appreciate it if you could hit
Leaving
that like.
leaving comments after the live would help a lot too, you guys, just so you would know. Just something small like, hey, great episode or great stream or something like that would also help a lot.
Yes, yeah, thank you for that tip. Leaving a quick comment outside of the live chat when the stream, you can't do it till the stream is over, but when the stream is over, the regular comment section appears, and yeah, leaving comments on a live stream replay that helps a lot. It doesn't have to be much. It could literally just be 2 words or 1 word. It doesn't matter what it is, and that it helps the algorithm. It helps people find this channel. So yeah, if people have a chance to do that, that would be much appreciated too. With any of my videos, it would be much appreciated. Um, especially too, I am going to be releasing the interview with Doug Hughes, the man in yellow from, and I really want as many people to see that as possible. Really not for me at all, but I want to promote that for him because I want to help him get more attention on his plays. I really want to help him promote his play deadline and where that can be purchased online. And the more word of mouth gets out around that, the more likely that he can get that play produced again so people can actually go see it. And From fans would absolutely love it. So yeah, I am going to be releasing that in the next couple of days, the first part of the interview with Doug Hughes. And when I do, if people could leave a like and a comment, that would really help me and help him. And he's a great guy. He's been amazing to the From fandom. He has been so kind and so accessible, talking to people, chatting with people, joining fan groups. So I just want to help him however I can, because he deserves it. His work is phenomenal, and he deserves the support. Um, Matt says, I don't think that matters. It changed. It's a fictional reality. The point is they changed from rats to goats. Yeah, probably like an aesthetic thing. And you're welcome, Dieter. You deserve the kind words. Yeah, I'm sure there are more notifications. Dieter is the goat for a reason. He really is. Trace, I don't know how to make shorts, but maybe it wouldn't be that hard to learn, I'm guessing. Um, I can make shorts. I just have to try and figure out how. YouTube algorithm wants content creators to make shorts. I really need to figure out how. Yes. Um, oh, interesting, Dean. I bet I would like Brazil then. An absurdist, bureaucratic, and somewhat darker version of 1984. I love 1984 and Animal Farm and Brave New World. All of those dystopian novels. Really interesting stuff. Yeah. Let's see. Dieter says I can do a Gleam contest. I never heard of that. Ask people to like, share, and comment on posts. Okay. Says Muncher, sorry I can't watch Doug's play until he brings Jim back. It's not his fault. He
Yeah,
didn't write the
I don't think
show.
Doug Hughes can bring Jim back.
He didn't write the show.
He took Jim away
Don't
from
blame
us.
him.
I hope you thoroughly shamed him.
He didn't write it. Don't blame Doug. He's a good guy.
Did he
I know he
trim
took
his
Jim
nails?
from us.
Did he trim his nails before you talk with him, or was he threateningly sharpening them in front of you?
He was no, he could not have been sweeter. Like you would never know. Like, he's this like demon creature thing on From. He can rip a guy's throat out.
Did he have
So
on yellow as you talked with him?
actually, no, there's not a single bit of yellow anywhere in his wardrobe.
Oh, he should
No
have
yellow.
capitalized. He should have capitalized on that.
He he totally should. He should show up to all his interviews in yellow. People would freak.
Yellow with
Um,
bad lighting that makes his eyes look darker.
yes. I swear I thought he had black eyes when I first watched that, and then you see like a better clear shot of him, and he clearly has blue eyes. They screwed with the lighting to make him look like a demon.
Yeah, most of
Um,
us did. Most of us thought it was that, but I guess the thought they were going with was just to make him look menacing, right?
yep. Yeah, it was all it was. He said they didn't put contacts in his eyes or anything like that. It was a trick of the lighting. Yep. Uh, Dieter says, "Gotta work for a bit." Thank you so much for everything, you too, Dieter. I appreciate it so much. Um, Dean said, "I bet Jim is Smiley time traveling." Maybe. Um, I've never heard of Gleam, Dieter. I'll have to look into to get your channel picked up by people. Okay. Well, anyway, getting back to this. Let's see. Oh, we're up to 28. climbed up a little bit. 28 people watching now. So if you haven't hit the like, make sure to do that. I would appreciate it.
It's all because of the Antler King right here.
Yeah, the Antler King. Now I'm trying to get him off the screen. Come on now.
He will never leave the screen. We shall all worship the Antler King.
Yeah. What? It
The
looks like he
tender of
has.
goats.
Yeah, it looks like he has something in his hand, like a walking stick, too.
It better
I
not
don't
be a
know.
weapon. Not on my goats. Not on my watch.
Oh yeah, no. Leave the goats alone.
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah. At least they're not sacrificing the goat. I mean, I know animal experimentation is terrible too, but I feel
Mhm.
like goat sacrifice would be more upsetting to me, personally. Putting chips in their heads. I mean, it's not as bad.
Not great though.
Anyway, it's not great. Yeah. He's got something in this hand, and then he's looks like a walking stick in the right hand. I don't know.
Mm,
This is the only time we see Rick in this, and it's a
mm.
very brief, very quick shot that flashes on the screen of Rickon. I have no idea what this thing is that he's in front of. Uh,
Yeah, it's got like a knob or something on there.
looks like a knob that, yeah, there's some type of knob or lever or something
Like
here.
a
There's a
typewriter.
knob.
It's a typewriter.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
It's got paper at the
Yep,
top of it. He might
there's
be
paper.
composing something on a typewriter.
Yep. More old technology, of course. Why
Yeah.
not? Yeah.
It's more
Yeah, you're
dramatic that way. You can hear the little tappy
yeah.
tap of the keys.
Yeah, maybe he's writing his ode to Kier on this now. If he's really converted to a true believer in Kier, the cult of Kier. I mean, if I don't believe it, I think it's probably bullshit,
Hmm.
but who
Yeah.
knows? And then he looks up at something. We can't see what he's looking at, but and
Mm.
it's in this montage of very, very quick things flashing on the screen. So I
Hmm.
don't know if that means there's something
Yeah,
bad
I didn't
happening.
see I didn't see some of this when I watched it in real time, so
Yeah, this was really quick, so
hmm.
I don't know if that means all the stuff in the clip of the flashing images are bad things. That's always the connotation when that you
Mm.
have a montage of things that flash on the screen quickly. So maybe this is something negative. He's looking up at someone, so that I
Hmm.
don't know. That's a big question mark. And it looks like Miss Casey leaving the testing floor, but like what is that? It looks like she's going
Plus looks like it's
outside.
outside. Yeah, like trees in wintertime outside.
There's snow out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, statuesque silhouette here. Wow, it's a
Hmm.
beautiful shot too.
Va va boom.
Yeah. Um, so yeah, this is odd. Why in the hell would they be letting her outside? That's
Yeah.
unexpected. Okay.
Maybe she's gonna go to the
Interesting.
cliff. With the cliff where the rest of them are, the whole Spies of Gus kind of area. To Russia with
No,
love.
somebody needs to get her a coat or something. She's got a short sleeve dress on here.
Well, maybe she's an android if she doesn't feel cold.
Maybe. I mean, she certainly acts like a robot. So I don't know, but that's interesting. It's another thought-provoking thing. There are a lot of thought-provoking things in here that, you know, I honestly, this is the thing. This is again, this is where this show differs from for me.
Hmm.
I could watch that From trailer and I immediately came up with theories for everything that was going on.
Hmm.
This stuff is just such random shit. I have no idea. I have no idea what to make of this
I
at
think
all.
it's their intention.
So that's the thing. Like I thought about making a breakdown of this trailer,
Hmm.
and what would I say? Like I would sound like a total dumbass. Like I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is. It's a bunch of more random shit. And look at this crazy guy with the antlers. And like, I mean, why are they hiking up the mountain? I'd sound like an idiot. So I don't know. Um, it's just weird shit. And then Irving, this looks ominous and scary. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know what this is about, but again, it's in that scary montage of fast
Mm-hmm.
clips too. So he's looking right into the camera. We don't know what he's looking at, but I don't know where is he? Is this outside? It's like I can't tell. It's it looks
It
like
does kind of look like
fog.
outside though. It looks like
It kind of
trees and
looks like
stuff. It looks like a mountain behind him to the right, and then some trees in silhouette.
and maybe fog, heavy fog.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh my god,
that would be my
is
guess.
it an army flashback?
Could be,
Military
could be.
flashback? Because I was wondering if he may have gotten that chip because he was in the service. Like they experimented
Hmm,
on the military with the severance chip.
that's possible. Yeah, that would be my guess. I think I agree on that. On his background, I think probably military, probably had
Mm-hmm.
PTSD. Maybe it's a flashback. Yeah,
Yeah.
I could totally see that. And again, looks like Mark is being chased by someone in a car.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and maybe almost hit by the car. I see a car rushing by and he's running.
Mm-hmm.
And more of this stuff, which is again, yeah, this is probably like
Mm-hmm.
Ragabi in her lab
Trying to
trying to
get the
reintegrate
yeah
Mark, maybe
yeah. Mm-hmm.
the two lines.
Yeah.
Because yeah, there's one,
There
and then
goes the
there's
one.
two in that
Yeah
one.
yeah.
That makes sense. And then yeah, goodbye, Mark S. The goodbye, Mark S. Creepy. And the doors start to close, and he's yelling, "Wait!" And yeah, so where is he sending him?
Yikes.
That doesn't sound good.
Mm-mm.
Sending him down to the, if he were taking him to the testing floor, he'd take him to that long hallway. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what that's about. So yeah, interesting. Really great trailer.
Mm-hmm.
I loved it. When they first showed us a teaser, I was like, you got to be kidding me. This is it? Because the teaser showed next to nothing. And I don't know why it didn't occur to me that that was just a teaser. We were getting a full trailer. This is a great trailer. Intriguing. Confusing as hell, but intriguing. Um, so that's pretty much that. Um, and honestly, the trailer is way more interesting than the 2-minute preview, which I will go through anyway, but there's not much to
Yeah.
really see or talk about.
Mm.
There's really not much. Scarlett, you didn't actually watch it, but it really gives next to nothing away. So,
Mm.
uh,
I thought it was
I
supposed
mean,
to be like the first 8 minutes of the episode.
it is, and next to nothing happens.
Okay.
So,
Right.
y- yeah. Hopefully, the rest of the first episode it picks up in pace. But yeah. Wait a minute. Where's the folder? I uploaded it. Hold on.
Mm.
I uploaded it from my phone, so why is it not here? Um, just a minute. I'll just send the link to myself to my own folder. This is so weird. Why is it not here?
Mm.
I uploaded all the pictures. Albums. Yeah. 135 pictures. So where the hell is it? Um, is it not backed up to the cloud? Uh, oh, I'll just send myself the link. Yeah, this will be the fastest. It's really it's not all that exciting. So if anybody is worried about spoilers, it gives nothing away that you didn't already know in the trailer. So
Mm.
I wouldn't be concerned because it's really just mostly more of what we see in the trailer, just one little scene of Mark and Milchick. That's pretty much
Mm.
it.
What do they
So,
talk about?
um,
Is they mainly talk about stuff?
um, yeah, it's like it's Milchick and he's showing Mark that censored newspaper. And okay, I just sent the link to the album to you so that I could share it with myself in
Okay, that's
Discord.
fine. Well, then I'll have it
This is
too, so that'll be cool.
this is the screwy way that I have to do things with my
That's fine.
technology issues.
Fine. Well, I have to send stuff to you because I can access my notes easier through the Discord than through the actual notes app.
Okay.
Because sometimes when
Yeah.
I look at the notes thing outside of it, it kicks me off. My eye, like off of StreamYard, but when I go into Discord, it doesn't. I don't know why.
That's technology is a bitch sometimes, you
Yeah.
know. Before I do this, I'll just quickly look at the chat again. Um, let me see. All right. Um, let's see. What did I miss in the chat here? Not a whole lot. Matt says I'm actively trying not to get noticed by the algorithm, so that's not for me. He's he's horny, the horny guy.
Yeah.
Nice. Dean Gray says goats were one of the first animals to be tamed and formed by humans. I think my global catastrophe theory gains weight. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Um. Okay. Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I love that movie. It's a classic. Matt Gilbert says the name Rickon does contain the name Kier with C and N left over. Oh, that's interesting. And Rickon is such an odd name, so that's an interesting point. I like it. From uses mystery box. Severance does not. Yes, that's true. Severance is not a mystery box show. It does have mystery as to what's going on with the company and what their job really is and that sort of thing. But it's not a mystery box. It's kind of its own thing. It's a different type of thing. Dean Gray says perhaps an element of MK Ultra given Severance and how that relates. Yeah, could be. Judeus Priest says this is going to be a long week. Oh, not too long. We don't have too much longer. The people who watched this when it first aired, you, if any of you watched it then, you waited almost 3 years. So what's a few more days? And Julie, what do you think about there being another mill chick in the Lexington Letter? Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. There's another mill chick who works for I believe it's the newspaper guy, the person at the newspaper, uh
Yeah. The one that didn't publish the
related.
story.
Yeah, that's not sus at all.
I wonder why.
Mm, yeah, and his first name is different, but I'm sure they're related, and either that or Melchick has another no way. Melchick couldn't possibly have another job. I mean, he already has like 5 different jobs at Lumen, so it must be a relative. Yeah,
It's the same
interesting
guy, so
stuff.
he's got a little notebook and a newsy kind of hat on.
Yeah, like
Asking questions.
one of those old-fashioned like press hats with a little press tag
With the
sticking up
press
out of
tag in it. Yeah.
it.
That's what they need
Yeah,
the phone booth. That's what they need the phone booth for, so the old timey journalists can go in the phone booth and call the editor.
right. Well, you know what? This could also support the Milchick clone theory too. Maybe it's one of his clones working at the newspaper.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, that's definitely a conspiracy. Suppressing stories, the fact that there's a Milchick working for the paper. Um, and the thing of it is though, I remember in the I think in the season 1 finale they were talking about going to the press, someone in New York. Like, I don't think I would trust the Kier Chronicle, so that was
Hmm.
smart. I think it was Devin suggesting contacting the press in New York or something. I think they
Hmm.
said New York.
He said
Now in
Rickon
the
knew some high end journalists, so hopefully he isn't playing
right,
both sides.
right, for sure. And now in the Lexington letter, I had to peruse this really quickly. Was this Milchick person working for the Cure Chronicle? Does it say, or did they say what publication it was?
Oh, I think there's a different one in there. I can't bring it up right now and get kicked out of the StreamYard. I think it's a different newspaper.
Okay,
Like I think it's
not the Cure
Denver or
Chronicle.
something. I think it was like a Denver newspaper, but I could be mistaken.
Huh, yeah, interesting. All right. Um, yeah, just a few days. It'll be Thursday, the 16th, technically the 17th because it's midnight Thursday night, but yeah. Yep. Uh, so and it looks like we are going to be able to do midnight watch parties. I have to test it out just again just to make sure that it's going to work, that Apple TV won't block me from like Apple TV does this thing where they make a black screen so that if you try to share
Mm-hmm.
your screen in Discord, you can't nobody can see anything, but I think I figured out a way around it, and so I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be able to do the midnight watch parties in the Discord. So if you haven't joined, I think it'll be fun to watch together when the episodes drop. Um, Speaking of which, I should put the link in the chat, actually. I think most of you guys are already in there, but just in case there are any lurkers, maybe, or anyone else pops in, I'm gonna put the link. Um, where's my YouTube tab? Uh, Hold on. Okay. So that's starting this week. I should be able to do it, fingers crossed. Hopefully it'll work. I'm pretty sure. I'm like 99% sure it's gonna work. Okay.
Okay.
Yes,
The
I'm lucky
newspaper
too. Sorry, go ahead.
the newspaper in the Lexington Letter is the Topeka Star.
Okay, yep. Yeah, I remember that now that rings a bell. Yes.
Yeah.
Topeka, Kansas, I would
I can
imagine.
look at it when in my notes, so that's cool. I didn't get kicked out of StreamYard.
Amazing. Technology didn't
Amazing. That's
fail
a
us this
miracle.
time. Yeah, it's great.
Praise Cure.
Um, for Ace Gear, Amy says, I want a baby goat. Yeah, those baby goats were wicked cute. Yeah. I also found the show later, so I'm lucky. I watched the show for the first time last spring, and then I plunged right down the From rabbit hole, so I really haven't been doing much thinking about Severance since last spring. I've been too busy with From on the brain, so it's nice not having to wait so long. MK Ultra was wild, those wacky CIA goons, right, Matt? It's crazy that this is real. MK Ultra sounds like something that you would think it's got to be a fake conspiracy theory, but it's real. It really
Mm-hmm.
happened. It's insane mind control experiments. Oh my God, yeah. Absolutely crazy. Uh Flesh Simulator has some great uploads about MK Ultra. He obtained some docs via the Freedom of Information Act. Nice. I'm curious to learn about that. That's crazy. They basically created the 60s drug culture. Wow. Let's fund a bunch of LSD dealers and see what happens. Oh shit. Wow. That sucks, Dieter. The watch party will be happening when you're at work. Ah, yeah. Sorry, can't join. Um, yeah, that's lousy. Um, okay. So then getting to this now. Where's my tab? Okay. So Mark comes out of the elevator and he's really frantic and looking around, and then he starts running and running and running and running and more
Not
running
running.
and running and running like a rat in a maze. And this is basically all we got for like 2 minutes. The first 2 minutes of the episode is just Mark running around corners and I had to take these screenshots on my phone because my Chromebook died, or well,
Hmm.
broke. So I've got some weird stuff on the bottom. I uh, unfortunately got in the picture because I was taking them really fast, but it's not like their pictures are all that interesting anyway.
I wonder if it's contrasting with him walking in the first season and now he's running through the hallways.
I was thinking that myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of to draw the parallel between the two. Like
Yeah.
when he's walking in season one, he's so carefree. He
Hmm.
gets there, he just finished crying over his wife, his late wife, and then he's walking around carefree through the halls, and now this season opens with him running frantically through the halls, kind of showing the difference in, his mentality now. Um, so maybe that was intentional, I would think. So I don't know what's going on here. This is strange. So he looks, he stops, he's running around like a maniac, and then he stops and looks really shocked, and he looks, and it appears that so the wellness room, they've painted it over like the sign where it said wellness room, I think it was called wellness room,
Hmm.
something. Was it called wellness room? Wherever they did the wellness sessions.
Yeah, I think it was called
So,
wellness, something like that.
so yeah, so that's what it's supposed to say, and it's painted over, and then he
Mhm.
goes in, and like the doors are gone. That's where the doors were. Remember there were two doors?
Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh.
Well, somehow they walled it in, and literally the doors are gone now,
Hmm. Yeah.
which is creepy. I don't like, so not only did they get rid of Miss Casey, they they like just completely did away with the wellness session room. It's gone, and we know it's the same place. It has the two doors and it has the green couches on either side. The painting is missing. There's no
Mhm.
creepy cat o' nine tails painting anymore with the four tempers. That's
Boo.
missing.
Boo.
Yeah, it's gone. And
So
he looks freaked
disappointing.
out. Disappointing. Yeah. So he looks alarmed, and Milchick finds him. Well, no, not yet. So first, wait a minute. Did that show somebody in the background just now? See, wait a minute. Yeah, there's somebody watching him. It looks like there's somebody watching him. I think that's Milchick back there.
Hmm.
Because Milchick wears a dark suit in season two, and yeah,
Yeah.
that's got to be him, I think. So yeah, it looks like he's watching him, but then Mark leaves, and there's nobody there. He walks to MDR, and it's these three instead of his people, and they all just stop, and it's kind of surreal and weird and creepy. Oh, what is this? Looks like so this is their version of Dylan, I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
Dylan, it's like alternate universe Dylan. He's got something with his face on it. So must have earned his own little perk. And it's interesting that it always seems to be one female and three males. So,
Hmm.
and one of them is an older man.
Yeah.
So, you know, you got an older man, a woman, and I guess how would he compare to Dylan? Well, Dylan, I don't know if they really compare that much. Maybe the same ethnicity? I'm not sure, but
Yeah, but
um
didn't they have like all guys in there before Helly came? That
yes they
Petey
did,
in
as a
there.
matter of fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. Petey. So I don't know, but in this case it seems like they were kind of modeling after the dynamic they already had.
Hmm.
And he's surprised, clearly, not expecting to see these people in place of his people. They're all looking at him, creepy. Um, and yeah, so they're all just kind of staring at him creepily and silent. No one really says anything. I forget if that older man says something, but whatever it is, it's forgettable because I don't recall. And Milchick shows up with the balloons with his creepy Cheshire cat smile and balloons with Mark's face all over them. Mark's face and a blue turtleneck, which is so
Mm-hmm.
fitting, very on point with the blue. And he takes Mark to his office. So apparently he's taken over for Harmony. He's taken her job.
Mm-hmm.
He takes her to what was Harmony's office. Mark has his balloons. They really do treat them like children. He's like a little kid with his balloons. He takes Mark to, well, takes Mark here first, and this little girl is here. I forget what she says. I wish I had written it down. It's only a very brief moment, and
Mm-hmm.
she's kind of like the junior, like the manager in training or something. That's why she's there. She holds the balloons, and so he takes Mark inside, and it's basically the scene from the trailer. He, he shows Mark the Kier Chronicle newspaper.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he says that the four of you have become the face of severance reform. And Mark's just shocked that he's not in trouble. And Milchick, he's completely pleasant, nice, he says you've become the face of severance reform. Your outies were in this, in this picture, at this event, blah blah blah. And um so yeah, the rest of it is really just them having this meeting together. What is that thing in the background? It's like, what is that? That's a beak. It's some kind of a bird.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. And then of course there's some like
Here.
cost of Kier's profile. And I wish I had written down what they said, but it was very brief, and he basically
Mm-hmm.
just told him that it was quick. He basically just said that they're the face of severance reform now, and
Mm-hmm.
now, and the chat can correct me if there's something I missed, but that was essentially the gist of it. Really, not a very eventful 8 minutes, so hopefully the rest of the first episode will be a little more exciting. I mean, yeah, it was interesting. Like, it was interesting. You don't expect to see a bunch of strangers in MDR, and
Mm-hmm.
um, obviously this whole severance reform thing is interesting, but the 2 minutes of running around the halls was a little overkill. Uh, but usually these episodes are quite long. Some of them are 50 something minutes
Mm-hmm.
long. They're usually in the 40 something minute range. So hopefully they'll make up for the slow pace of the first 8 minutes. I can see though why they were willing to release it, because it doesn't
Yeah.
give anything away that we didn't
Mm-hmm.
already find out from the trailer. So it's not spoilery at all, which is a good thing. I like to be surprised. I
Mm-hmm.
would prefer them not to. Oh, but I already heard uh on Jamie's live last night, we heard someone say that like some episodes were already leaked. So now this
Mm-hmm.
shit is starting with
Yeah.
Severance.
Like 1 through
Didn't we have enough
4
of
were
that?
already leaked.
Episodes 1 through 4. What the hell? Like we
Mm-hmm.
didn't have enough of this bullshit with From.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn. I don't want to deal with that all over again, having to worry
Mm-hmm.
about spoilers and all that
Or
running
somebody
rampant.
somebody coming into the chat and saying a spoiler.
Yeah. Yeah. I really don't want to see that. And I like, why does this keep happening? I don't watch a lot of current shows, so I don't know if this is a really common thing or if it's
No,
just a
I think
strange
it's just
coincidence.
started happening. I think it's just started happening now in the last couple of years. Like people don't have any attention
Okay.
span anymore or want to spoil it for everybody or something. Or there's just
Oh,
too many
okay.
screeners. There's too many screeners going out. because there's so many
Yeah.
people on YouTube and stuff now.
I think, yeah, they need to be more careful about who they give screeners to, really.
Hmm.
They need to be more careful. And then, and what ends up happening when this sort of thing goes down and, you know, people like people like me who are just trying to like are really doing a service to shows like this by
Hmm.
promoting it through live
Hmm.
streams and videos and stuff like that. Like we have to pay the price for idiots that
Hmm.
leak stuff on YouTube. People were posting entire episodes of From on
Hmm.
YouTube and also like fake like doctored footage, adding it to the trailers, adding like future footage that hadn't aired yet to episode trailers and putting it on YouTube. And because of them abusing that whole thing, now now they're cracking down and won't let YouTube channels show clips without copyright claims. So like this is why we can't have nice things, idiots. And also they ruin it for other people when they come into chats and comments and they spoil shit. Just
Hmm.
really? Anyway, hopefully we don't get spoiled. But so yeah, what do you think, Scarlett? There's not a whole lot to really discuss on this. It's like there aren't any new revelations.
I'm kind of happy
But
with some of the casting. I mean, I'm really happy that the girl from Arrested Development and Search Party is on this. I love Bab Avalan. I love everything he's ever done. He's my birthday twin. We
okay.
have a birthday on the same day, so that's nice.
Yeah,
So that's kind of cool to
it's
see
cool.
the crew. I guess see those people, and I don't know if Mark's going to be. Is he going to be working with those people?
Um it appears that way for now anyway. It's confusing though because in the trailer you see him reuniting with his MDR coworkers and they're talking to each other like we're not in trouble, and then they compare notes on what they saw on the outside. So
Mm-hmm.
maybe they just kind of find each other somewhere on the severed floor, but they're not working together in the same area anymore. They separate them. I, there have to be some consequences for what they did, I would think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you
Like
think so?
I could understand them separating them because, like they'd conspire to do more of this, uprising shit together. So
Mm-hmm.
I can totally understand, but I thought something way harsher would happen to them than just separating them after what they did. You
Who
would think,
knows?
like,
Maybe there's something under the surface of all this that's going to happen.
yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't want something, I mean, I wouldn't want something terrible to happen to them. And honestly, what can they really do and keep the show going the way that it is? They can't send them all down to the testing floor or something, then we wouldn't have a show because
Mm-hmm. There'll be no
they'd
characters.
there'd be no characters. So it
And
might not
then
be
they
that
all
realistic,
went to
but
the testing floor. The end.
yeah. Yeah,
The
then we
moral of
wouldn't
the
have a
story
show.
is don't try. Don't try anybody.
Yeah. Yeah, seriously. Um, Dieter, what's different about my language? I swear more than just tonight. Am I swearing more than usual? I mean,
Yeah.
I've been, huh?
Now Dieter's alerting to me that it's close to my bedtime, so maybe we should hit this Lexington letter.
Oh yeah.
Well, I
Yeah, I
told him
mean,
to. I told him to keep me on track.
yeah. How can they still run around freely? Indeed, Dieter. I don't know how they can still run around freely. Um, oh, and I totally forgot to, I don't know if we have anyone here who would want to join the panel and say anything, but if anyone does want to, I'll put up the link.
Ben Stiller,
And
are you out there? You're on California time.
yeah,
I hope you're not getting burned by wildfires and you're someplace safe.
yeah, I hope. Um, yeah, hopefully not. Okay, I pinned this. Wait, did it work? Yeah, I pinned the StreamYard link if anyone does want to join and discuss anything. The link is at the top of the chat. And Matt Gilbert says, I predict Helena Egan will emerge as the big bad of the show. I could see it. Yeah, she seems cold as ice. Like, yeah, she looked pretty evil in that preview when that trailer when she said, "We fear no one." Yeah, she's scary. AA says, Julie, please stay as long as you can tonight. Well, I mean,
We're
I
trying
always
something new
do.
though, AAM. We're trying to like self-care and sleep here. At least I am.
Yeah, we are trying to do a little bit less excessive marathon streams, and I do think that our Severance streams are going to be shorter, definitely quite a bit
Mm,
shorter than our From streams, even for the new season. I don't. I mean, I'm hoping that I can try to get more people to watch when the season starts, but
mhm,
the Severance fan base is not rabid like the From fan base,
mhm,
and also it might be hard to find my channel for a lot of these people. So I don't really anticipate there being that many people watching. Like we had every week we had over 100 people watching the From lives when the season was airing. I don't I don't anticipate
mhm,
that happening with Severance. And when you have that many people watching, it makes for me it makes the stream longer because I like to read from the chat so much.
mhm,
So
mhm.
yeah, I don't think our streams are going to be marathons when it comes to Severance. The
Yeah.
only reason they've been so long with the rewatch is because every week we were breaking down 2 episodes at
Mhm.
once, and
Yeah.
then for the finale, we just had a large panel with a lot of interesting
Yeah.
things to
Yeah.
say. So,
Mhm.
but yeah, for this, I think we'll have normal length streams for sure. Like look, we broke down this stuff, and it's we've only been going three
Mhm.
hours, 16
Mhm.
minutes. We just hit a max. This is the most people we've had watching for the whole stream, though. What the hell? Um,
Yeah. Well,
30
maybe we'll
people watching.
like maybe Infinite Number will come back, and then I'll give it a half hour for Lexington Letter, and then I'll go to bed. But hopefully, maybe him or somebody else will call in.
Yeah, yeah, sure. I definitely don't want to make it a marathon regardless. I mean,
Yeah.
not that I don't love marathon.
Well,
It's great.
you're the one that's getting guilt tripped. I'm not. No one cares if I stay here all night. So yeah, freedom.
That's not true,
Freedom.
Scarlett. They care. Obviously, they care. No, but it's not that I don't enjoy marathon streams. I do. It's just that my body doesn't like it so much. My body pays
Yeah,
for it
mine
with
doesn't either.
more pain.
Yeah.
More pain. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, K Brew. Nice to see you. What's up? Um, glad you watch Severance too, I'm guessing, or maybe I don't remember if you watch it or if you're popping in like Fletch does on these streams. I forget sometimes.
Mm.
Faith and Repentance. Once he shows again, wait, once the show airs again, the numbers should pick up a little, adding Severance back in the
Hmm.
YouTube algorithm.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
makes sense.
Especially like the first show, because everybody will be really excited. We'll probably get some call-ins, and because people seem to want to call in the first episode and the last episode, so
Right.
that might
Oh yeah.
happen.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I could see that.
Hmm.
And if we try and like I want to actually be on time for that, and if we
Hmm.
if we break down the episode right away and then do call-ins like before it gets too late, then I could see that helping. 'Cause people
Yeah,
like
yeah.
to have a chance to talk. Um, oh, cool, Umbra. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere for a while. I
Mhm.
definitely won't be on till dawn again, but but I'll still be here.
In
Let's
between
see.
like 2 a.m. and dawn.
Somewhere in between 2 a.m. and dawn. That's all I can say. Yeah.
I mean
I
somewhere
never
between
really
2
know.
a.m. and 3 a.m.
Yeah. Um, let's see. Matt Gilbert says it could be that some of the severed people live inside the facility and consider the outside world to be their any work environment. Hmm. That's an interesting thought.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought. Yeah, it's all a matter of perspective. For them, that
Mm-hmm.
would be their innie thing. Mm, theater, yeah. Yeah, if I pay a certain, I don't, I have to look into it. I don't know how much money I'd have to pay. I'm already paying $45 a month for StreamYard and $15 a month for Canva Pro to make th thumbnails. So that's already $60 a month that I'm spending on this channel, and that's a lot of money to not be getting to make. Like, I haven't monetized it, so I don't know if I want to spend money on YouTube ads. Like, if we don't get that many people, we don't get that many people. Like, it's fine. I'll try my best to promote it all around, but I can't sink any more money into this than I already am. I just can't do it. Um, I shouldn't even be doing this. Severed, but the order is reversed. Yeah, man, I can totally see that. Um, I mean, my
Yeah,
channel, I
that'd be
should say my
interesting.
channel isn't, I should say my channel is not monetized, but I do have Cash App and Venmo. Every now and then, um, I get something from there, but I know people prefer doing, I know people like the super chats because then, you see your comment up on the screen. But, I'm pretty much highlighting all your comments anyway, so you see it on the screen regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
K Bruce says, "Love it, Twilight Zone vibes." Oh yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, it's very very Twilight Zone-esque, and also like a Black Mirror type of thing. Um, yeah, I love Twilight Zone is one of my all-time favorite shows, and that's why I love shows like From and Severance because of the Twilight Zone vibes. 100%. Come on, full moon tonight. Oh no.
I don't think it's a full moon,
Uh,
is it?
Um, I don't know. I haven't really looked. I haven't been outside very much lately. So I don't know.
I mean, I always take walks
Dean
at
Gray?
night, and last time I saw the moon, I didn't think it was full, but maybe it is now.
Yeah.
Too much
Yeah,
pressure, man.
maybe. I haven't been outside at night much lately. It's too
Mm-hmm.
cold. Dean Gray, you mean what do you mean by a local computer? All I have is a laptop computer. Are you talking about a desktop computer? Um, because I have a laptop only with Wi-Fi. Matt says Dan Erickson wrote an unproduced script called Hollywood, The Silent Bloodbath. Oh wow.
You need to listen to
Interesting.
the first podcast with Dan Erickson in it. He's quite a piece of work. I really like him a lot.
Yeah, I gotta listen to this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um Dieter, yeah, get working on the donations. What donations? The
Are
koi
we getting koi?
donations?
Are we getting koi? You getting some koi
What's that?
fish?
What's that,
Some
Dieter?
koi?
What is koi?
Those are some
Yeah,
expensive fish.
yeah, I don't know what that is, Dieter. Maybe you told me and I forgot. We said a lot. I don't know.
Twenty thousand
Um,
dollar fish.
Wait, really?
Yeah, you never seen koi? Like koi ponds? They're like the really big carp.
Oh, yeah, oh, no, I've seen those. Yeah. But I didn't know they were that much money.
Oh yeah,
Jeez.
some of them can be really pricey.
K Bruce said looked full, but I could be drunk. Okay. Um, Dean says, Julie, I'm just asking because you're paying for things like StreamYard, which seems expensive, given there are much cheaper or free alternatives.
Mm.
Um, well, I mean, the reason why I use I need the paid version of StreamYard for a couple of reasons. StreamYard, the free version will only let you live stream for 4 hours max, and I think 4 hours max, and I tend to go over that every single time. Also, I use it to make my scripted videos because it's a nice, easy way to do it, and you don't have to be tech savvy, and I'm not. So I don't know what the cheaper or free alternatives are. I mean, yeah, you can stream on YouTube for free, but I don't like the way that looks. The way it doesn't look nice at all. Like if you don't turn your camera on, then whatever you're showing on screen the corner of it is cut off by a big black space where your picture would be. I don't like the way it looks. But if there's some other cheaper or free alternative, Dean, please feel free to share. Let me know what it is because I'm getting ripped off by paying for StreamYard. And I know there are other ways to make videos. A friend suggested that I try making scripted videos using Zoom, and I could do it in a similar way to StreamYard, so I need to look into that. Anyway, okay. Oh, Dieter said it's ko-fi.com. Okay. You can tell he's been through a lot and he's very smart. He's not Hollywood elite or anything. Oh, Erickson.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Dieter, oh, I forgot about that. People can donate via PayPal too. I completely forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to get that. Right now I have Venmo and Cash App up in my banner that's on the bottom of the screen, but I don't have like PayPal set up for that at the moment.
I have a
Dean
PayPal
says
account set up.
um Dean, are you in the Discord? Because yeah, if you'd like to let me or either that or Dean, if you're not in Discord, I also am on Twitter/X, which the link to that is in the description of this video. If you want to hit me up there, I'd like to know. I'd like to know what these options are. Um, oh, Matt, that's kind of you. I donate a few bills via PayPal when I can. I know you're in Australia and overseas, Cash App and Venmo don't work. Yeah, I think
PayPal
you have to
does.
be in the US.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
PayPal does.
but PayPal does, so I need to do something
Mm-hmm.
about that. Yeah. Um, Dean. Oh, okay. Dean, you are in the Discord. Great. Awesome. Um, sometimes people have different names or it's hard to keep track of everybody. So cool. Yeah. I'm willing to learn. I'm not very tech savvy. I used to be, but eventually tech seems to have surpassed me at some point. I don't know what happened, but I'm willing to try to learn if it will save me money, and I will do it. Um, by the way, Dan debunked any simulation theories. Good. It's all real except for the goo, which is Irving's dream, which we figured. Anyway, so I think we're at a point where we can talk about the Lexington letter. Very interesting, very interesting stuff. Um, so it's illuminating. It's all about an employee, a severed
It's
employee,
illuminating.
Peg. Yeah, yeah. See what I did there? Yeah, illuminating. So it's all about a severed employee,
Race
Peg
gear.
slash Peggy. Praise gear. Um, Peg/Peggy. Peggy, of course, is the innie, and so yeah, she starts communicating. So wait, I'll back up. She gets a job. Um, she gets a job at Lumen after being a school bus driver, and she
And
gets in an
really
accident.
yeah, and she's really
Yeah.
crappy conditions in the wintertime, and kids are like urinating themselves. It's like freezing apparently. The urine.
Ew. Yeah. Yes. Forgot about that. Um. Anyway, yeah, she hates her job and she gets in an accident and she says I guess she says out loud, I hate my job, and um I don't know if it's the implication that like someone was listening to her and heard her say that. um I think that kind of vibe came across, but because I think Lumina has spies all over the place, people that they can recruit. And
Mm-hmm.
so she gets recruited to work for Lumen. Sounds great to her. She can just check out. She
Mm-hmm.
like not have to remember her shitty job and just get a
Mm-hmm.
paycheck. And it's kind of
Uh,
like taking a nap. And
mm-hmm.
you wake up, your workday's already over, you have a paycheck. So
and plus it says that she got paid 4 times the amount of her bus driver job.
yeah, they sweetened the pot with
Mm-hmm.
that.
Yeah.
They kind of made her an offer she couldn't refuse. So which it's odd to me. Like why I mean I guess they'd have to give some people an extra incentive so they're willing to do this. And yeah, she gets severed and like she starts communicating with with her innie via a fake language that she made up as a kid called
Puglish.
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 Yeah. And writing herself
Didn't like
notes, which
her and her siblings use it? Is that where it came from
right.
first? Yeah.
And and so it's like what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so it passes the code detectors because it's not a real
Mm-hmm.
language. Um
Like A
it's
is like a seahorse and B is like a sun or something like that. I'm kind of going through it right
yeah,
now.
yep, like the seahorse. Yeah. So to me that sounds extremely difficult to to write
It's like
out sheer
hieroglyphs.
yeah, like
It says A was a
um
seahorse, B was a lightning bolt, X was a pair of boobs.
yeah, that one was funny to me. Like why exactly? Um I mean, you would think it would at least have to begin with the correct letter, but
Yeah.
whatever. But it's funny. And that's where you can detect some Ben Stiller humor in this because he wrote it,
Yeah, yeah.
which is odd because he didn't write the Severance show itself. From what I
Mm-hmm.
heard, he doesn't have that huge of a role in the shaping of the actual show.
Mm-hmm.
Um, hold on a sec. Anyway, um, yeah, so yeah, she starts passing notes back and forth to her innie,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah, and
let me
she
see, I
asked
can't
her
find my notes.
why does one choose to get severed?
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
Um, I didn't take detailed enough notes. Let me
Yeah, I'm just
see.
going through the PDF.
Yeah.
Unless you want me to read
Oh
it.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, you want to read parts of it or something? You could do that if you want.
Well, the letter, it says, "Dear Peggy K, I don't know what language this is or why it's in my head. It's been coming to me slowly over the past few weeks. I find myself writing it at my desk. I thought if anybody would know what it was, maybe it would be you. I don't know if this will even pass the code detectors, but I felt I had to try. I know this is a breach in protocol. Please don't be angry with me. If you cannot tell, I am your innie. I live down here in the microdata refining department with my 3 coworkers. I have often thought of you and what your life might be out there and why I exist in the first place. Why does one choose to get severed? Maybe this language isn't real and I'm writing nonsense, but if you could read this, I'd love you to write me back. I love for you to write me back. I understand if that is not possible. I do not mean any harm. Sincerely, your innie, Peggy K."
Right. Um, and they kind of develop a relationship where it's like
Mm-hmm.
Peggy is very much like a child in an adult's body, and Peg is kind of like her older sister.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like they're two separate people, and so let me see. Um,
And then she talks about microdata refining, which is confusing to the Audi,
right.
putting the special numbers in the bins.
Hmm.
And then the next note
Yeah,
is
yeah.
the best I've come up with is that the numbers make you feel things. It's not an individual number, but a whole cluster of them. And after a while, they sort of throb a certain emotion at you. Sometimes it's joy or sadness or worry. Sometimes it's obvious. Other times more subtle. Each type of number has its own designation, like the angry ones are called MA. Once you identify the numbers, you surround them with the arrow on your computer, and into a bin they go.
Yeah.
Sorting out the tempers.
Yes. And MA seems to represent malice, one of the four
Mm-hmm.
tempers. So that's interesting. And yeah, so
I thought it was funny.
yeah,
It says
so like
Peggy told me they get prizes when they finish the files. Some weird stuff like a melon bar or something called a music dance experience and a waffle party. It all sounded pretty infantizing to me, but I hope they at least get different types of syrups to go along with those waffles.
yeah. Um
And she
oh,
says she
this
sounds
is
like she's talking to a kid version of herself. That she
mhm.
wanted to know everything about outside life, what it felt to be drunk or asleep because she never slept, or how to fall in love or to have somebody you love die. It was strange to see how the procedure had filtered her knowledge. She knew what beer was, but she couldn't name a specific brand. She knew she lived in America, but couldn't draw a map of it to save her life. She knew movies exist, but not who David Nevin was, despite him being by far my longest standing crush. It was like she only saw the vaguest shape of the world through a foggy window. So that gives some insight on that.
Mhm. Oh yeah.
We were
Oh,
talking about
and
how much they know, only
right. Good.
vague, foggy vagueness.
Oh, and by the way, too, I liked the wording of this part here. Um, the the best I've come up with is that the numbers make you feel things. It's not an individual number, but a whole cluster of them, and after a while, they'll sort of throb a certain
Mhm.
emotion at you.
Mhm.
Sometimes it's joy or sadness or worry. Sometimes it's obvious, other times more subtle. Each number has its own designations. I like that it throbs an emotion at you.
Mhm.
That's basically what it looks like on the screen too. Like it looks like the numbers are kind of throbbing
Mhm.
in their faces. Anyway, but yeah, the different types of memory that's talking about though, like
Mhm.
that is that's interesting. So like there are different types of memory that the brain processes and this kind of gives you an idea of what types of memory might stick around through the severance process. Like I watched a video about this and it
Mhm.
talked about like three different types of memory. There's hold on a second, I have to take a drink and
Mhm.
coughing.
Yeah.
So there are three different types of memory that this YouTube video pointed out.
Mhm.
Procedural memory, it's like um sitting on a bike after not riding one for years and recalling just what to do is the
Mhm.
typical example of procedural memory. So it's like the long-term memory for how to do things, both physical and mental, and is involved in the process of learning skills. So this would explain how they remember how to type, things like that, like,
Mhm.
and how they might know how to drive a car too.
Mhm.
And episodic memory is when a person recalls a particular event or episode experienced in the past. And this
Mhm.
is a type of long-term memory that brings to attention details about anything from what one ate for breakfast to the emotions that were stirred up during a serious conversation with a romantic partner. So then there's semantic memory, which is someone's long-term store of knowledge, composed of pieces of information such as facts learned in school, what concepts mean and how they're related, or the definition of a particular word. The
Mhm.
details that make up semantic memory can correspond to other forms of memory. So, from the sound of it, there's semantic, procedural, and episodic. And it sounds like when they sever people, what they're doing is like it's kind of like an override to like instead of creating like a whole instead of like kind of duplicating the self and like with leaving the person with the same exact personality and whatnot, it's like it does kind of create a new person within their
Hmm.
own mind. It is very much like creating a new person with a new set of memories that because like the episodic memory seems to be blocked. The memory of events outside of work. That's what seems to be blocked,
Yeah.
episodic memory. So this you know, this handbook that makes a whole lot of sense. Like
Hmm.
just reading it, that's one of the things that becomes more clear.
Hmm.
Um, the way that this might potentially work in terms of um and it just makes sense in the context of the show too, reading about this, like which types of
Uh,
memory that they retain and which ones they don't. So
I wonder.
is
There's a phone
that
number. There's a phone number at the end of this letter. I wonder if anybody's tried to call it because Yellow Jackets had a number for Sunshine Honey. And you could call it and you get a message.
oh, I'm sure someone would have tried to call it. I
I'm
would
gonna
call
try
it.
to call it. I'm gonna call it.
Yeah.
Maybe not right now, but maybe tomorrow.
Yeah. Um, what is it for? I don't see it. Um,
It's just a cell number of Peg King. It's at the bottom of the letter on page 16, and it says, "Thank you for your time. My cell phone number is 785-555-4332. Sincerely, Peg
oh, okay.
Kincaid." So anybody wants to
Gotcha.
try
Yeah.
that?
Right.
Maybe there's a message.
Right. Um, yeah.
Put that in
So
here. Sorry, now I
so
have to go back up where it was, where I was at.
okay. Um, yeah. So let's see. Um, so yeah, the Lumen branch is in Topeka in this.
Hmm.
And yeah, so oh yeah, this is what I was looking for. The part when she got into that accident, I was trying
Hmm.
to remember the exact details. It says, while I was sitting there waiting for the tow, I
Hmm.
distinctly remember thinking to myself, "Fuck this job." I may have even said it out loud, I'm not sure, but I
Hmm.
either thought it or said it, and right at that moment, as if it had heard me, this ad came on the radio. It was an employment recruiting ad, but they were weirdly vague about the job. A lot of flowery talk about making history and rethinking the notion of work. I was tuning out until the end when they said the name of the company, Lumen Industries. I knew who they were. I'd been using their deodorant since puberty, but I didn't know they had a branch in Topeka. I remember thinking, well, that was weird. Yeah, it is weird. As soon as she was like either thinking it or saying it, fuck this job, that ad comes on the radio. It's
and
I
it's
don't know how you explain that.
and it's
How
saying
do
the
you,
same thing that was in the trailer too, that you're changing the world.
yeah. So that's yeah, I don't know how you explain that. If if that's like just a coincidence or what, I don't know. That's super weird though. Uh and yeah, so she was just completely done with that job at that point, and
Hmm.
she didn't think any tech company would hire her, but like this nice Lumen lady was like, "Oh
Hmm.
yeah, it doesn't matter that she doesn't have experience. She can have, way more pay than what she was making as a bus driver and manageable hours, great benefits, and all I had to do was this tiny little procedure called severance. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, no big deal. Just get a chip stuck in your brain." Um, and she said, no memory of work and four times the pay. All that made, despite it being a drastic procedure, all that made it feel like, well, a no-brainer, or maybe a half-brainer. Yeah. Um, so yeah, she does that, and yeah, she got the procedure um and and they have to wear for clothes. There's a mention of how like they can't wear anything other than neutral clothing. No
Mm-hmm.
labels, tags, patterns, no words at all, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
just completely like bland um
You can wear
nondescript
pastels.
clothing.
Pastels and
Mm,
then like blue, brown, gray, black. All the
hmm
colors we see on the show.
right. And we see that in the show that they wear totally nondescript clothing, monochromatic,
Mm-hmm.
very basic colors, no patterns, nothing
Mm-hmm.
showing any individuality, any connection that could potentially trigger their memory of the outside, I would think, their memory of the Audi.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Makes sense to me. Um, let's see, and and yeah, she was loving it, and you know, um, she was basically like thinking, well, she was me, but not me, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it was just like, you know, she's just doing a desk job, and um, yeah, she might feel a little tired after, but she basically feels like she's getting paid for not even having to work. So and then uh, let's see, one day she came up in the elevator and went to her locker, and nothing odd there, and then she reached in her pocket and she found a sheet of paper and opened it up, and yeah, and that's when she got her first note. So that's when that started, and yeah, so they're passing notes, that note that you read. Um and yeah, so she hadn't been called Peggy since elementary school. So it just shows
Mm-hmm.
how infantilizing they are to everyone. Um and so okay, let's see. Yeah, so they did this for like 3 or 4 weeks, not every day, but
Mm-hmm.
it felt like they made friends.
Mm-hmm.
She said she made me see my life in a different way. I used to think my life was boring and pretty mundane, but Peggy found all the little details I'd mentioned
Mm-hmm.
fascinating, even glamorous. And let's see, then then
like that
Peggy
said,
took
she painted her nails once hot pink to see what the any would think, and that night she wrote me back saying tears had sprung to her eyes. Our nails were so beautiful.
yeah. Um and then me and Peggy kept thinking we'd get caught, but nothing
Mm-hmm.
seemed to come of it. Peggy grew concerned that their head of security, Mr. Dooley, a pale little man with a terrifying smile, was watching her more closely than usual. She described seeing him at the far end of the hall when she'd leave for the day, just standing there smiling, like he knew what I was doing, but wanted to play with me a while before dragging me to the break room. I asked her what the break room was, but she never told me. Despite the forbidden nature of our whole interaction, this seemed to be a specific topic she was afraid to broach. So yeah, they're not allowed. We knew that in season 1. They're not allowed to talk about the break room.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, but the Puglish seemed to work, and yeah, so she didn't think there was anything wrong, like they weren't going to get caught, so they continued doing it, um and then this is like a crucial point. She gets a note that says Peggy's really excited. She finished her file, which was named Lexington, earlier that afternoon at 2:30 p.m. She says she's so excited to tell me about it that she could barely wait to go home, even if it meant cutting her melon uh, melon bar party short. Um, she told me that the Lexington file had been extra complicated and particularly exhausting to do. Um, she said she'd been pushed through and completed it, and that everyone at Lumen, including her boss and her boss's boss, was thrilled with her work. They'd even given her an extra melon bar party to cash in later in the week. Again, I don't fully get these whole refining files thing, this whole refining files thing, but a big win at work makes me look good too. So what the hell? And our whole body just felt jazzed when I came into the elevator, which wasn't a bad feeling either. Let's see, moving on. So then, on the news, she's watching TV and it says, I'm watching TV and why did she phrase it this way? I'm watching TV and I see you, Ms. Thorne, on the news. Your face was as serious as I've ever seen it, your voice steadfast and resolute as you reported. Why is she referring to the reporter as you? I don't understand that.
She's writing the letter to this person.
Oh, okay. Oh, that specific reporter. I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it says your voice steadfast and resolute as you reported about the truck that had been blown up in New York at 2:32 p.m. that day. The Dorner Therapeutics truck. Dorner, of course, is a major competitor of my now former employer, Lumen. And yeah, that's not good. Watching that footage made my heart stop, seeing bystanders running for cover, the destroyed street, all of it seemed like hell. That's when a sudden intrusive thought dumped a hard knot right into the pit of my stomach. I looked back at my earlier note from Peggy and read again when she'd completed the Lexington file. The time had been 2:30 p.m., 2 minutes before the bomb went off. Yeah, so that's not a good sign. I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid, but I couldn't stop the thoughts from coming. 2 people were burned alive in a truck. 4 others were dead, too. No explanation, no terrorist group claiming credit. The next day, Dorner said that some of their devices had been destroyed, their prototypes or whatever. It almost seems like this was some kind of corporate espionage. It all seems like too much of a coincidence, doesn't it? Is that why these numbers are making the innies down there feel things? Because they're dropping bombs or blowing things up from down there. What had I gotten my body and my innie, my friend, into? So maybe they are blowing things up. That's a hell of a coincidence. It could be. How would that work? I mean, I saw a video that suggested that maybe they have a mole. There's a theory that there could be like lumen moles planted all over the place, including at this competitor. And maybe if this person had a chip in their head, refining the numbers in a certain way could remotely trigger something in the person to, turn them into I can't say the word on YouTube, an S bomber. That potentially they could both, it might not be easy to get someone to agree to blow themselves up, but if this person has a chip in their head, then maybe refining the numbers could remote trigger them to detonate a bomb and blow themselves up and their competitors' stuff, their prototypes. So that's a theory that's out there. I mean, that it is a hell of a coincidence, and it's in here. I gotta think this is in here for a reason, but personally, I'm surprised that they would make any kind of supplemental material to read that would actually include a detail like this, because that's a big deal to strongly imply that they're blowing things up with these numbers. That's a huge deal. Oh, it's Umbra. How long have you been there? I didn't see you.
Oh, I've been here probably about 15 minutes, maybe.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
No, you're all right. I was just listening.
I was in another tab, and I have this set to make a noise when somebody is backstage, but it doesn't work, and I don't know why. I have the setting on, but
yeah, anyway. I can't see anything but this dock on my iPad, so I've just been kind of following along.
Yeah, no worries at all. I was leaving a comment. I was just saying, whenever you can add me, that's whatever.
Have you read this?
I have not. That's part of why I just decided to listen.
Yeah. So I mean, what do we think? Are they blowing things up possibly? I mean, it strongly implies that they could be.
Yeah, and then it mentions that thing that you said that, like, the water cooler thing that you think that maybe Helly is going through.
The the what?
The day that she came back and her okay. I mean, I don't know
Oh,
if
the
you want
water.
to read through this or you want me to like summarize it.
Um, well, let me see. Uh, well, okay. I'll read a bit of it.
Okay.
So she wrote Peggy another note telling her to send her any information about the file she just
Mhm.
refined and said it's super important.
Mhm.
She didn't know anything about the Dorner truck down there, but she tried to press her more about the numbers. What do her bosses tell her about the numbers? About Lexington in particular? What is this data they're refining? Not much, she said, other than it being very important work. Finally,
Mhm.
I worked up the nerve
And
to tell her about the
mysterious?
truck. Yes, mysterious and important. Um, so then she told her about the truck. It took me over an hour to write that note. I told her I couldn't be sure there was a connection, but that the timing felt too close to ignore. I told her not to refine another number down there, no matter the consequences. I told her that if I was right, then Lumen had been using us both for something insidious and horrifying. I told her none of this was her fault and that I loved her. I didn't hear back. A day passed, then three. Every day I went down, hoping to feel the familiar pressure of a note in my pants pocket as I came up. Um, it's a funny thing worrying about your innie. I was leaving each day without a scratch on me, and I was certainly still alive, which meant that physically Peggy had to be fine, but her silence every evening grew more terrifying as the days turned to weeks. I wanted to write her again, ask what was going on, but was Lumen onto us? If so, another note could spell disaster for my dear friend. My dear friend. It's you. It sounds so silly. Um, one Tuesday I emerged to find my hair wet. A note on my windshield from Lumen informed me that my innie had had a visually comedic but painless mishap
What?
with the water cooler. Okay. I was given a gift card to Murray's all-day breakfast buffet, which I'm sure they own, as
Is
an
there a Murray
apology
Egan?
for, yeah, probably,
Yeah.
as an apology for the inconvenience. That night over hash browns, my mind raced. What the hell were they doing to her down there each day? How could I help? Should I resign? Since Lumen was the only place she was alive, quitting would essentially mean killing her. Surely I couldn't do that, no matter how bad things had gotten. It was 2 weeks later when, upon ascending for the evening, I felt something thick and firm tucked in the back of my waistband. Let's see. When I was safely off Lumen property, I breathlessly pulled it out and saw a faded spiral-bound booklet with a teal cover marked "The Microdata Refiner's Orientation Booklet." A note was taped to the front, written in the King's English by my very own handwriting. Duly found your last note. Been in break room. Don't know how long. Think you're right about Lexington. Lumen updating code detectors, but they're down today. Hope this booklet gives clarity. Be careful. I love you too. So she was able to write that in English
Mhm.
because the code detectors were down and they were updating them.
Mhm.
That's still not proof that the code detectors are real,
Mhm.
but supposedly they were down. She was able to do that.
Mhm.
She was in the break room for so long she doesn't even know how long. Um, and and she didn't hear, Peg didn't hear from Peggy for a long time. Like, how
Mhm.
long was this? Weeks. So she's been in the break room for weeks.
Yeah, I would assume so.
That's pretty brutal. And then water torture, apparently.
Mhm.
Her hair wet.
Mhm.
So yeah,
So I'm assuming Helly's gonna go through that.
yeah, it sounds like it, but it's surprising that they would do that considering she's an Egan, you know? Like, that's extreme.
Yeah.
That's extreme.
Mhm.
But Let me see. So yeah, there's so like yeah, she's got the little orientation booklet um and she's got like
The description of it's very funny.
it is funny that there's a she opened the booklet. It says I was startled to find an eerily chipper creature smiling up at me from the page. He looked, pardon my indelicacy, like a little dildo with translucent skin, revealing a spiral-shaped digestive tract leading down to his anus. Oh my God.
Wow.
After after reading his intro, I learned that this was Sevi, personalized Severance chip, and the internal mascot Lumen uses to train its innies. Sevi. They would use something like that. And she said that she spent hours trying to decipher what the numbers might mean, as explained by the all-knowing Sevi. And and then she says, you know, this that's all you'll tell me about what all this stuff means. The only thing the handbook says about it is, we know you may be curious about what the numbers mean. However, knowing the true meaning behind the numbers could inhibit your natural intuition. Well, and then she says, well, my natural freaking intuition is telling me something horrible is happening here. Um, and then, she didn't hear back from Peggy for a week. She didn't write back either. And and then let's see. And then she gets in a car accident. Um, so she said, oh no, wait. She's not. She doesn't get in a car accident. She remembers the car accident at this point. Um, she remembers that, and she goes to work, and then, um, let's see. Then she gets a note saying, "Peg, leave now. Get somewhere safe. They will try to follow." So we already know Lumen has goons. Oh, and it goes on more than that, but we already know Lumen has goons that were going after Petey, so I'm not surprised. It says, leave now, get somewhere safe. They will try to follow. Nothing they say is real. Distribute the training booklet. Answers are there if you look. Thank you for my life. You were the best part of it. I'll be with you always. Peggy K. So it's kind of a weird situation. She's saying leave, get away from there, and that's essentially you know, doing away with herself.
Hmm.
Peggy. Yeah, it's like she's taking her own life by telling
Hmm.
her outie to not come back.
Hmm.
And there's no mention of reintegration here, so
Hmm.
this would just mean the innie's gone if she doesn't
Hmm.
go back.
Hmm.
But yeah, nothing they say is real. Answers are there if you look. Um, so that's compelling. And and yeah, they're gonna come after her. So
Hmm.
she says, I called Mr. Alvarado and quit on the spot. I left Topeka without returning home. I only wish I could talk to Peggy again. Um, and the thing that hurts me the most is the only way I could ever talk to Peggy again is to go back to Lumen to switch my Severance chip back on, and I can't do that again, not ever. And and then um and then here's the thing. After that, this is the really messed up part. This is the twist. Um, that was the end of that, and then you see that this email was forwarded um, from a reporter at the Topeka Star to um, a Jim M. And it says, Jim responds, "Hey Daria, read through this letter. Interesting stuff, but all, as you said, pretty out there. I don't think we have the resources right now to put you on this type of story. Besides, it seems more like a disgruntled employee making stuff up. I called over to a source I trust implicitly at Lumen, and it sounds like she was let go because of too many absences. Let's have you focus on the high school basketball playoffs as discussed. Thanks, Jim. And then the reporter responds, "You sure? I can still file that story and then move on to this. These allegations, if true, are pretty astonishing." And then the reporter again sends a message. Oh wait,
Well,
no,
Jim
it's
M
not the
sends her a
reporter.
message. Yeah, Jim M.
Yeah, Jim sends her a message saying, "Too late anyway, just saw this." From Carolyn over in Obits. Margaret Peg Kincaid passed away from complications from a car accident on November 11th. And then it's an obituary after that. Then he says, "Tough break. Sorry, not to sound harsh here, but all this might be for the best. Her whole letter felt really loose, and it's not like we want to get into a libel suit with Lumen. You may remember what happened with the Nashville Tribune when they printed what they thought was a well-sourced expose on Lumen's feeding tube devices. They got sued into oblivion and folded 6 months later. Please send me those basketball pages ASAP, though. I want to run them through tomorrow's edition. Jim." And then underneath, Jim Milchick, editor, the Topeka Star.
Jim Milchick, huh?
Jim Milchick.
Uh,
Uh-huh.
so, okay. And Seth Milchick is the one on Severance, right?
Yeah.
Yep. That's right.
Oh, wow.
That's super sus.
Must be
Yeah.
brothers.
Yeah, Sebby does
Yeah.
have a little spiraling intestinal tract, I guess, when you look at the picture.
Oh yeah. Let me see.
Yeah, if you look at the microdata refiner's orientation booklet.
I'll show it. I have it.
I was
Yeah,
reading
it.
through this as you guys were, or as you were reading it. So I saw what you meant about the blowing up part. Now it looks like some type of attack. I don't want to say anything that might get you caught up, but yeah, it looks like some type of attack like that. Yeah, so they're I guess they're trying to hint that doing the microdata refinement or whatever, that it triggers some type of explosions and such.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
Interesting.
A refiner is something that is someone who makes something pure.
Yeah. You know, I'm surprised they would put something so shocking in a supplemental material like this. If they are indeed blowing things up, that would be a huge reveal. So why would they put this in something like this? If this is what they're really doing on the show, I mean, I wouldn't think they'd reveal it this way. It would kind of be wasting what could be an extremely shocking reveal on the show itself. So maybe this is a red herring, a misdirect. That explosion may not have anything to do with it. You know?
Yeah.
I think, I don't know. I just can't imagine them revealing something like that in a supplemental material rather than on the show. I just don't. I don't see it. I think they're trying to lead us astray with that explosion thing, personally. But the rest of it, there are some huge things that you can take out of it aside from just that. I mean, some really fascinating things like this Milchick thing. The way so they basically have. There are already hints that they've got a foothold with the police, now the press. They've got people in the state senate and in the TV show that are pro Severance, and there are hints that they definitely have some kind of sway over the police. And now in this, the press seem to be actively suppressing like information getting out about this kind of stuff. So
which makes sense. It goes back to the whole propaganda of the newspaper we were talking about earlier.
Right. And yeah, but that car accident thing, I mean, there's no way that was an accident. They definitely caused that car accident that killed her. That much I'm sure of.
Yeah, that seems like their popular answer to doing things. They
Yeah.
might have actually got Gemma's car in the jam as well.
Yeah, I bet they did. Yeah, the car accident stuff, like,
Mm-hmm.
it seems like their MO.
Yeah.
What was the lady's name who wrote this and started leading into her
Pe-
Indianality?
Peg
Peg
and
Kincaid.
Peggy.
Yeah, Peg
Yeah.
Kincaid.
Now, what if she shows up some way in season 2, like
That would be cool.
in the department where they sent Gemma to?
That would be interesting as hell. I would like to see that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like maybe they reanimate people or
mm,
fake their deaths.
fake their
Maybe so
deaths. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they might fake their deaths, you know? Um, well, that would be so interesting. Yeah. There's
by
Sevy.
by the way,
Um,
so that letter was sent to, you said, Topeka, Kansas. It sounded like you said.
Mm-hmm.
right.
So, and then we know that the main show was set in the fictional PE,
Mm-hmm.
Kier
Yeah.
PE, which is like
Mhm.
Pennsylvania, whatever, Fusion, whatever. So this shows that Kier is more nationwide too, right? Like they're all over.
They're worldwide.
Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Helena says. Oh, I grew up and I thought I had hundreds of thousands of brothers and sisters all around the world,
I see. Okay, I didn't pay
ready
attention
to
to that
become
part.
the Lumen Army and just one little, push of a button.
Yeah.
Hearing that, it makes me think of like
Sorry.
Invasion of the Body Snatchers or something like that, where at the end of it, they're replacing humans, right? They're replacing them. I wonder
Mm-hmm.
then, will the end have a more dramatic conclusion where it's showing like everybody is chipped and made into, I guess, cult members by Kier somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
It was just funny in the handbook they had a washing your hands thing, and when you washed your hands, you were supposed to sing "Happy Birthday" to Kier in your head. And
Yeah.
by the time Kier would be ready to blow out the candles, your hands will be clean.
Yeah. Yeah. That was an interesting little detail that they were supposed to wash their hands 10 times a day.
Oh yeah.
And so there's the theory that maybe they're putting something in the water that's like coming through their skin. I don't
Mm.
know, doing something to them through the water. But this is really funny though. The handbook. Meet
Mm-hmm.
Sevi. Congratulations on your new job. All of us are thrilled you've become a part of Lumen Industries. From the humble beginnings of a small topical salve company to the world's leading pioneer in biotechnologies, Lumen has thrived thanks to workers like you. Now, it's not just biotechnologies, though. I mean, they literally manufacture everything that you see in that whole building. They make the snacks, they make the cleaning products, they make everything. So,
So they
um,
started as a salve company. Was that soap?
It's stuff you put on
it's
your
like
skin,
a,
like healing salve, like a
yeah,
healing product that you would put on your skin,
Okay.
like to
yep.
dry, like usually for dry hands or for like wounds.
Mm-hmm.
Like lotion or something like that, you're saying?
No, something that's more healing, something that would be like
Oh, like
a
aloe
topic,
vera.
like a topic, yeah,
Okay.
like something you put it
Mm-hmm.
on to heal yourself, like a healing liquid, like a liquid, kind of like a lotion, but not really thicker. Usually, like kind of jelly based, like pearlmium jelly.
Okay, I got you.
Mm,
Something like cocoa
Yeah,
butter or aloe vera, something like that.
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
yeah.
kind of funny.
Um, let's see. Yeah, yeah. That would be crazy if Peggy's the new wellness counselor in season 2. That would be pretty wild. Yeah. Um, Dieter accidentally left Umber in the void. This stupid thing. It's I have the notifications turned on and it used to make a noise and there's no noise. So I never know when someone's coming on and I'm showing pictures. Damn. I did
It
that to multiple people last week too.
Yeah, it was fine for me
Mhm.
now because I hadn't read this, so it was best for you ladies to do what you had to do for this.
Mm. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, you know
yeah, I just
the
feel bad
clothing
when that
code
happens.
doesn't say the clothing
Yep.
the dressing code says they can't wear it doesn't say blue. So that's shocking.
Oh, yeah, you would think it does, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
doesn't.
Um, oh
Rebels.
yeah, and sorry, what? What did you
I
say?
said rebels.
Yeah. And AA, yeah, feeding tube malfunctions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Ding ding
yeah, that,
ding.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, there was a big stink in the Nashville branch over feeding tube malfunction,
Mm.
or a lawsuit or whatever. And and who do we know that has a feeding tube in her shrine in her house?
Mm-hmm.
Harmony.
Yeah.
Harmony and her mother's breathing tube. So that little detail in this thing has fueled the theory that Lumen, has something to do with her mother's death. And so she's actually on a vendetta against the company. Um, I don't know though, because she's so reverent to Kier. I mean, she has a shrine in her house to Kier, so that part I don't really understand. I can't reconcile that with the feeding tube and the shrine to Kier. I mean, I think Lumen has perverted the original message of Kier, so maybe she
Mm-hmm.
can separate those two things in her head and compartmentalize. But maybe that's what it is. She's reverent to this cult of Kier, and she's also trying to take down Lumen because they're responsible for her mother's death. Maybe the feeding tube.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the Milchicks are brothers or clones. Yeah, yeah, that could definitely fuel, like I was saying earlier, the clone theory that I've heard for sure. Yeah, like it
What
could, it
was
could fuel.
there a
Sorry, what? What,
no, I was
Scarlett?
trying to feel
Are you trying
I'm
to
trying
talk?
to
Because I
find out
don't
there
hear anything. Oh, okay. All right.
was
Thank you,
I'm trying to
Dieter.
find the date on the
Thank you.
letter.
Appreciate that,
Oh, there's no date
Dieter.
on it. That's perfect.
No date on what letter?
No year dates on these letters. It just says November 12th instead of like November 12th, like 1999 or November 12th, 2020,
Oh, okay. Um, somebody
There's
said
no
that they
time frame.
saw. Somebody said, yeah. So we don't know about the like when this happened. In the book, in the supplemental material, somebody said that like was it Geek Academy that saw 2020 on something in the show, so he figured out that the show
Hmm.
takes place in
Yeah, it
2020.
was on a license. It was on a driver's license, I think.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Um, AA said basically they were using their employees to blow up their competition. It could also mean that what the employees are doing in MDR isn't going to manipulate the show and its ending because there are probably deeper mysteries. I do think it's important we know what they're doing.
Mm.
Okay, so maybe they are giving it away what they're doing, but that's not like the main mystery or plot of the show potentially. Yeah, that could be. Um, Amy said Lumen weeds out anger by having them do the numbers, and in result, they use that anger against the competitor by firing um, bombs at them. Am I not supposed
Mm.
to say that word? I don't know.
I
On
don't
YouTube,
know.
I don't know. Um, interesting. Yeah, what a trip, K Brew. Yeah, it's it's interesting. Um, now he's severed. Oh my God, dude, why did you do it? Yeah, he's severed Umbra now.
Mm-mm.
Uh, um,
All hail Kier.
Mm-hmm. Chosen one, kill. Chosen one, kill.
yeah. Um, Yeah, maybe I shouldn't use that word. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know all these. YouTube doesn't have like like an actual set of rules to follow. If they would just like make it clear, then it would be easier for people to know what to do to avoid getting in
Hmm.
trouble. But they don't have like a clear set of rules at all.
Or just a
I
list of
don't know.
words or anything.
That would be
Just
helpful.
anything.
Yeah.
That'd be helpful. A handbook.
Yeah, seriously. I know not to
Yeah.
say, I know not to say the word for, offing yourself. I know I
Unaliving.
can't say that word. I know I can't
Hmm.
say that word.
Hmm.
Um, so AA thinks that Lumen is definitely blowing things up. Matt says, I wonder if it's a red herring. I mean, one is not a trend. We need more info. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's interesting. David said most of our actions are driven by the unconscious mind. When they say we only use 10% of the mind, they mean we are only consciously aware of around 10% of the activity. The rest is unconscious. Okay. Dean Gray said there is also smell memory. Certain smells can
Ooh.
elicit memory from the past. Not that that has anything to do with severance. It's subtle
Hmm.
but powerful. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I love this, Matt. Dan also said that the visuals in the break room are inspired by Plato's allegory of the cave, which sort of represents the plight of the innies. Yes. Yeah, I love that. Yeah. And no, Ben isn't doing much writing. Erickson gave him directives, and then Stiller wrote the actual Lexington Letter text. I love that Dan did actually write the the UUR. I hope I can buy a copy. I want to buy a copy too.
They need to get the actor that plays Rickon to do an audiobook of the you are.
Yeah.
Maybe with some
It totally
personal
needs to be.
stories, a little personal stories about his life that are horrible and pretentious.
Yes. That would be fantastic. David said also there's a theory that the four main characters represent the four tempers as well. Well,
Hmm.
that would be fitting. Yes,
Yeah, because they had
totally.
the painting with their heads too. I feel like that's a lot of imagery there.
Oh, definitely.
They're like the files.
Definitely.
You just put the things in the files and the tempers.
Mm,
Because
yep.
isn't Mark supposed to be woe and Irving's supposed to be Hallie's blah blah. Hallie's supposed to be malice.
Right.
And who's Dread? Because Dylan's Frolic and Irving would be Dread.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Definitely. It fits. Yeah. Um let's see. This gives Jurassic Park vibes, said Amy, with the little DNA guy. Um yeah. Let me see. So, yeah, this workbook, I mean this handbook is really amusing actually. Uh by agreeing to join the Severance program, you have consented to your perceptual chronologies being surgically split. What this means is that your access to memories will be spatially dictated from now on. You will be unable to access your outside life memories whilst on Lumen's severed basement floor, nor access your inside work memories upon your ascent and return to the outside world. This effect is permanent. Well, we know that's not true.
Hmm.
It is possible to change it. Um, fun fact, I like how they have fun facts.
Yeah.
Being Becoming severed may sound invasive, but we assure you that the procedure is quick and painless. The severance chip is implanted in the brain through a needle that is inserted via the back of the neck into the memory portion of the brain. The procedure is handled by a world-class medical staff directed by a fluoroscopy monitor, which allows for precision placement of the chip. The procedure takes just a few minutes and recovery is immediate. Oh yeah, that sounds like a blast. I want to have a needle stuck in my skull,
Mhm.
inserted into my brain with a chip. Sign me up. Ugh, horrifying. And oh my God, the way they showed it on screen was so
Mhm.
gross too. It was
It
like,
was it was accurate though, according to the podcast.
Really? Wow.
They had like a doctor and some advisors about it.
There was a bunch of white stuff. It was so gross that came
Mm-hmm.
out of the skull of the
Mm-hmm.
so nasty. Um, a refiner is someone who makes something pure, more
Mm-hmm.
usable and more accessible, whether it is the oil industry, the sugar industry, or our industry. As a lumen refiner, you'll be removing impurities from data and reorganizing that data into its purest form. You have been selected for this position because we recognize in you both the intuition and emotional intelligence to perform those tasks quickly, efficiently, and most importantly, reliably. Essentially, a macro data refiner sorts data sets from different categories into digital bins, a task which requires immense skill and focus. Oh yeah, a lot of skill. Um, Take pride in knowing that you have been selected for your vast intellectual prowess. We know you may be curious about what the numbers mean. However, not knowing the true meaning behind the numbers could inhibit your natural intuition. Yeah, interesting stuff. I love that they actually made a handbook that you can
Mm-hmm.
look at. It's cool. Yeah, so they describe, filling the bins with numbers, four categories of numbers. There will you will be met with a sea of numbers that seem to stretch endlessly in all directions. Over time, certain clusters of numbers will start to make you feel a certain way. There are four categories of numbers, each of which elicits a different feeling. A refiner's job is to fill each of the five bins evenly with the four kinds of number clusters. And
Mm-hmm.
the four kinds of numbers. Um, WO, which is clearly woe, as in WOE, which is one of the four tempers. These numbers elicit melancholy or despair. FC, frolic. It doesn't say that here, but it's clearly frolic.
Mm-hmm.
These numbers elicit joy, gaiety, or ecstasy. DR, as in dread, that's another of the four tempers. These numbers elicit fear, anxiety, or apprehension. And MA, or malice. These numbers elicit rage or desire to do harm. So, yeah, those are the numbers, all obviously corresponding to the four tempers. And
Corresponding to
you're
the four
sorting,
characters.
yeah, and they do. I think they
Mm-hmm.
do fit. They do fit the four characters. So, yeah. So, um, and yeah, this is just pretty basic stuff. Nothing that
Mm-hmm.
interesting, really. It just gives directions on how to access like the program on the computer, and yeah, so there's really not that much here. And yeah, it's just it's cool though, because it's like, you get to put yourself in their position as if you're, you signed up to work
Yeah.
there, and you know, you can see what it looks like when they're sorting numbers. Nope. Um,
No.
it should the numbers not be a correct match for the bin, a thumbs down will appear on screen. It says nope.
Nope.
Yeah. And yeah. Happy refining. There you have it.
Yep.
There's a little drawing. He's putting the numbers into the bins. Refining numbers is as easy as sorting them into bins. Happy refining. And then, what is the office dress code? All clothing is to be monochromatic and solid in color. Permitted colors are black, white, navy, gray, and pastels.
I
All
guess it's
attire
me.
is to be free of labels. Huh?
Yeah, but I see people wearing brown too, like that brown rust color and green.
Right. Yeah.
There must be a
So
little looseness in that.
yeah, that's odd. Yeah, maybe it's a little inconsistency in the plot, but in the
Hmm.
writing. But yeah, all attire is to be free of labels, as labels will activate the detectors placed in entry and exit points of the severed floor. Um, and and Don't worry about remembering the dress code when you leave the office, as you are dressed by your Audi. This information has also been given to them. It's so juvenile and infantilizing. And they've got
And the
hand
washing the
washing
hands,
technique.
the happy birthday
Yeah,
figure.
yeah. It says, yeah, it literally tells them how to wash their hands like they're 3 years old. It gives instructions and and scrub for 20 seconds. A helpful hint. Sing happy birthday to Kier in your head. And and by the time Kier would be ready to blow out the candles, your hands will be clean.
Now, who would have read
Yeah.
that in a book and been like, "Oh, this is normal"?
Yeah. It's pretty ridiculous.
Hey,
Yeah.
Julie, I think I'm gonna go to bed now that we covered this.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind
I'm
of
gonna go
winding
to
down
bed and
myself.
dream of Kier. I'm gonna dream of Kier and washing my hands.
And by the time you wake up, he'll have taken care of all of it.
Yep, indeed.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
good night, everybody in the chat. Thanks for everybody. You're all special. You're all special. You're all special in the eyes of Kier.
Good
Have a good
night.
night.
Good
Night.
night,
Bye.
Scarlett.
Good night.
Um, hey, wait a minute. Hey, that one gamer. Welcome, welcome. Um, I can't remember if I saw you in the last Severance chat, but welcome if it's your first time. Either way, actually. Um, AA said I saw a theory last week about Rickon secretly being a part of the Kier bloodline and Lumen. Yeah, I've heard of that, and it's possible.
We spoke
If
about
he
it the
really
other day,
did,
didn't we?
yeah, I think we mentioned that the other day. Yeah, he could be. There's something so odd about him, and yeah, maybe he is secretly part of that bloodline, the Egans. Some have suspected maybe he's a black sheep of the family, and that's why he has a problem with Severance, or at least he says he does. But then in the trailer for season 2, in the newspaper, it said that his second book, um, Umbra, I don't think Umbra, I don't know if you were, I think you might have been in the chat. I'm not sure when we were talking about this, but it said in the newspaper, we zoomed in on it, and at the what was supposedly like some kind of parade for the four of them who are what is it? They're like the face of severance reform. Right under the article it said at this event the benediction was read by Rickon, by Dr. Rickon Hale, I think his name is, and it
Mm.
said that he wrote the UUR and something like how I came how I came to Kier, or something like that. It sounds like he joined the Kier cult. So
I wonder if that's just propaganda and misinformation, or if it's
yeah,
alluding to him possibly being a part of the bloodline, or if maybe he just said, "Hey, why don't I try this old severance thing out too?" It could go a number of
yeah,
ways.
it could go a number of ways, right? Yeah. Yeah, he could have gotten severed. That's a possibility too. He could have converted and actually joined the Kier cult, or he could just yeah, there are a bunch of ways, he could secretly have been an Egan all along. Or it
Or
could just be bullshit.
it could be bullshit, and it could be that Lumen decided to kind of force him into it.
Right.
Maybe
Yeah.
he is separate, and and they force that into him, and then because we've already seen they can override any other part of somebody. We're looking at Gemma.
Right. Right. Yeah. So yeah, who knows what they could do, or the pull that this company has it's pretty extreme. It's they seem to have infiltrated police departments, and and the press, and they can literally come after you if you try to leave, like Petey. So, and they probably, I mean, they may have caused Gemma's car accident to begin with because obviously they clearly caused Peg's car accident in the Lexington letter. I mean, that's just too much of a coincidence. They definitely caused her car accident, and you know, and again, that's a hint that possibly they also caused Gemma's car accident. Maybe that's how they got their hands on her in the first place. Um, so let me see. To be fair, a lot of people need to be told how to wash their hands. That's true, Dean. Yeah, a lot of people are still not washing their hands right as grown adults. That's
You,
true.
it's funny, by the way.
Uh,
Dean, is your name a play off Jean Grey with Dean Gray? Also, Dean has the image of the body snatchers that I was just talking about a while ago. I just noticed
oh,
it with
yeah,
Sutherland.
yeah, that's right. Um, oh yeah, I love Invasion of the Body Snatchers, classic. Let's see. AA says, after my Audi read this handbook, I think I would be skeptical about working there. I would worry for my innie. Yeah, me too. I'd be a little concerned. Dean says no, it's actually his name. So
Oh,
let's
nice.
see.
To me,
Yeah.
my X-Men.
Yeah. Um, and yes, uh, yes, Body Snatcher's profile photo. Nice, nice. Like it. Yeah. Yeah, I love that they published this. It's very entertaining. I'd like more supplemental materials to go with From. This is cool. Like they gave us a website for what is it? You what is it? The moving company, whatever the hell it's called. I don't remember now. Um, whatever that moving company was called, they made a website for that, and they made a fake news article online too. But nothing like this. Like this is awesome. I mean, to actually have what's essentially a short story and a handbook, that's great. Um,
Speaking
I
of
love that. I love
supplementary,
when
too,
shows do this.
I did too.
Sup
It's just the added depth, right? But I was gonna say, like, for supplementary shows outside of From for you, you got Severance here. Am I to believe that Silo would be one of the other ones for you?
yes,
Okay,
yes. Yeah, I'm not caught up with Silo at the moment. I've been too busy to keep up with it at the moment, but it is definitely one of my favorites. I haven't seen like the
okay.
latest ones though.
Have you thought about any
Uh,
other shows you might want to add to the supplementary list?
Not current ones. I don't know of any others that are current or coming out soon that look good. So, yeah, I don't know. I have a long
Okay,
list of shows and movies that people have recommended, but not current ones or upcoming ones.
got you.
So,
I know Scarlett always
yeah,
mentions Yellow Jackets. I would be
yeah,
remiss if I didn't mention that one. I need to check that out too.
yeah, yeah. It sounds like I mean I watched it like from what she said, it sounds like it's going to be an amazing show. I've seen the first two episodes, and from there, I know it takes off and goes into some interesting supernatural seeming plot lines, and there are just certain things about it that I find kind of triggering. So I'm having trouble pushing through it more, but we'll see. And also, I need to finish Lost. I should really finish Lost first, but it's just such a long slog through Lost. There's so many episodes. It's a lot. Um, yeah, this is the code detector section of the handbook. It says unsupervised communication with your Audi is prohibited. Each exit and entrance to the severed floor has been fitted with the latest in code detecting technologies. It is best to think of this technology as a metal detector, but instead of metal, it is for written symbols. All notes will be confiscated, followed by an immediate visit to the break room. I mean, yeah, they definitely they want to keep them from interacting for a reason, the innies and the outies, so that nothing gets leaked about what's going on in there. Um, the code detectors, are they actually real? This thing, it implies maybe they're real. She was able to get a note through when the code detectors were supposedly down or not. They were being serviced to that day, but I wonder. I don't know. I still wonder if the code detectors are real or if it's just something that they're told about. I don't know about that. Um, Remember, your Audi requested to join the Severance program, so it's important that you respect their choice. Please help preserve their work-life balance. Oh yeah, respect their choice, and in dooming you to a lifetime in hell of nonstop work with no interruption whatsoever, no escape, no agency, no free will at all. Respect their choice. You don't get any
Uh-huh.
choices.
Right. I wonder, like, for them, would they ever try to introduce something to give the innies any semblance of freedom like that, like some type of. I saw it theorized on something. I forgot who did. Maybe Hex Dogma. I'm not sure, but maybe they'll have something of a lucid dream type of device or machine that they can get into to allow them to feel like they're climbing a mountain or going skiing somewhere, or things like that. And maybe that would be
Mm.
an escape for them, so to speak.
Mhm.
I mean, I would
Yeah,
certainly
yeah.
take that type of reward over a coffee cozy. I would take that.
Me too. Yeah. Uh, it would just God, it would almost be cruel unless they got to do this regularly for an earned reward because you would get to experience like the feeling of being free of that place and doing something else. Uh, um, let's see. Work incident notices. They talk about how discipline will be administered to match the seriousness of the incident. Um, it doesn't say what kind of discipline. That's kind of ominous. And, Peggy found herself, leaving there. Peg left there with wet hair. So they did some kind of torture on her, which looks like what's happening to Helly in the trailer also with her head being pushed underwater. So uh, that's fucked up. Fun fact, if you work hard and respect your coworkers, your experience at Lumen will be very rewarding. Oh, sure, yeah. My God, what a joke. Um, Incentives. Reaching 100% completion is a win in and of itself, but we here at Lumen want to show you how proud we are of your progress by incentivizing. You will be rewarded incrementally based on the percentage you have achieved. And then there's a chart. 10% complete, you get a pencil eraser. 25% you get a finger trap, 75% a music dance experience, and 100% complete a caricature portrait. And then, of course, the most memorable of them all, a bonus, a refiner who performs exemplary work may be designated refiner of the quarter by their department chief. This individual receives a compensatory waffle party. Of course, it doesn't say what that is, but we all know now. And the Lumen core principles, which are those 9: vision, verve, wit, cheer, humility, benevolence, nimbleness, probity, and wiles. And yeah, so just goes through that. And um yeah, they say that they're united by the core principles and um although set out individually, these principles overlap and are intertwined, and they should all be considered together. Note the emphasis on good social skills. Because we are not just a team, we are a community. One could even say a family. And I just love how they did this. Yeah, it's great. Copyright Lumen Industries. Do not distribute. All rights reserved. They really went all out making this look legit. They really did. And thankfully somebody went to the trouble of putting the whole thing on this site so you can just easily look at it, which is cool. But yeah, kind of puts you in the role of someone who's actually going to work there, which is fun. And yeah, and once again, these it is so crazy how old these computer displays are. It shows like this is so old. It's like early 90s level, maybe late 80s even, where you have to just type in a bunch of code and like there's literally no interface. No interface at all. It's just a black screen with a bunch of text on it when you turn your computer on. It's just bizarre. But I guess this is just what they're
Mhm.
going for. They're going for this weird aesthetic of old technology in a modern world just for style's sake, I guess.
A simpler time.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're definitely using very minimalistic design, but and we're just left with having to figure out why.
right.
I don't quite get it either, but I think it's simple for the sake of what they're using them to um, do, I guess, and it seems to be some type of tax that they're using it for. I can't wait till we find out what those bins are about.
What the what's about?
The bins when they're in microdata, they're doing as such, and they're binning those numbers.
Oh yeah. I would like to know that myself. Yeah. Um it, I know some people are just saying that the technology it doesn't matter like that it doesn't have to make sense. It's just the style that they're going with like this retro futuristic vibe. I just would like it to make sense within the world of the show. Why do they have such old technology? But it could just be a stylistic choice, I suppose.
It's got to be a reason
Uh,
for it, right? I hope something like that. Same thing with the goat. I hope those are not just there for whatever. Like, oh, we just did that to do it. Like, I hope not, because everything else seems so thought out. It feels like
right.
it would be silly if they did that to me. I hope they don't.
I feel the same way. I really would prefer there to be a reason for this, um, rather than just yeah, just going for this style, this retro futuristic kind of quirky style. It's just too bizarre. Like to have a random show that it just shoves this in your face nonstop. The old tech, the old computers, the old TV that he brings in on a cart, that Milchick, I mean, brings in on a cart, and flip phones, and a payphone in the trailer, and then you've got this aerial view of the parking lot, which I have as my background, and literally you can see from the overhead view, just from the boxy shape of every single vehicle in the parking lot, that they're all old cars because that's what they looked like. Old cars have this boxy look, all of them. So it irritates me not having an explanation for it. I don't know. It's just a pet peeve that they if they're not going to have an explanation and they're just doing it for style, then I don't know, bugs me.
Yeah, I'm
But
with
I
you.
mean, it's cool if there's a reason for it. If there's some kind of reason behind it, then I would find it interesting. I would just like there to be a reason. But
Yeah, looks like it's like set in the '90s. The cars, right? The '90s. I would say some of them will
yes,
look a little more contoured, but most of them are boxy, like you said. And that was like '90s going into like the early mid '90s. It started to form into more rounded shapes and stuff like that.
yes. Yep. So definitely I would say early to mid 90s. Yes. Like I remember, you know, if you look at the Toyota Corollas that are still on the road today because they're like, you know, incredibly long performing cars, you still see some of the earlier 90s, mid 90s Toyota Corollas that are boxy. And then by the end of the 90s, when I got my first car, I've had a few Corollas, and my first one I got it in like 2006. Um, when I got it, it was 7 years old. It was a 99, and it was rounded at that point. But yeah, you look at the ones from early to mid 90s, they were still boxy. For some reason, that's just how everything was. Everything was boxier. Now everything has been rounded for quite a long time. So this whole parking lot is full of old cars.
Yeah. I'll be right
Wow.
back. Gonna grab my Uber Eats.
What was that? Let's see. Dean Gray. I have watched a little bit of The Leftovers. I watched the first few episodes. I had trouble keeping up, continuing with it. I liked it. I loved the concept. I thought the mystery element of it, that's what really interested me the most. But the problem was that that show wasn't about the mystery at all. It was really about the trauma, and the grief of the people left behind after a, a, a portion of the world's population just disappeared into thin air all of a sudden with no explanation. And I loved that kind of concept, but I wanted more emphasis on the mystery and not watching them deal with the trauma of everyone disappearing. I found that to be such a downer of a show. I
Same.
finally had to stop watching it. Really?
I did not like The Leftovers. It was very depressing, and like everything felt like one melancholy scene to the next. It was like, all right, where are you going with this?
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
think after the
exactly.
first season, I was done with it.
Yeah, I couldn't even make it through season one. I couldn't do it. I tried. People have said it was a great show, but I couldn't do it. I really wanted to like it. I liked the concept so much. There were creepy, trippy aspects of it where you weren't sure if certain things were real or in someone's imagination, but they didn't lean into that. It quickly just veered into the tragic and the depressing, the melancholy. There was the episode that made me quit it, where I couldn't take it anymore, was about a preacher of some sort, a minister who spent the entire episode with the whole episode was an exercise in tragic futility. And this minister, he, like, apparently people stopped coming to church after their loved ones disappeared, or, so many people disappeared. And so he was struggling keeping his church running and having enough money to pay the bills and keep it open. And he was going to lose his church. So he spent the entire episode struggling to hang on to his church any way that he could. Like, he tried everything that he could. He I think he gambled at a casino, and like every single time like you thought that it was hopeless and he was screwed, it seemed like, oh no, wait, no, there's hope. No, like he's gonna have the money to do this. And and then the hope would be snatched away again. And then, oh no, wait, no, he will be able to do this. Oh no, never mind. Back and forth for the entire episode. And it was just like, it's extremely depressing. And I think what ultimately happened, like, he woke up. I remember, yeah, I think he gambled a bunch of money at the casino, and he actually, against all odds, won enough money to save his church. And then he got attacked at his car, and he had to fight the guy and managed to actually get the jump on him. I think he might have even killed the guy. I can't remember, but then he left. And I think he was, so you think that he's home free, and he pulls up to the side of the road and he sees like a member of this crazy cult that started in the wake of everyone disappearing. Um, these cult people were being attacked, and he stopped to help them, and then he got caught in the middle of it and attacked. Then he wakes up in the hospital, and once again, so you think all hope is lost, but you realize, oh no, wait, no, he does have a chance. He all he has to do is like rush to the bank with his money from the casino, and he can still make it. He rushes to the bank, and oh no, the bank is closed. He's banging on the door, please let me in, please let me in. And he convinces somebody from the bank to let him in, even though they just closed. So you're like, oh my God, amazing, finally. After all these obstacles, he actually managed to save his church. And the guy's like, you've been unconscious for 3 days. Like, the deadline was 3 days ago. We already foreclosed on your church.
I can already see what this is off of. This is off that parable. Because the name, I'm looking it up right now. The name of the episode is called Two Boats and a Helicopter. And that's off that parable where somebody's praying to God for them to be saved. They're on a boat, they're on top of this building or whatever it is, this structure, and it's flooded everywhere. And they need God to, they're praying to God to send somebody to help them. A boat comes,
Mhm.
two boats come by, they refuse both. No, God's going to send a helicopter, or is God's going to do whatever to save me. And all those things come and they reject it every time. And then they end up drowning. This is literally that. The way you just described it is 100% off that parable. And now that you
Wow.
mention it, I'm looking at it, and I don't even think I got that far. I take it back. I did not watch all of this. I don't even remember that.
It was horrible. I was so mad that I actually sat and wasted my time watching that exercise in futility of that episode. Like, and the kicker of it all, not only did the bank foreclose on his church after all that, but those cult members who he stopped to actually help, and like they were actually hostile to him, but he was, a man of God, and he wanted to help them anyway. He Those cult members are the ones who bought his church. Like, what the hell? What did I watch this for?
That's 100% off that parable or whatever, for sure. Dieter said, "Why
Oh
was it Father
my God.
Kotri?"
Yeah. Nope. Yeah, that's when I quit the show. I was like, I'm done with this shit. Anyway, that was my rambling tangent on why I couldn't stick with the leftovers. But I know some people really were into the show. It just wasn't for me. Um,
I remember debating some people about that on a site I used to go to, and they were like, "Oh, the leftovers are so good, best show on TV." I'm like, "What? Like, how did you come to that conclusion?" And they were like, "Oh, you just don't get it." I'm like, "Nah, this show is trash. I get it, all right, but it's not for everybody. Not everything is for everybody, right? It is what it is."
right. Yeah. Not, people have different tastes, not everything is for everybody. Dean Gray said it's worth watching. Like AA couldn't get into the leftovers. Dean said it's worth watching through the first season. It pays off like you wouldn't believe. The first season is kind of rough, sharp, unfocused. The next two build on it to a point where you see why it was like that. Okay, yeah, I've heard things like that. I've heard things like that about it. Yeah, maybe I quit on it too soon, but what was I gonna say? It had 3 seasons? Wow, I'm surprised. 3 seasons.
Three
Okay.
seasons is relatively short, though. To be fair, that's only like
It
what 30
is.
episodes.
It is relatively short. I'm just surprised because I had such a negative experience with it, I guess. But, um, Dean Gray said many government departments run on that text-based prompt to this day. It's not so retro. Okay. That old-fashioned computer, um, like, interface type of thing. Interesting. Okay. Um,
It was 28 episodes. First season and second season 10, third season 8 episodes. I'm
yeah, I mean,
tempted to give it another watch just to see if it's as terrible as I remember.
yeah. I'm tempted now too, like I've heard it gets better, but I mean there are aspects of it that I liked that were really trippy. There was this cop that was like hallucinating stuff, and he kept seeing like like a random deer in his front yard staring at him, and like and then I think a bunch of there was this weird thing with a bunch of dogs. These wild dogs were roaming around, like they went feral and were like attacking. I think they were attacking the deer, and then this dude goes and like just, like shoots them and stuff. I didn't like that. I don't like when dogs get shot in movies and shows. I don't like that at all. Um anyway, um Dieter said I can assure you I raised the baby goats for a reason. AA said they say the goats are kids, but the innies see them as goats because that's what their severance chip makes them see. Oh, huh. Yeah, like a baby goat is actually called a kid. Interesting. I never thought of that. If Dylan saw the goats, maybe he would see babies because he saw his son, but this theory is debunked because of the kid in the first episode of next season. Right. Yeah. Yeah, so they're able to see like this actual child here. So, yeah, I can see that. Matt Gilbert says Erickson said everything we see is really there, so I don't know. I guess you could say that they are there, but the innies misperceive them. Right. Um, right, the innies might be misperceiving the goats. Yeah, I could see that too. Um, Ace said that's how Alice in Borderland felt. Like it focused on the character stories more than the mystery. It was still good, just took forever to figure out where they were and what was even going on. Yeah, I watched some of that too and gave up on it, actually. Um, I liked the concept a lot. Again, I like concepts where people become trapped under mysterious circumstances in like a supernatural type of way or a seemingly supernatural type of way. And that episode, I mean that series, it's like people getting stuck in some kind of like video game type of thing. It's like a real life, it's a real life kind of game that they have to engage in. Not a video game, but like it's an actual game where they have to like literally play with their lives um and it's a really interesting concept, but I had trouble getting through it. I gave up on it. Um, I heard that it has a great twist, and I can't remember what the twist was actually. I was thinking about giving it another try, maybe. Grow and Thrive says the last season of The Leftovers was the best. I have heard that it improved, but I've heard that it never really did like become about the actual mystery mainly. Like, I don't know if it ever explained like if you told me that The Leftovers actually gave a satisfactory explanation as to what happened to all those people, then I would have motivation to watch it because I would like an explanation. If they don't ever explain the disappearance of those people, then that would just drive me nuts because that's the main reason I would be watching the show for the mystery.
Agreed.
So that's the thing. Yeah. And I don't think the show is really about that. It's about the trauma of all those people just suddenly disappearing off the face of the earth and the trauma of the people who were left behind. That's why it's called The Leftovers. So, yeah, I bet they never explained it. I wouldn't be surprised. Hey there, MoFi. He would black out and go do stuff. Who would black out and go do stuff? Dieter, yes, I will take care of myself. Absolutely. Winding down right now for sure. Um, yeah, it's we're gonna have another Severance live this week, and this time it's gonna be a pregame live before the big premiere. So that'll be exciting. Looking forward to that.
You
We're
doing it
gonna
on
be
a
doing
Friday?
yeah. So it drops midnight Thursday night slash Friday technically. So that's when all the Apple TV shows drop. They always drop Thursday nights midnight, technically Friday. And so we're gonna do pregame lives. Um, Shooting for 10:30. Could be slightly after 10:30, but I'll have to decide. Like, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know, maybe like, Scarlett and I will have to talk about it if we want to make it. We were kind of on the fence as to whether to make it 10:30 or 11 or 10:45 or something like that. This will be like much shorter than our typical live. For once, like, I've never done a live. I don't think I've ever done a live that's under um maybe I don't think I've
Under
ever
two
done a live
hours.
that's under 4.5 hours long. Ever.
Yeah.
I don't think so,
Well,
ever.
your name is Julie B. Deep Dive, so it wouldn't be out of character for you.
Yeah, indeed. So, um, I, and the funny thing is, when I made the channel name, I honestly never planned on everything being so long. I don't know why I picked this channel name. I had a hard time picking a name, really hard time, and I picked it. But I was thinking, I honestly thought when I sat down to make my first video, I figured it would just be your average length video, like maybe 8 to 10, maybe 8 to 12 minutes long tops. And it wound up being more like 23 minutes long for a theory video. And I honestly didn't plan on it being 23 minutes long, but that wound up being pretty typical. And most of my scripted videos wound up being longer, 30 something minutes long, some of them 40 something minutes long. I never planned on doing that, and I never planned on doing lives this long either. It just happened. So I guess I just happened to pick the perfect channel name, and I never intentionally planned on being some kind of like a marathon streamer or a long form content creator at all.
Yeah.
It's just,
Well, hey, that's how things work out, right?
yeah,
Sometimes you got to go
it's
with the
just my
flow. And I think that's why you've grown the audience you have, because people who are interested in this stuff knows that, hey, we have us from a holic here, as well as somebody who is as entrenched as we are, and they're going to talk about the things I love for long lengths of time. I think that's a positive niche to find yourself in. It's unlike anybody else doing it, so I would say embrace it.
thank you. I guess, it seems to be working. So, I mean, it's surprising to me because this is the age of the shortest attention spans, and you would think that a lot of people would steer away from long form content and marathon streams and things like that. This is the age of the reels and shorts. So shortest form content imaginable, the shallow dives.
So true.
But
Yeah, you're true. Yeah. You're right. I mean, yeah, you're right. This is the age of that, where short attention spans. But I would say anybody who's venturing into the shows that we watch, they have a stronger attention span. Like, they really want to deep dive and figure this stuff out. So I think the audience you're catering to are not necessarily you know, the ADHD era of younger viewers and such right now. But you can also do shorts. Do a little couple of little snippets, stuff like that, where you do, like, you aim for 10 minutes, 15 minutes to do a shorter dive, if you will, and then do deeper dives on a live. You can mix it up.
yeah, I should try to do that. I've tried to um I've tried to do, like, I've sat down thinking, okay, I have a more basic concept for a video right now. I'm sure this is going to be way shorter than my other ones, and then it winds up being just as long as every other video. But so I think if I made a short, it would probably be like the maximum length that a short could possibly be. That's what mine would be. Um, but I should try it. I don't know how to make them, but I've been meaning to look into it because, like, who was it that was telling me that I should try doing that? Somebody was telling me that earlier, that I should try it, that the algorithm likes YouTubers who make shorts. Someone said that, and maybe I should try it. So I'll think about it. But yeah, we're gonna have no choice but to um do shorter pregame lives before the Severance episodes drop because they drop at midnight. So
Are
we'll
are
be
you trying to
done.
do a are you trying to do watch party for the first episode, or how are you thinking about approaching that?
Yes, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to do it. We At first we thought it's not going to be possible because when you stream through Discord, the Apple TV app blocks the video from being viewed so that all people see is a black
Oh,
screen. But
wow, I didn't know
but
that.
yeah, but I found a way that works and I stumbled into it with From just by dumb luck. I stumbled into it because when I did my watch parties for From, I streamed directly through the browser for the MGM from the MGM website, using the Chrome browser and then Discord browser. No apps, no Discord app,
Mm,
um
got you.
no apps
It's
involved.
it's funny you say that because I've tried to use my not connected to this, but I've tried using on my newer computer. I have a high end PC that I use for gaming, and I tried going on Discord there and connecting other things, and it wouldn't work. So I went to the URL through Chrome, and then it worked. So I see that seems to be a universal kind of workaround. Now that you mention
Mhm. Right. So since it worked for MGM by using the browser, I we were kind of testing things out in the Discord, and Big Heck checked it. Big Heck was in there, and he couldn't get it to work through the app. But I told him try it through the browser, and he did, and so far so good. He tested it out, and it worked when he did it. So we're gonna do another test. I need to test it out again. Um, and make sure like I've got to go in there and test it before Thursday and make sure that like I'm gonna try testing it for half an hour and make sure it doesn't go away. Because we had some strange little incident with like Dieter was trying it and the video kept appearing and disappearing. So I don't want any nasty surprises if I advertise a watch
that.
party
Yeah,
and then that happens.
yeah,
That would
definitely
suck.
not. I was thinking of subscribing to Apple TV for this season. Um, but if it's cutting off through Discord, because I was going to do it like I'll subscribe and then I can also share it if need be, if there's a need for somebody to share the screen. But if it's doing that and you can't work around it, then it'll be all for nothing. At least for
Right.
sharing, at least purposes. But hey, Julie, I have to step away for one quick second. Are you going to be on for a minute? Because I have to go take care of something. But I'm going to try using this device that I'm using here on my phone and seeing how that
Hmm.
works out. And then I can join in off
Yeah,
my phone while I'm away and on my break.
sure, sure. Yeah, I'll be wrapping up soon. But yeah, in the meantime, if you want to give that a shot, absolutely.
Okay, cool. I'll be back in maybe in about give me about 10 minutes.
Okay,
All
gotcha.
right.
Okay, see ya. Okay, so let me see. Um, Grow and Thrive says the ending of The Leftovers has a great twist. Um, okay, I like great twist endings. It leaves you pondering who was left behind. Interesting. Okay. Also, the cult has less of a presence after season one. Yeah, I hate the cult. I hate them. Um, K Brew says easy to do that with From for sure. Jeter says never under 6, right? The streams are long because Julie respects the chats from all these amazing people. Yeah, I like to highlight as many comments as I can for sure. Dieter says got immediately hooked up when I found this channel, the deep dives therapy. Oh, Julie's voice is so beautiful and calming. Oh, you're sweet, Dieter. Thank you. And such a kind person. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Matt. Truly rules. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Matt also gets it. Uh, um, Scarlett is awesome too. Yes, of course Scarlett is awesome. Yes, she is. And Umbra is the man. Have I brown nosed enough yet? Everyone a fan of Matt. Yes. Oh yes. Um, it appeared and disappeared with me because I switched the Chrome between the Chrome site and Discord. Oh, okay, that's why, dear. Yeah, it has to be the Chrome site only. So that explains that. The Lexington Letter is super interesting. I'm fascinated by it. I'm trying to figure out if I think, trying to decide if I think that the you know the stuff getting blown up, you know that that competitor place getting blown up, if that is because of the numbers they're refining or not. I'm not sure. I'm skeptical because it just seems like too big of a reveal to put in a supplementary text instead of revealing something like that on the show. I don't know why they would do that. So that makes me think maybe it's to lead us astray and it's a red herring. That part of it. Other parts of it are illuminating. No pun intended, illuminating. But yeah, I think other parts of it are interesting and like other parts of it I think give us insight into the way things could work and the way Lumen has eyes everywhere and influence in the press, at the police, within the police. Um, that thing with Milchick was crazy. Milchick actually there's some Milchick person with a different first name at the that Topeka paper. So it leaves you to wonder, is it a relative of Seth Milchick or is it a clone? Is the clone theory viable? And and also uh, Peg, yeah, obviously Peg's car accident had to have been caused by Lumen. So that's another thing. And that to me also hints that Gemma's car accident was caused by Lumen. I think that's a takeaway that we're supposed to get from it. um, so yeah, really fascinating stuff. I'm glad I finally got around to reading it, AA. I I don't know why I didn't read it sooner. I kept meaning to, and then something else would get my attention. But yeah, um, nah, I agree. I hate this Orwellian censorship of plain language. It's ridiculous. It's so annoying, and um, I still have to figure out like what words I'm not supposed to say because earlier I was saying certain ones like you know BOMB. It's so ridiculous. But I was saying that, and maybe I'm not supposed to say that, so it's ridiculous. If they're going to, and if they're going to do that, at least give us firm rules so we know. Um, let's see. See, grow and thrive. Julie should do servant watch parties in Discord. It's on Apple TV. Servant, huh? Um, servant. Is that a current one? Oh, it's from 2019. Okay. Um, yeah, I'll have to look into that. Well, you did say Ben wrote the Lexington Letter, but barely really had any hands in writing Severance, so maybe that's why they let him write it. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Maybe that's why they let him write it. It, the thing of it is, though, I would have to think whatever he writes in this is canon for the show. Like, I mean, they're putting it out there, so it's got to be canon, and the stuff in it has to be legit. And so I don't know. If this thing is supposed to be telling us that they're blowing, or um yeah, blowing stuff up with with the numbers, then yeah, I don't get why they would do that and not reveal it on the show. So it could just be a red herring that they put it in there because it's not explicit. It's not explicitly said that that's what's going on. Stiller is a really good director, great eye. Yeah, he is. He's an amazing director. He does a fantastic job on this show. Really does. And anyway, so I was getting into how we're going to be covering it. Um Initially I was thinking we'd start pregame lives at 10:30, but now I'm thinking maybe more like 11 p.m. Um, because I don't know how long we really need to go on about it before the episode actually drops. I'm not sure. I don't know. I mean, I think we'll probably have more incentive to do it after the new season starts, and then we'll still be talking about the previous week's episode. Um, I don't know. Jeremy does pregame lives, like he did them before the new episodes of From would drop and that kind of thing. And other people have done things like that are similar. Um, but anyway, regardless, I'll um I'll make an announcement one way or the other on that, but it'll either be 10:30 or somewhere between 10:30 and 11 p.m. Eastern that we'll be doing that, and then at midnight I'll stream it in my Discord. And that'll be let me see, do I have the link attached or no? Wait. Did I pin the link to the chat? No, that's not the Discord link. Well, I think most of you guys are already in there. Anyway, if you're listening on the replay, the link to my Discord is in the description of this video. So you can, if you're not already in there, you can join the Discord. Again, link is in the description, and we'll be doing midnight watch parties starting Thursday night. Technically Friday, but it's Thursday night, at midnight. Um, but technically Friday the 17th with the premiere episode. So it should be a lot of fun to watch with a group. So I'm looking forward to that. And it wasn't looking like we'd be able to do it, but I think it's going to work. Fingers crossed. I think it's going to work. And um, oh, that's the wrong link. Wait a minute. Sometimes I go to get links and it says it copied, but it didn't copy. What the heck? Okay. So we'll be doing the Discord watch parties at midnight, and then we can chat about it in the voice channel. There's my Discord link one more time. And it's also in the description of the video, so you can listen on the replay. If you're listening on the replay, you can get that. And then we'll chat in the voice channel about the episode after it airs, which is always fun. And Mondays we'll break down the episode that aired the previous Thursday. So Mondays at 10 p.m. Eastern, we'll break down the episode, and I'll have my pictures and notes, and by that point I'll be able to really do a breakdown for it. And yeah, so that should be fun. I'm really looking forward to covering the show. First new show I'll have covered since From finished its season, so it'll be fun to have something new to cover. As much as I love covering From and will continue covering it, that's gonna be the same. Um, we'll still do so the next live will be Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern. For From, that'll be continuing our rewatch, and this will be season 1, episode 7, the Colony House Massacre episode, which is quite a memorable one. So that'll be a fun one to do. Broken Windows, Open Doors, the title, and that'll be Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern. And then Friday, we'll do the FROMacademy live with Doc joining us as a guest. But we'll start the live at 11 p.m. We'll start it at 11 p.m. and then Doc will join around 12:30 a.m. And we're going to be diving into the topic of director Jack Bender, who's also a showrunner, which will be really interesting. He's quite a character. Jack is a character. He does a lot of the art for the show too, so it'll be fun to do a dive into him and just talk more From theories as usual, of course. Um, also, I am going to be releasing part 1 of my interview with Doug Hughes in the next couple of days. It's almost ready. Tomorrow I'm gonna just well, actually today. It's, oh my God. I It's technically today, but I get confused. It's So today, I'm thinking probably this evening. By this evening, I should be able to release part 1 of my interview with Doug Hughes, the man in yellow on From. So keep an eye out for that. It's almost ready to go. I have it edited into 2 parts. All I have to do is just record a little outro section and stick it on the end, and I can premiere it. I'm guessing I'll do it this evening. So Tuesday evening. I don't know what time yet, but I'll post I'll post an announcement when I know what time I'm going to be like putting it up. Um, it's not like it's going to be live or anything. Not this one. We're going to have Doug wants to come on one of our lives coming soon. We're going to find a day when he can join us. But in the meantime, this was a really fascinating interview with such an interesting man, amazing actor, and it's really long. It's an hour and 41 minutes long, so I had to cut it into 2 parts. He was so generous with his time to actually give me that much time. And so yeah, I hope you enjoy it, um and I'll put that out again probably by this evening, I would say. And also I have a video on the man in yellow. I already had a video on the man in yellow. It's a theory video, but I had to make some revisions. I made some changes to it, and so I redid it, and that I'm going to be premiering in the next day or so also. So that's going to be going up too. Then I've got part 2 of that interview with Doug. I'll probably put up in the next few days, and um yeah, I'd say next week by the latest. He said a lot of fascinating things about the filming of the scene as the man in yellow and his ideas about him as a character, what it was like to join the cast, um, and just his background, theater, just a awesome guy to talk to and a lot of fun, has great stories. So, I think people really enjoy seeing it. I absolutely loved getting to do it, and I was honored to have the opportunity. So grateful for that. Um, so anyway, yeah, so keep an eye out for the Man in Yellow Theory video, which is a revised version of the one I already had. Um, Made some changes, some revisions, and added some stuff. And it's about 10 minutes longer than the original one, or 11 minutes longer. So that'll be going up. And then after that, there's going to be a Boy in White theory video, which I've been working on for quite a while too, which is going to be kind of part of the same series. The Man in Yellow will be like part 1, Boy in White will be part 2, and then another one on the Man in Yellow with a more specific theory will be part 3. I'll probably do that one next week if I have the time. Um, so let me see. Uh, AA says, "Did you get to see The Watchers?" Yes. Yeah, the TV show. I will always believe that From changed their direction. Oh wait, no. Okay, you're talking about the movie. Um, I will always believe that From changed their direction after that movie was released. I don't care what the writers say about them having the whole thing written out. It was too similar. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. Yeah, I did see The Watchers AA, and there were a lot of strong similarities. And a lot of people had the theory in From that there were Fae going on, that there were Fae as part of, yeah, like the monsters were Fae or something like that. And now it's not looking like that's the case, unless the people were turned into Fae, which is also a possibility. But um, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I think the creators of From they planned out the major plot points from the beginning. Personally, I think they did. I believe they did, but you never know. Matt said they are purifying their world. That's some fascist level horror. Yeah, yeah, that's crazy. Refining. That's right. In the handbook, it says that refining is a purifying process. Yeah, that's interesting stuff. So what's the fifth bin? There are five bins, I think. Yeah, that's right. There are five bins. There are five bins. So what is the fifth bin? Wait a minute. In the handbook, it doesn't. Wait a minute. I'm looking at it now. Uh, I should really get off of here and go. I need to actually get on the treadmill and hydrate. I haven't had enough to drink. Yeah, there are five bins. What the hell? In the handbook, it only mentions four. There are, yeah, that's so weird. There are five bins. The handbook only mentions four of them. What's the fifth bin? Yeah, that's super weird. That makes no sense because in the handbook, it actually shows, um, oh, there's Umbra. So, yeah, I don't know what the fifth bin is. That's so strange.
Yeah, that's still the mystery. By the way, how do I sound?
Not bad. I'm not a good judge though because my speakers on this laptop are terrible. I have to actually return it. It's complete garbage, but it sounds okay to me.
Okay.
Um, what is that? Is that device you're using to get rid of out external sound?
Yeah, it's that device, and I have it plugged to the phone. I never. Typically, when I join you, I'm on my PC, so you're hearing me talk on my Shure mic, which is clearly like 10 times, 30 times better than this.
Oh wow. Yeah. Um, yeah, right here in the handbook it shows Sevi actually, this reminds me so much of whoever designed this must be like the same age range as me and remembers Clippy, the little paper clip who would pop up on the computer and help you with stuff. And it was actually kind of annoying. And his name was
One
Clippy, and this is
hundred
supposed to be
percent,
Seven,
100%
right?
off of Clippy. Yeah, Microsoft's Clippy. Yep.
Yes. So I thought it was funny. Some people found him annoying, but I liked Clippy. But yeah, this is totally a take on Clippy. This is Sevi. Come on. It's not a coincidence. Um, it's funny when I realized that people in my age group must be producing stuff like this now, producing things that are I can always tell if it's somebody from my generation who's making stuff because it's like certain touchstones that you have in common, you recognize. You're like, "Oh yeah, I know that. I know what that reference is." Yeah. But he's sorting the numbers into 4 bins, and but right up here, it literally shows in the handbook that there are 5. There are 5, so that's very weird. I don't understand that. Hmm.
This must be like secretive that only Kier, Lumen rather, knows about, should I say?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe, I don't know. That 5th one, interesting. 'Cause, I don't clearly, they know what they're doing, like, that was omitted for a reason, there's gotta be a reason. Um, let's see. Dieter said, "I made every channel public without the roles. Some people couldn't find other channels that are newer." Yeah, that's fine, Dieter. That's fine. I know, like, some people get confused, and they join Discord and they can't find channels for other shows because you have to actually choose your roles. Personally, I don't really think that's necessary. Like, um, I mean, I guess if you're only interested in like 1 or 2 of the shows, it would declutter your view and you'd only have to see those, but it doesn't really matter. Like it's not like it clutters it up that much. So Jeter, that's totally fine. If it makes it easier for people to find stuff, then that's fine. I trust your judgment. And thank you, Jeter. Looking forward to the interview. Please, everyone share that interview. Yes, yeah. I'm gonna premiere that tonight if all goes well. Hopefully, I can get it premiered tonight, and I am gonna really ask for everybody to leave a like and a comment, even if it's just a word or 2 words, like just to boost the algorithm to help Doug out because Doug Hughes is an amazing playwright, and I really want to help him promote his plays that deserve more attention, especially one that will appeal to fans of From, and they can go online and buy this play. So I am gonna like I don't normally I normally just post the link and stuff, but I am gonna kind of have a special request of people if you could like leave a like and all it takes is a brief comment to boost the algorithm and make the video um more searchable. It'll pop up more, it'll have more reach and it'll help him out and he deserves it. He's been an amazing um member of the Fromely already. I mean, like the stuff that he does. He told me in this interview that like people are so thrilled beyond belief when he responds to them and it baffles him as to why. He doesn't understand like why anyone would be so excited to hear back from him. It's a totally new experience for him and he told me a story about how a man asked him, he messaged him and said, "I really hate to ask this, but my wife is a huge fan of From, and would it be possible for you to send her a message and say happy birthday or, record her just a clip saying happy birthday?" He said, I can go better. I can do one better than that. I can do you one better. And he got his saxophone and he played happy birthday to her on his saxophone on a video for free. He doesn't even have a cameo. He just did this for free. And to him it was nothing. It was no big deal. He didn't mind doing it and he didn't understand why she was so thrilled and like crying from happiness over this. And that's just the kind of guy he is. Doug Hughes is just a great guy. So we need to give him our full support. Like
Yeah.
he's out there DMing with fans, joining fan groups. Like I mean, I've never heard of anyone being this approachable. I know the Fromcast in general are very interactive with the fans and they're amazing, but he takes it to a whole other level. He's absolutely amazing. What a kind, sweet human being. So and
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
he also
really
likes
dope.
to have fun with the fandom and, you know, gets in the theory groups and makes little sarcastic comments to be funny. But it's all love there, He's just so kind to do what he's doing. So I want to support him. This is not just for me because it helps my channel. I'm gonna be promoting his the website to buy his play, which is called Deadline, one of his plays, which will appeal to the From fan base 100%. I'm going to be posting the link in the description of the video and promoting it in the video. So the more we get the interview out there and like and subscribe, and like and comment, not subscribe, like and comment on it, that more it will help him. And he deserves it. He really does. Um, so I'm just gonna read a few more of these comments really
He,
quick,
he
and
he
then
sounds
I need
he
to go.
sounds dope. He sounds like a really good guy to do something like that.
Right? He's terrific. He really is.
For sure. I would also say, like, if it's possible with you guys in the chat, if you could share Julie's streams when she goes live or whatever it is on your social media, be it Facebook, be it Twitter, be it Instagram. I know you have an Instagram page, Julie, and I know you're on Twitter. So stuff like that,
Yeah.
Blue Sky, whatever, that would help a lot too. You know, it would go a long way to pushing her for the people to notice and jump in.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that suggestion. That 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 would be helpful, especially with the Severance streams, getting more people to be aware that I'm covering Severance. That would help a lot, when I go live with these streams, if people could share the link in social media, that would be a huge, huge help. Um, Matt said, I think it's plausible that Rickon is of the Kier bloodline, maybe disowned. I think so too. Yeah. AA said, yeah, like when the girl went down into the hole underground, it looked like the caves in From and how Fae steal human items. But I don't know. It could be that the townspeople are Fae and we don't know yet. Right. Yeah. Um, it did remind me a lot of that in the movie when she went in the hole and it was full of like random stuff that the Fae stole and the Watchers. Yes. Um, well, sorry, I don't know how long you were back there again, Umbra. Um, let's see. X-Men 97 was great. Yeah. Maybe 5 bins is a new thing. Yeah, I don't know. I think it was always 5 on the show in season 1. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up, Teeter, for sure. Just gonna go through the comments really quick. Twin Peaks. Yeah. Yeah, I need to watch Twin Peaks. I've never actually gotten through more than a couple episodes. Um Matt said, just realized I was way back on the stream and commenting on stuff from an hour ago. I didn't actually notice, Matt. Um, oh, thanks, Matt. I appreciate it. So it should, so like, I know you're in Australia, so the time will be different for you, but for me, it'll be around, uh, when am I gonna premiere this thing? It'll be sometime around Tuesday night, my time. So for you, I don't know when that would be. Probably, I don't know how far ahead you are, but it'll be somewhere around Tuesday night Eastern Standard Time, and that's when I'll premiere that interview. If all goes well, and hopefully, all I have to do is just record an outro and stitch it onto the end of the thing, so it shouldn't be hard. Yeah, I know, Dieter. I'm not disappointing anyone. I need to head out. Dean Gray said, I think I might know how I found your streams, and it was the algorithm, but it was because of the subject matter. I'm not sure how much sharing makes a difference these days. It makes a difference. It definitely makes a difference for sure. Especially people who have a lot of followers. It, every little bit helps. Every little bit helps. That's cool that you found my streams through the algorithm, Dean. That's really cool. I wonder if we'll ever know the four before this MDR crew. Yeah, somehow I doubt it, AA. I doubt it. I would like to get some history on like what happened before. Um, I mean we had Petey. I don't know. Like was someone else replaced before PD. Yeah, I don't know if we'll ever find that out. Um, anyway, I should head out. Yeah, it's almost 5 hours and 45 minutes. I need to go get some exercise before I can go to sleep. Keeping strange hours. But thank you guys for coming out. I appreciate it. I appreciate uh wait, hold on. Dean says it's essentially trying to game Google in YouTube's case, and Google doesn't reward being gamed with. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I mean Google bought YouTube and stuff. Um, okay. Anyway, so yeah, keep an eye out for that interview with Doug Hughes, the man in yellow. Um, that'll be coming out next, and my Man in Yellow theory video, which is the revised version with some extra stuff that I added. That's going to be coming out within the next day or so if I can edit it quickly enough. Because I did teach myself how to edit now. I can do basic editing, cutting things out at least, so that's some progress. So yeah, I'll be putting those two videos out, the interview and the Man in Yellow theory video. And it's just part one of the interview, part one of two. And then Wednesday night will be the next live from the Rewatch live, 10 p.m. Eastern for season 1, episode 7, the Colony House Massacre episode. And then Thursday night is the Severance premiere. So we'll be here for the pregame live. Anywhere from 10:30 to 11 p.m. Eastern. I have to make my final decision on that, and I'll make an announcement. And let's see. And then yeah, the watch parties will be in the Discord at midnight Thursday night. That'll be the premiere night finally, and then we'll have the next From Live after that. The second From Live of the week will be Friday. So busy week. Busy week this week. We had tonight was an extra one too, so I really better get off and
Yeah,
conserve my energy. Come to think of it, oh my God, that's a lot. That's a
nearly
lot.
6 hours that you put in for us, so we got to give you love for that. Would you mind if I give a quick plug for my podcast?
Not at all. I was gonna ask you to. Go ahead.
Dieter, while you're in the chat, Dieter, my good brother Dieter, would you mind posting a link to my channel for the family here? So, for myself, Infinite Umbra. Oh, thank you. Look, Dieter is already ahead of me. Thank you, Dieter. Dieter the
He's the
GOAT.
goat.
He's the GOAT.
Yeah.
You guys can find me on that link there. And if you wouldn't mind subscribing, I would appreciate it. We talk about gaming, we talk about TV shows, we talk about movies, we talk about manga, we talk about anime, we talk about a lot of stuff that's pop culture related. We don't dive deep like Julie necessarily, but we also talk about like wrestling, just anything pop culture. Any geekdom, nerddom. We're pretty much covering that. Largely, a lot of our stuff has been tailored to gaming because I have a lot of gamers that follow me, so I'm trying to cater to them. But if I can get more diverse people that want to talk about more things, I'll definitely open the table to that. So that's myself, Infinite Umbra, and my co-host is Daniel J. McGee, good brother from Texas. And man, we have a talk every Thursday at 8 o'clock Eastern. So yeah, subscribe if you guys could, and come by sometime. I know Tress came by, so shout out to Tress again for showing love. Really appreciated that. And yeah, and Julie, thank you for doing what you do and having a brother come through, step up.
Nice. Well, thank you for being here. I'm always happy to have you here. Oh, you're welcome anytime, Umbra. And everybody, please subscribe to Umbra's channel. And I'll also be putting the link. I'm gonna actually when I get off the stream, I'm gonna edit the description of this and put his link. So if you're listening on the replay, you can also find the link to Infinite Umbra's channel in the description of the video. It's gonna be there as soon as I get off of here. I'm gonna fix it. So
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
it's not a problem. I'm happy to do it and happy to have you here. It's always a lot of fun. And I think you said so like Thursday, are you I forget, like if you said you're tied up Thursday nights about like the watch parties. Are you able to come to the watch parties if we do it?
Only
I
if
think
it's only if it's a night I'm off from doing a podcast, which sometimes happens because myself or Danny might have something going on, or the news
right,
might be so slow that we just like, we don't want to talk about anything this week. But typically
right.
Thursdays at 7 o'clock my time Central, but 8 o'clock your time. Yeah, I'm doing a podcast at that point and won't likely finish for another 2 hours roughly. So any watch
Right.
party I would miss, yeah. But I would be able to jump in for, the after show discussion. I would be able to do that from work or something like that.
Yeah, because we actually we're gonna definitely like chat in the voice channel for sure after we do the watch parties. So we'll be in there talking about it. So yeah, um, we're always welcome, and yeah, always welcome on these streams too. It's always great having you here. So
Appreciate it. Always great to be here.
awesome. So yeah, guess that is it, guys. Thank you so much for coming, and yeah, make sure you um check out the midnight watch parties at the Discord link in the description of this video if you're not already in my Discord, and um and I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, finally some new Severance to talk about, something new. I love talking from, but it'll be nice to have some new content to talk about. That'll be fun. Um, yeah, yeah, Dieter, yeah, and thank you, Dean. I appreciate it. It's awesome to see someone who found the Severance stream organically. That's great. Just through the algorithm, that means something's working right. So I'm really glad about that. And
Absolutely. Welcome to the family, Dean.
yeah, welcome. Glad you're here. And until next time, keep on deep diving and let's see what we can uncover together. And you guys have a good night or a good day, and see you next time.